Dedication of the Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Letter of Dedication to Émile Forgues. At a time when French readers were altogether unaware of the existence of any books of my writing, a critical examination of my novels appeared under your signature in the Revue des Deux Mondes. I read that article at the time of its appearance with sincere pleasure and sincere gratitude to the writer, and I have honestly done my best to profit by it ever since. At a later period, when arrangements were made for the publication of my novels in Paris, you kindly undertook, at some sacrifice of your own convenience, to give the first of the series, The Dead Secret, the great advantage of being rendered into French by your pen. Your excellent translation of The Lighthouse had already taught me how to appreciate the value of your assistance, and when The Dead Secret appeared in its French form, although I was sensibly gratified, I was by no means surprised to find that my fortunate work of fiction, not translated in the mechanical sense of the word, but transformed from a novel that I had written in my language to a novel that you might have written in yours. I am now about to ask you to confer one more literary obligation on me by accepting the dedication of this book as the earliest acknowledgment which it has been in my power to make of the debt that I owe to my critic, to my translator, and to my friend. The stories which form the principal contents of the following pages are all, more or less, exercises in that art which I have now studied anxiously for some years, and which I still hope to cultivate to better and better purpose for many more. Allow me, by inscribing the collection to you, to secure one reader for it at the outset of its progress through the world of letters, whose capacity for seeing all a writer's defects may be matched by many other critics, but whose rarer faculty of seeing all a writer's merits is equalled by very few. Wilkie COLLINS. End of Letter of Dedication to Émile Forgues. Chapter 1 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Chapter 1. Ourselves. We were three quiet, lonely old men, and she was a lively, handsome young woman, and we were at our wits' end what to do with her. A word about ourselves, first of all, a necessary word, to explain the singular situation of our fair young guest. We are three brothers, and we live in a barbarous, dismal old house called the Glen Tower. Our place of abode stands in a hilly, lonesome district of South Wales. No such thing as a line of railway runs anywhere near us. No gentleman's seat is within easy drive of us. We are at an unspeakably inconvenient distance from a town, and the village to which we send for our letters is 3 miles off. My eldest brother Owen was brought up to the church. All the prime of his life was passed in a populous London parish. For more years than I now like to reckon up, he worked unremittingly in defiance of failing health and adverse fortune, amid the multitudinous misery of the London poor, and he would, in all probability, have sacrificed his life to his duty long before the present time, if the Glen Tower had not come into his possession through 2 unexpected deaths in the elder and richer branch of our family. This opening to him of a place of rest and refuge saved his life. No man ever drew breath who better deserved the gifts of fortune, for no man, I sincerely believe, more tender of others, more diffident of himself, more gentle, more generous, and more simple-hearted than Owen, ever walked this earth. My second brother, Morgan, started life as a doctor, and learned all that his profession could teach him at home and abroad. He realized a moderate independence by his practice, beginning in one of our large northern towns and ending as a physician in London. But, although he was well known and appreciated among his brethren, he failed to gain that sort of reputation with the public which elevates a man into the position of a great doctor. The ladies never liked him. In the first place, he was ugly. Morgan will excuse me for mentioning this. And in the second place, he was an inveterate smoker, and he smelled of tobacco when he felt languid pulses in elegant bedrooms. In the third place, he was the most formidably outspoken teller of the truth as regard himself, his profession, and his patients that ever imperilled the social standing of the science of medicine. For these reasons, and for others which it is not necessary to mention, he never pushed his way, as a doctor, into the front ranks, and he never cared to do so. About a year after Owen came into the possession of the Glen Tower, Morgan discovered that he had saved as much money for his old age as a sensible man could want, that he was tired of the active pursuit, or, as he termed it, of the dignified quackery of his profession, and that it was only common charity to give his invalid brother a companion who could physic him for nothing, and so prevent him from getting rid of his money in the worst of all possible ways, by wasting it on doctors' bills. In a week after Morgan had arrived at these conclusions, he was settled at the Glen Tower, and from that time, opposite as their characters were, my two elder brothers lived together in their lonely retreat, thoroughly understanding, and in their very different ways heartily loving one another. Many years passed before I, the youngest of the three, christened by the unmelodious name of Griffith, found my way in my turn to the dreary old house, and the sheltering quiet of the Welsh hills. My career in life had led me away from my brothers, and even now, when we are all united, I still have ties and interests to connect me with the outer world which neither Owen or Morgan possess. I was brought up to the bar. After my first year's study of the law, I wearied of it, and strayed aside idly into the brighter and more attractive paths of literature. My occasional occupation with my pen was varied by long travelling excursions in all parts of the continent. Year by year my circle of gay friends and acquaintances increased, and I bade fair to sink into the condition of a wandering, desultory man, without a fixed purpose in life of any sort, when I was saved by what has saved many another in my situation, an attachment to a good and sensible woman. By the time I had reached the age of 35, I had done what neither of my brothers had done before me. I had married. As a single man, my own small independence, aided by what little additions to it I could pick up with my pen, had been sufficient for my wants. But with marriage and its responsibilities came the necessity for serious exertion. I returned to my neglected studies, and grappled resolutely this time with the intricate difficulties of the law. I was called to the bar. My wife's father aided me with his interest, and I started into practice without difficulty and without delay. For the next 20 years my married life was a scene of happiness and prosperity, on which I now look back with a grateful tenderness that no words of mine can express. The memory of my wife is busy at my heart while I think of those past times. The forgotten tears rise in my eyes again, and trouble the course of my pen while it traces these simple lines. Let me pass rapidly over the one unspeakable misery of my life. Let me try to remember now, as I tried to remember then, that she lived to see our only child, our son, who was so good to her, who is still so good to me, grow up into manhood, that her head lay on my bosom when she died, and that the last frail movement of her hand in this world was the movement that brought it closer to her boy's lips. I bore the blow. With God's help I bore it, and bear it still, but it struck me away forever from my hold on social life, from the purposes and pursuits, the companions and the pleasures of 20 years, which her presence had sanctioned and made dear to me. If my son George had desired to follow my profession, I should still have struggled against myself, and have kept my place in the world until I had seen him prosperous and settled. But his choice led him to the army, and before his mother's death he had obtained his commission, and had entered on his path in life. No other responsibility remained to claim from me the sacrifice of myself. My brothers had made my place ready for me by their fireside, My heart yearned in its desolation for the friends and companions of the old boyish days. My good, brave son promised that no years should pass as long as he was in England without his coming to cheer me up. And so it happened that I, in my turn, withdrew from the world, which had once been a bright and happy world to me, and retired to end my days peacefully, contentedly, and gratefully, as my brothers are ending theirs, in the solitude of the Glen Tower. How many years have passed since we have all three been united, it is not necessary to relate. It will be more to the purpose if I briefly record that we have never been separated since the day which first saw us assembled together in our hillside retreat, that we have never yet wearied of the time, of the place, or of ourselves, and that the influence of solitude on our hearts and minds has not altered them for the worse, for it has not embittered us towards our fellow creatures, and it has not dried up in us the sources from which harmless occupations and innocent pleasures may flow refreshingly to the last over the waste places of human life. Thus much for our own story, and for the circumstances which have withdrawn us from the world for the rest of our days. And now imagine us three lonely old men, tall and lean, white-headed, dressed more from past habit than from present association, in customary suits of solemn black. Brother Owen, yielding, gentle, and affectionate in look, voice, and manner. Brother Morgan, with a quaint surface sourness of address, and a tone of dry sarcasm in his talk, which single him out on all occasions as a character in our little circle. Brother Griffith, forming the link between his two elder companions, capable at one time of sympathizing with the quiet, thoughtful tone of Owen's conversation, and ready at another to exchange brisk severities on life and manners with Morgan. In short, a pliable, double-sided old lawyer, who stands between the clergyman brother and the physician brother, with an ear ready for each, and with a heart open to both, share and share together. Imagine the strange old building in which we live to be really what its name implies, a tower standing in a glen. In past times the fortress of a fighting Welsh chieftain, in present times a dreary land lighthouse, built up in many stories of 2 rooms each, with a little modern lean-to of a cottage formed tacked on quaintly to one of its sides. The great hill on whose lowest slope it stands, rising precipitously behind it, a dark, swift-flowing stream in the valley below, hills on hills all around, and no way of approach but by one of the loneliest and wildest crossroads in all South Wales. Imagine such a place of abode as this, and such inhabitants of it as ourselves, and then picture the descent amongst us, as of a goddess dropping from the clouds, of a lively, handsome, fashionable young lady, a bright, gay butterfly creature, used to flutter away its existence on the broad sunshine of perpetual gaiety, a child of the new generation, with all the modern ideas whirling together in her pretty head, and all the modern accomplishments at the tips of her delicate fingers. Imagine such a light-hearted daughter of Eve as this, the spoiled darling of society, the charming spendthrift of nature's choicest treasures of beauty and youth, suddenly flashing into the dim life of 3 weary old men, suddenly dropped into the place of all others which is least fit for her, suddenly shut out from the world by the lonely quiet of the loneliest home in England. Realize, if it be possible, all that is most whimsical and most anomalous in such a situation as this, and the startling confession contained in the opening sentence of these pages will no longer excite the faintest emotion of surprise. Who can wonder now, when our bright young goddess really descended on us, that I and my brothers were all 3 at our wits' end what to do with her? End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 2, Part 1. Our Dilemma. Who is the young lady, and how did she find her way into the Glen Tower? Her name, in relation to which I shall have something more to say a little further on, is Jessie Yelverton. She is an orphan and an only child. Her mother died while she was an infant. Her father was my dear and valued friend, Major Yelverton. He lived long enough to celebrate his darling's 7th birthday. When he died, he entrusted his authority over her and his responsibility toward her to his brother and to me. When I was summoned to the reading of the Major's will, I knew perfectly well that I should find myself appointed guardian and executor with his brother, and I had been also made acquainted with my lost friend's wishes as to his daughter's education, and with his intentions as to the disposal of all his property in her favour. My own idea, therefore, was that the reading of the will would inform me of nothing which I had not known in the testator's lifetime. When the day came for hearing it, however, I found that I had been over hasty in arriving at this conclusion. Toward the end of the document there was a clause inserted which took me entirely by surprise. After providing for the education of Miss Yelverton under the direction of her guardians, and for her residence, under ordinary circumstances, with the Major's sister, Lady Westwick, the clause concluded by saddling the child's future inheritance with this curious condition: from the period of her leaving school to the period of her reaching the age of 21 years, Miss Yelverton was to pass not less than 6 consecutive weeks out of every year under the roof of one of her 2 guardians, during the lives of both of them. It was left to her own choice to say which of the 2 she would prefer to live with. In all other respects the condition was imperative. If she forfeited it, excepting, of course, in the case of the deaths of both her guardians, she was only to have a life interest in the property. If she obeyed it, the money itself was to become her own possession on the day when she completed her 21st year. This clause in the will, as I have said, took me at first by surprise. I remembered how devotedly Lady Westwick had soothed her sister-in-law's death-bed sufferings, and how tenderly she had afterwards watched over the welfare of the little motherless child. I remembered the innumerable claims she had established in this way on her brother's confidence in her affection for his orphan daughter, and I was therefore naturally amazed at the appearance of a condition in his will which seemed to show a positive distrust of Lady Westwick's undivided influence over the character and conduct of her niece. A few words from my fellow guardian, Mr. Richard Yelverton, and a little after consideration of some of my deceased friend's peculiarities of disposition and feeling, to which I had not hitherto attached sufficient importance, were enough to make me understand the motives by which he had been influenced in providing for the future of his child. Major Yelverton had raised himself to a position of affluence and eminence from a very humble origin. He was the son of a small farmer, and it was his pride never to forget this circumstance, never to be ashamed of it, and never to allow the prejudices of society to influence his own settled opinions on social questions in general. Acting, in all that related to his intercourse with the world, on such principles as these, the Major, it is hardly necessary to say, held some strangely heterodox opinions of the modern education of girls, and on the evil influence of society over the characters of women in general. Out of the strength of those opinions, and out of the certainty of his conviction that his sister did not share them, had grown that condition in his will which removed his daughter from the influence of her aunt for 6 consecutive weeks in every year. Lady Westwick was the most light-hearted, the most generous, the most impulsive of women, capable, when any serious occasion called it forth, of all that was devoted and self-sacrificing, but at other and ordinary times constitutionally restless, frivolous, and eager for perpetual gaiety, distrusting the sort of life which he knew his daughter would lead under her aunt's roof, and at the same time gratefully remembering his sister's affectionate devotion towards his dying wife and her helpless infant. Major Yelverton had attempted to make a compromise, which, while it allowed Lady Westwick the close domestic intercourse with her niece that she had earned by innumerable kind offices, should at the same time place the young girl for a fixed period of every year of her minority under the corrective care of 2 such quiet old-fashioned guardians as his brother and myself. Such is the history of the clause in the will. My friend little thought, when he dictated it, of the extraordinary result to which it was one day to lead. For some years, however, events ran on smoothly enough. Little Jessie was sent to an excellent school, with strict instructions to the mistress to make a good girl of her, and not a fashionable young lady. Although she was reported to be anything but a pattern pupil in respect of attention to her lessons, she became from the first the chosen favourite of every one about her. The very offences which she committed against the discipline of the school were of the sort which provokes a smile, even on the stern countenance of authority itself. One of these quaint freaks of mischief may not inappropriately be mentioned here, inasmuch as it gained her the pretty nickname under which she will be found to appear occasionally in these pages. On a certain autumn night, shortly after the midsummer vacation, the mistress of the school fancied she saw a light under the door of the bedroom occupied by Jessie. It was then close on midnight, and, fearing that some case of sudden illness might have happened, she hastened into the room. On opening the door, she discovered to her horror and amazement that all four girls were out of bed, were dressed in brilliantly fantastic costumes, representing the four grotesque queens of hearts, diamonds, spades, and clubs, familiar to us all on the pack of cards, and were dancing a quadrille in which Jessie sustained the character of the Queen of Hearts. The next morning's investigation disclosed that Miss Yelverton had smuggled the dresses into the school, and had amused herself by giving an impromptu fancy ball to her companions, in imitation of an entertainment of the same kind at which she had figured in a court card quadrille at her aunt's country house. The dresses were instantly confiscated, and the necessary punishment promptly administered. But the remembrance of Jessie's extraordinary outrage on bedroom discipline, and she and her sister culprits, were thenceforth hailed as the queens of the four suites by their class companions whenever the mistress's back was turned. Whatever might have become of the nicknames thus employed in relation to the other three girls, such a mock title as the Queen of Hearts was too appropriately descriptive of the natural charm of Jessie's character, as well as of the adventure in which she had taken the lead, not to rise naturally to the lips of every one who knew her. It followed her to her aunt's house. It came to be as habitually and familiarly connected with her among her friends of all ages, as if it had been formally inscribed on her baptismal register, and it has stolen its way into these pages because it falls from my pen, naturally and inevitably, exactly as it often falls from my lips in real life. When Jessie left school, the first difficulty presented itself. In other words, the necessity arose of fulfilling the conditions of the will. At that time I was already settled at the Glen Tower, and her living 6 weeks in our dismal solitude and our humdrum society was, as she herself frankly wrote me word, quite out of the question. Fortunately, she had always got on well with her uncle and his family, so she exerted her liberty of choice, and much to her own relief, and to mine also, passed her regular 6 weeks of probation, year after year, under Mr. Richard Yelverton's roof. During this period I heard of her regularly, sometimes from my fellow guardian, sometimes from my son George, who, whenever his military duties allowed him the opportunity, contrived to see her, now at her aunt's house, and now at Mr. Yelverton's. The particulars of her character and conduct which I gleaned in this way more than sufficed to convince me that the poor Major's plan for the careful training of his daughter's disposition, though plausible enough in theory, was little better than a total failure in practice. Miss Jessie, to use the expressive common phrase, took after her aunt. She was as generous, as impulsive, as light-hearted, as fond of change and gaiety and fine clothes, in short, as complete and genuine a woman as Lady Westwick herself. It was impossible to reform the Queen of Hearts, and equally impossible not to love her. Such, in few words, was my fellow guardian's report of his experience of our handsome young ward. So the time passed till the year came of which I am now writing, the ever memorable year to England of the Russian war. It happened that I had heard less than usual at this period, and indeed for many months before it, of Jessie and her proceedings. My son had been ordered out with his regiment to the Crimea in 1854, and had other work in hand now than recording the sayings and doings of a young lady. Mr. Richard Yelverton, who had been hitherto used to write to me with tolerable regularity, seemed now, for some reason that I could not conjecture, to have forgotten my existence. Ultimately I was reminded of my ward by one of George's own letters, in which he asked for news of her, and I wrote at once to Mr. Yelverton. The answer that reached me was written by his wife. He was dangerously ill. The next letter that came informed me of his death. This happened in the spring of the year 1855. I am ashamed to confess it, but the change in my own position was the first idea that crossed my mind when I read of the news of Mr. Yelverton's death. I was now left sole guardian, and Jessie Yelverton wanted a year still of coming of age. By the next day's post I wrote to her about the altered state of the relations between us. She was then on the Continent with her aunt, having gone abroad at the very beginning of the year. Consequently, so far as 1855 was concerned, the condition exacted by the will yet remained to be performed. She still had 6 weeks to pass, her last 6 weeks, seeing that she was now 20 years old, under the roof of one of her guardians, and I was now the only guardian left. In due course of time I received my answer, written on rose-coloured paper, and expressed throughout in a tone of light, easy, feminine banter, which amused me in spite of myself. Miss Jessie, according to her own account, was hesitating on receipt of my letter between two alternatives: the one, of allowing herself to be buried 6 weeks in the Glen Tower; the other, of breaking the condition, giving up the money, and remaining magnanimously contented with nothing but a life interest in her father's property. At present she inclined decidedly toward giving up the money and escaping the clutches of the 3 horrid old men, but she would let me know again if she happened to change her mind, and so, with best love, she would beg to remain always affectionately mine, as long as she was well out of my reach. The summer passed, the autumn came, and I never heard from her again. Under ordinary circumstances this long silence might have made me feel a little uneasy, but news reached me about this time from the Crimea that my son was wounded, not dangerously, thank God, but still severely enough to be laid up, and all my anxieties were now centred in that direction. By the beginning of September, however, I got better accounts of him, and my mind was made easy enough to let me think of Jessie again. Just as I was considering the necessity of writing once more to my refractory ward, a second letter arrived from her. She had returned at last from abroad, had suddenly changed her mind, suddenly grown sick of society, suddenly became enamoured of the pleasures of retirement, and suddenly found out that the 3 horrid old men were 3 dear old men, and that 6 weeks' solitude at the Glen Tower was the luxury of all others that she languished for most. As a necessary result of this altered state of things, she would therefore now propose to spend her allotted 6 weeks with her guardian. We might certainly expect her on the 20th of September, and she would take the greatest care to fit herself for our society by arriving in the lowest possible spirits and bringing her own sackcloth and ashes along with her. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Chapter 2, Part 2. The first ordeal to which this alarming letter forced me to submit was the breaking of the news it contained to my 2 brothers. The disclosure affected them very differently. Poor dear Owen merely turned pale, lifted his weak thin hands in a panic-stricken manner, and then sat staring at me in speechless and motionless bewilderment. Morgan stood up straight before me, plunged both his hands into his pockets, burst suddenly into the harshest laugh I ever heard from his lips, and told me with an air of triumph that it was exactly what he expected. "What you expected?" I repeated in astonishment. "Yes," returned Morgan, with his bitterest emphasis. "It doesn't surprise me in the least. It's the way things go in this world. It's the regular moral seesaw of good and evil. The old story with the old end to it. They were too happy in the Garden of Eden. Down comes the serpent and turns them out. Solomon was too wise. Down comes the Queen of Sheba and makes a fool of him. We've been too comfortable at the Glen Tower. Down comes a woman and sets us all three by the ears together. All I wonder at is that it hasn't happened before." With those words Morgan resignedly took out his pipe, put on his old felt hat, and turned to the door. "You're not going away before she comes?" exclaimed Owen, piteously. "Don't leave us. Please don't leave us." "Going!" cried Morgan, with great contempt. "What should I gain by that? When destiny has found a man out and heated his gridiron for him, he has nothing left to do that I know of but to get up and sit on it." I opened my lips to protest against the implied comparison between a young lady and a hot gridiron, but before I could speak Morgan was gone. "Well," I said to Owen, "we must make the best of it. We must brush up our manners and set the house tidy and amuse her as well as we can. The difficulty is where to put her, and when that's settled, the next puzzle will be what to order in to make her comfortable. It's a hard thing, brother, to say what will or will not please the young lady's taste." Owen looked absently at me, in greater bewilderment than ever, opened his eyes in perplexed consideration, repeated to himself slowly the word "tastes," and then helped me with this suggestion: "Hadn't we better begin, Griffith, by getting her a plum cake?" "My dear Owen," I remonstrated, "it is a grown young woman who is coming to see us, not a little girl from school." "Oh," said Owen, more confused than before. "Yes, I see. We couldn't do wrong, I suppose, could we, if we got her a little dog and a lot of new gowns?" There was evidently no more help in the way of advice to be expected from Owen than from Morgan himself. As I came to that conclusion, I saw through the window our old housekeeper on her way with her basket to the kitchen garden, and left the room to ascertain if she could assist us. To my great dismay, the housekeeper took even a more gloomy view than Morgan of the approaching event. When I had explained all the circumstances to her, she carefully put down her basket, crossed her arms, and said to me in slow, deliberate, mysterious tones: "You want my advice about what's to be done with this young woman? Well, sir, here's my advice. Don't you trouble your head about her. It won't be no use, mind. I tell you it won't be no use." "What do you mean?" "You look at this place, sir. It's more like a prison than a house, isn't it? You look at us as lives in it. We've got, saving your presence, a foot apiece in our graves, haven't we? When you was young yourself, sir, what would you have done if they had shut you up for 6 weeks in such a place as this, among your grandfathers and grandmothers with their feet in the grave?" "I really can't say." "I can, sir. You'd have run away. She'll run away. Don't you worry your head about her. She'll save you the trouble. I tell you again, she'll run away." With those ominous words the housekeeper took up her basket, sighed heavily, and left me. I sat down under a tree quite helpless. Here was the whole responsibility shifted upon my miserable shoulders. Not a lady in the neighbourhood to whom I could apply for assistance, and the nearest shop 8 miles distant from us. The toughest case I ever had to conduct when I was at the bar was plain sailing compared with the difficulty of receiving our fair guest. It was absolutely necessary, however, to decide at once where she was to sleep. All the rooms in the tower were of stone, dark, gloomy, and cold even in the summer time. Impossible to put her in any one of them. The only other alternative was to lodge her in the little modern lean-to, which I have already described as being tacked on to the side of the old building. It contained 3 cottage rooms, and they might be made barely habitable for a young lady. But then those rooms were occupied by Morgan. His books were in one, his bed was in another, his pipes and general lumber within the third. Could I expect him, after the sour similitudes he had used in reference to our expected visitor, to turn out of his habitation and disarrange all his habits for her convenience? the bare idea of proposing the thing to him seemed ridiculous, and yet inexorable necessity left me no choice but to make the hopeless experiment. I walked back to the tower hastily and desperately, to face the worst that might happen before my courage cooled altogether. On crossing the threshold of the hall door, I was stopped, to my great amazement, by a procession of 3 of the farm servants, followed by Morgan, all walking after each other in Indian file towards the spiral staircase that led to the top of the tower. The first of the servants carried the materials for making a fire, the second bore an inverted armchair on his head, the third tottered under a heavy load of books, while Morgan came last with his canister of tobacco in his hand, his dressing gown over his shoulders, and his whole collection of pipes hugged up together in a bundle under his arm. "What on earth does this mean?" I inquired. "It means taking time by the forelock," answered Morgan, looking at me with a smile of sour satisfaction. "I've got the start of your young woman, Griffith, and I'm making the most of it." "But where in heaven's name are you going?" I asked, as the head man of the procession disappeared with his firing up to the staircase. "How high is this tower?" retorted Morgan. 7 stories, to be sure," I replied. "Very good," said my eccentric brother, setting his foot on the first stair. "I'm going up to the 7th." "You can't!" I shouted. "She can't, you mean," said Morgan, "and that's exactly why I'm going there." "But the room is not furnished." "It's out of her reach." "One of the windows has fallen to pieces." "It's out of her reach." "There's a crow's nest in the corner." "It's out of her reach." By the time this unanswerable argument had attained its 3rd repetition, Morgan in his turn had disappeared up the winding stairs. I knew him too well to attempt any further protest. Here was my first difficulty, smoothed away almost unexpectedly, for here were the rooms in the lean-to, placed by their owner's free act and deed at my disposal. I wrote on the spot to one of the upholsterer of our distant county to come down immediately and survey the premises, and sent off a mounted messenger with the letter. This done, and the necessary order also dispatched to the carpenter and glazier to set them at work on Morgan's sky parlour in the 7th story, I began to feel for the first time as if my scattered wits were coming back to me. By the time the evening had closed in, I had hit on no less than 3 excellent ideas, all providing for the future comfort and amusement of our fair guest. The first idea was to get her a Welsh pony. The second was to hire a piano from the county town. The third was to send for a boxful of novels from London. I must confess I thought these projects for pleasing her very happily conceived, and Owen agreed with me. Morgan, as usual, took the opposite view. He said she would yawn over the novels, turn up her nose at the piano, and fracture her skull with the pony. As for the housekeeper, she stuck to her text as stoutly in the evening as she had stuck to it in the morning. Piano or no piano, storybook or no storybook, pony or no pony, you mark my words, sir, that young woman will run away. Such were the housekeeper's parting words when she wished me good night. When the next morning came, and brought with it that terrible waking time which sets a man's hopes and projects before him the great as well as the small, stripped bare of every illusion, it is not to be concealed that I felt less sanguine of our success in entertaining the coming guest. So far as external preparations were concerned, there seemed, indeed, but little to improve. But apart from these, what had we to offer, in ourselves and our society, to attract her? There lay the knotty point of the question, and there the grand difficulty of finding an answer. I fall into serious reflection while I am dressing on the pursuits and occupations with which we 3 brothers have been accustomed for years past to beguile the time. Are they at all likely, in the case of any one of us, to interest or amuse her? My chief occupation, to begin with the youngest, consists in acting as a steward on Owen's property. The routine of my duties has never lost its sober attraction to my tastes, for it has always employed me in watching the best interests of my brother, and of my son also, who is one day to be his heir. But can I expect our fair guest to sympathize with such family concerns as these? Clearly not. Morgan's pursuit comes next in order of review, a pursuit of a far more ambitious nature than mine. It was always part of my second brother's whimsical, self-contradictory character to view with the profoundest contempt the learned profession by which he gained his livelihood, and he is now occupying the long leisure hours of his old age in composing a voluminous treatise intended one of these days to eject the whole body corporate of doctors from the position which they have usurped in the estimation of their fellow creatures. This daring work is entitled An Examination of the Claims of Medicine on the Gratitude of Mankind, decided in the negative by a retired physician. So far as I can tell, the book is likely to extend to the dimensions of an encyclopaedia, for it is Morgan's plan to treat his comprehensive subject principally from the historical point of view, and to run down all the doctors of antiquity, one after another, in regular succession from the first of the tribe. When I last heard of his progress, he was hard on the heels of Hippocrates, but had no immediate prospect of tripping up his successor. Is this the sort of occupation, I ask myself, in which a modern young lady is likely to feel the slightest interest? Once again, clearly not. Owen's favourite employment is, in its way, quite as characteristic as Morgan's, and it has the great additional advantage of appealing to a much larger variety of tastes. My eldest brother, great at drawing and painting when he was a lad, always interested in artists and their works in after life, has resumed, in his declining years, the holiday occupation of his schoolboy days. As an amateur landscape painter, he works with more satisfaction to himself, uses more colour, wears out more brushes, and makes a greater smell of paint in his studio than any artist by profession, native or foreign, whom I ever met with. In look, in manner, and in disposition, the gentlest of mankind. Owen, by some singular anomaly in his character, which he seems to have caught from Morgan, glories placidly in the wildest and most frightful range of subjects which his art is capable of representing. Immeasurable ruins in howling wildernesses, with blood-red sunsets gleaming over them, thunder-clouds rent with lightning, hovering over splitting trees on the verges of awful precipices, hurricanes, shipwrecks, waves, and whirlpools follow each other on his canvas, without an intervening glimpse of a quiet, everyday nature to relieve the succession of pictorial horrors. When I see him at his easel, so neat and quiet, so unpretending and modest in himself, with such a composed expression on his attentive face, with such a weak white hand to guide such bold big brushes, and when I look at the frightful canvas full of terrors, which he is serenely aggravating in fierceness and intensity with every successive touch, I find it difficult to realize the connection between my brother and his work, though I see them before me not 6 inches apart. Will this quaint spectacle possess any humorous attractions for Miss Jessie? Perhaps it may. There is some slight chance that Owen's employment will be lucky enough to interest her. Thus far my morning cogitations advance doubtfully enough, but they altogether fail in carrying me beyond the narrow circle of the Glen Tower. I try hard, in our visitor's interest, to look into the resources of the little world around us, and I find my efforts rewarded by the prospect of a total blank. Is there any presentable living soul in the neighbourhood whom we can invite to meet her? Not one. There are, as I have already said, no country seats near us, and society in the county town has long since learned to regard us as 3 misanthropes, strongly suspected, from our monastic way of life and our dismal black costume, of being popish priests in disguise. In other parts of England the clergyman of the parish might help us out of our difficulty, but here in South Wales, and in this latter half of the 19th century, we have the old type parson of the days of Fielding still in a state of perfect preservation. Our local clergyman receives a stipend which is too paltry to bear comparison with the wages of an ordinary mechanic. In dress, manners, and tastes he is about on the level with the upper class of agricultural labourer. When attempts have been made by well-meaning gentlefolks to recognise the claims of his profession by asking him to their houses, he has been known, on more than one occasion, to leave his ploughman's pair of shoes in the hall and enter the drawing-room respectfully in his stockings, where he preaches miles and miles away from us and from the poor cottage in which he lives. If he sees any of the company in the squire's pew yawn or fidget in their places, he takes it as a hint that they are tired of listening, and closes his sermon instantly at the end of the sentence. Can we ask this most irreverend and unclerical of men to meet a young lady? I doubt, even if we made the attempt, whether we should succeed by fair means in getting him beyond the servants' hall. Dismissing, therefore, all idea of inviting visitors to entertain our guest, and feeling at the same time more than doubtful of her chance of discovering any attraction in the sober society of the inmates of the house, I finish my dressing and go down to breakfast, secretly veering round to the housekeeper's opinion that Miss Jessie will really bring matters to an abrupt conclusion by running away. I find Morgan as bitterly resigned to his destiny as ever, and Owen so affectionately anxious to make himself of some use, and so lamentably ignorant of how to begin, that I am driven to disembarrass myself of him at the outset by a stratagem. I suggest to him that our visitor is sure to be interested in pictures, and that it would be a pretty attention on his part to paint her a landscape to hang up in her room. Owen brightens directly, informs me in his softest tones that he is then at work on the earthquake at Lisbon, and inquires whether I think she would like that subject. I preserve my gravity sufficiently to answer in the affirmative, and my brother retires meekly to his studio to depict the engulfing of a city and the destruction of a population. Morgan withdraws in his turn to the top of the tower, threatening when our guest comes to draw all his meals up to his new residence by means of a basket and string. I am left alone for an hour, and then the upholsterer arrives from the county town. This worthy man, on being informed of our emergency, sees his way apparently to a good stroke of business, and thereupon wins my lasting gratitude by taking, in opposition to every one else, a bright and hopeful view of existing circumstances. "You'll excuse me, sir," he says confidentially, when I show him the rooms up in the lean-to, "but this is a matter of experience. I'm a family man myself, with grown-up daughters of my own, and the natures of young women are well known to me. Make their rooms comfortable, and you make 'em happy. Surround their lives, sir, with a suitable atmosphere of furniture, and you never hear a word of complaint drop from their lips. Now, with regard to these rooms, for example, sir, you put a neat French bedstead in that corner, curtains conformable, say a tasty chintz, you put on that bedstead what I will term a sufficiency of bedding, and you top up with a sweet little eiderdown quilt, as light as roses, and similar in the same colour. You do that, and what follows? You please her eye when she lies down at night, and you please her eye when she gets up in the morning, and you're all right so far, and so is she. I will not dwell, sir, on the toilet table, nor will I seek to detain you about the glass to show her figure, and the other glass to show her face, because I have the articles in stock, and will be myself answerable for their effect on a lady's mind and person." He led the way into the next room as he spoke, and arranged its future fittings and decorations as he had already planned out the bedroom, with the strictest reference to the connection which experience had shown him to exist between comfortable furniture and female happiness. Thus far, in my helpless state of mind, the man's confidence had impressed me in spite of myself, and I had listened to him in superstitious silence. But as he continued to rise by regular gradations from one climax of upholstery to another, warning visions of his build disclosed themselves in the remote background of the scene of luxury and magnificence which my friend was conjuring up. Certain sharp professional instincts of bygone times resumed their influence over me. I began to start doubts and ask questions, and as a necessary consequence the interview between us soon assumed something like a practical form. Having ascertained what the probable expense of furnishing would amount to, and having discovered that the process of transforming the lean-to, allowing from the time required to procure certain articles of rarity from Bristol, would occupy nearly a fortnight, I dismissed the upholsterer with the understanding that I should take a day or two for consideration, and let him know the result. It was then the 5th of September, and our Queen of Hearts was to arrive on the 20th. The work, therefore, if it was begun on the 7th or 8th, would be begun in time. In making all my calculations with a reference to the 20th of September, I relied implicitly, it will be observed, on a young lady's punctuality in keeping an appointment which she herself had made. I can only account for such extraordinary simplicity on my part on the supposition that my wits had become sadly rusted by long seclusion from society. Whether it was referable to this cause or not, my innocent trustfulness was at any rate destined to be practically rebuked before long in the most surprising manner. Little did I suspect, when I parted from the upholsterer on the 5th of the month, what the 10th of the month had in store for me. On the 7th I made up my mind to have the bedroom furnished at once, and to postpone the question of the sitting room for a few days longer. Having dispatched the necessary order to that effect, I next wrote to hire the piano and to order the box of novels. This done, I congratulated myself on the forward state of the preparations, and sat down to repose in the atmosphere of my own happy delusions. On the 9th the waggon arrived with the furniture, and the men set to work on the bedroom. From this moment Morgan retired definitely to the top of the tower, and Owen became too nervous to lay the necessary amount of paint on the earthquake at Lisbon. On the 10th the work was proceeding bravely. Toward noon Owen and I strolled to the door to enjoy the fine autumn sunshine. We were sitting lazily on our favourite bench in front of the tower, when we were startled by a shout from above us. Looking up directly, we saw Morgan half in and half out of his narrow window in the 7th story, gesticulating violently with the stem of his long meerschaum pipe in the direction of the road below us. We gazed eagerly in the quarter thus indicated, but our low position prevented us for some time from seeing anything. At last we both discerned an old yellow post-chaise distinctly and indisputably approaching us. Owen and I looked at one another in panic-stricken silence. It was coming to us. And what did it contain? Do pianos travel in chaises? Are boxes of novels conveyed to their destination by a postilion? We expected the piano and expected the novels, but nothing else, unquestionably nothing else. The chaise took the turn in the road, passed through the gateless gap in our rough enclosure wall of loose stone, and rapidly approached us. A bonnet appeared at the window, and a hand gaily waved a white handkerchief. Powers of caprice, confusion, and dismay! It was Jessie Yelverton herself, arriving without a word of warning exactly 10 days before her time. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by Peter John Keeble, Nottingham, United Kingdom.
Section 4 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 3. Our Queen of Hearts. The chaise stopped in front of us, and before we had recovered from our bewilderment, the gardener had opened the door and let down the steps. A bright, laughing face, prettily framed round by a black veil, passed over the head and tied under the chin. A travelling dress of a nankeen colour, studded with blue buttons and trimmed with white braid, a light brown cloak over it, little neatly gloved hands, which seized in an instant on one of mine, and on one of Owen's. 2 dark blue eyes, which seemed to look us both through and through in a moment, a clear, full, merrily confident voice, a look and manner gaily and gracefully self-possessed. Such were the characteristics of our fair guest, which first struck me at the moment when she left the post-chaise, and possessed herself of my hand. "Don't begin by scolding me," she said, before I could utter a word of welcome. "There will be time enough for that in the course of the next 6 weeks. I beg pardon with all possible humility for the offence of coming 10 days before my time. Don't ask me to account for it, please. If you do, I shall be obliged to confess the truth. My dear sir, the fact is, this is an act of impulse." She paused, and looked us both in the face with a bright confidence in her own flow of nonsense that was perfectly irresistible. "I must tell you all about it," she ran on, leading the way to the bench and inviting us, by a little mock gesture of supplication, to seat ourselves on either side of her. "I feel so guilty till I've told you. Dear me, how nice this is! Here I am quite at home already. Isn't it odd? Well, and how do you think it happened? The morning before yesterday, Matilda, There is Matilda picking up my bonnet from the bottom of that remarkably musty carriage. Matilda came and woke me as usual, and I hadn't an idea in my head, I assure you, till she began to brush my hair. Can you account for it? I can't. But she seemed somehow to brush a sudden fancy for coming here into my head. When I went down to breakfast, I said to my aunt, "Darling, I have an irresistible impulse to go to Wales at once, instead of waiting till the 20th. She made all the necessary objections, poor dear, and my impulse got stronger and stronger with every one of them. I'm quite certain, I said, I shall never go at all if I don't go now. In that case, says my aunt, ring the bell and have your trunks packed. Your whole future depends upon your going, and you terrify me so inexpressibly that I shall be glad to get rid of you. You may not think it to look at her, but Matilda is a treasure, and in 3 hours more I was on the Great Western Railway. I have not the least idea how I got here, except that the men helped me everywhere. They are always such delightful creatures. I've been casting myself and my maid and my trunks on their tender mercies at every point in the journey, and their polite attentions exceed all belief. I slept at your horrid little country town last night, and the night before I missed a steamer or a train, I forget which, and slept at Bristol, and that's how I got here. And now I am here, I ought to give my guardian a kiss, oughtn't I? Shall I call you Papa? I think I will. And shall I call you Uncle, sir, and give you a kiss too? We shall come to it sooner or later, shan't we? And we may as well begin at once, I suppose." Her fresh young lips touched my old withered cheek first, and then Owen's, a soft momentary shadow of tenderness, that was very pretty and becoming, passing quickly over the sunshine and gaiety of her face as she saluted us. The next moment she was on her feet again, inquiring who the wonderful man was who built the Glen Tower, and wanting to go all over it immediately, from top to bottom. As we took her into the house, I made the necessary apologies for the miserable condition of the lean-to, and assured her that, 10 days later, she would have found it perfectly ready to receive her. She whisked into the rooms, looked all round them, whisked out again, declared she had come to live in the old tower, and not in any modern addition to it, and flatly declined to inhabit the lean-to on any terms whatever. I opened my lips to state certain objections, but she slipped away in an instant and made straight for the tower staircase. "Who lives here?" she asked, calling down to us eagerly from the first-floor landing. "I do," said Owen. "But if you would like me to move out—" She was away up the second flight before he could say any more. The next sound we heard, as we slowly followed her, was a peremptory drumming against the room door of the second story. "Anybody here?" we heard her ask through the door. I called up to her that, under ordinary circumstances, I was there, but that, like Owen, I should be happy to move out. My polite offer was cut short, as my brother's had been. We heard more drumming at the door of the third story. There were 2 rooms here also, one perfectly empty, the other stocked with odds and ends of dismal old-fashioned furniture for which we had no use, and grimly ornamented by a life-size basket figure supporting a complete suit of armor in a sadly rusty condition. When Owen and I got to the third-floor landing, the door was open. Miss Jessie had taken possession of the rooms, and we found her on a chair, dusting the man in armor with her cambric pocket-handkerchief. "I shall live here," she said, looking round at us briskly over her shoulder. We both remonstrated, but it was quite in vain. She told us that she had an impulse to live with the man in armor, and that she would have her way or go back immediately in the post-chaise, which we pleased. Finding it impossible to move her, we bargained that she should, at least, allow the new bed, and the rest of the comfortable furniture in the lean-to to be moved up into the empty room for her sleeping accommodation. She consented to this condition, protesting, however, to the last against being compelled to sleep in a bed, because it was a modern conventionality, out of all harmony with her place of residence and her friend in armor. Fortunately for the repose of Morgan, who, under other circumstances, would have discovered on the very first day that his airy retreat was by no means high enough to place him out of Jessie's reach, the idea of settling herself instantly in her new habitation excluded every other idea from the mind of our fair guest. She pinned up the nankeen-colored travelling dress and festoons all round her on the spot, informed us that we were now about to make acquaintance with her in the new character of a woman of business, and darted downstairs in mad high spirits, screaming for Matilda and the trunks like a child for a set of new toys. The wholesome protest of nature against the artificial restraints of modern life expressed itself in all that she said and in all that she did. She had never known what it was to be happy before, because she had never been allowed until now to do anything for herself. She was down on her knees at one moment, blowing the fire, and telling us that she felt like Cinderella. She was up on a table the next, attacking the cobwebs with a long broom, and wishing she had been born a housemaid. As for my unfortunate friend, the upholsterer, he was levelled to the ranks at the first effort he made to assume the command of the domestic forces in the furniture department. She laughed at him, pushed him about, disputed all his conclusions, altered all his arrangements, and ended by ordering half his bedroom furniture to be taken back again, for the one unanswerable reason that she meant to do without it. As evening approached, the scene presented by the two rooms became eccentric to a pitch of absurdity which is quite indescribable. The grim ancient walls of the bedroom had the liveliest modern dressing gowns and morning wrappers hanging all about them. The man in armor had a collection of smart little boots and shoes dangling by laces and ribbons round his iron legs. A worm-eaten, steel-clasped casket, dragged out of a corner, frowned on the upholsterer's brand-new toilet table, and held a miscellaneous assortment of combs, hairpins, and brushes. Here stood a gloomy antique chair, the patriarch of its tribe, whose arms of blackened oak embraced a pair of pert, New Deal bonnet boxes, not a fortnight old. There, thrown down lightly on a rugged tapestry table-cover, the long labor of centuries past, lay the brief delicate work of a week ago in the shape of silk and muslin dresses turned inside out. In the midst of all these confusions and contradictions, Miss Jessie ranged to and fro, the active centre of the whole scene of disorder, now singing at the top of her voice, and now declaring in her light-hearted way that one of us must make up his mind to marry her immediately, as she was determined to settle for the rest of her life at the Glen Tower. She followed up on that announcement, when we met at dinner, by inquiring if we quite understood by this time that she had left her company manners in London, and that she meant to govern us all at her absolute will and pleasure, throughout the whole period of her stay. Having thus provided at the outset for the due recognition of her authority by the household, generally and individually, having briskly planned out all her own forthcoming occupations and amusements over the wine and fruit at dessert, and having positively settled, between her first and second cups of tea, where our connection with them was to begin and where it was to end, she had actually succeeded, when the time came to separate for the night, in setting us as much at our ease and in making herself as completely a necessary part of our household as if she had lived among us for years and years past. Such was our first day's experience of the formidable guest, whose anticipated visit had so sorely and so absurdly discomposed us all. I could hardly believe that I had actually wasted hours of precious time in worrying myself and everybody else in the house about the best means of laboriously entertaining a lively, high-spirited girl, who was perfectly capable, without an effort on her part or on ours, of entertaining herself. Having upset every one of our calculations on the first day of her arrival, she next falsified all our predictions before she had been with us a week. Instead of fracturing her skull with the pony, as Morgan had prophesied, she sat the sturdy, sure-footed, mischievous little brute as if she were part and parcel of himself. With an old waterproof cloak of mine on her shoulders, with a broad-flapped Spanish hat of Owen's on her head, with a wild imp of a Welsh boy following her as guide and groom on a bare-backed pony, and with one of the largest and ugliest cur-dogs in England, which she had picked up, lost and starved by the wayside, barking at her heels, she scoured the country in all directions, and came back to dinner, as she herself expressed it, with the manners of an Amazon, the complexion of a dairymaid, and the appetite of a wolf. On days when incessant rain kept her indoors, she amused herself with a new freak. Making friends everywhere, as became the Queen of Hearts, she even ingratiated herself with the sour old housekeeper, who had predicted so obstinately that she was certain to run away. To the amazement of everybody in the house, she spent hours in the kitchen, learning to make puddings and pies, and trying all sorts of recipes with varying success, from an antiquated cookery book which she had discovered at the back of my bookshelves. At other times, when I expected her to be upstairs, languidly examining her finery and idly polishing her trinkets, I heard her in the stables, feeding the rabbits and talking to the raven, or found her in the conservatory, fumigating the plants, and half suffocating the gardener, who was trying to moderate her enthusiasm in the production of smoke. Instead of finding amusement, as we had expected, in Owen's studio, she puckered up her pretty face in grimaces of disgust at the smell of paint in the room, and declared that the horrors of the earthquake at Lisbon made her feel hysterical. Instead of showing a total want of interest in my business occupations on the estate, she destroyed my dignity as steward by joining me in my rounds on her pony, with her vagabond retinue at her heels. Instead of devouring the novels I had ordered for her, she left them in the box, and put her feet on it when she felt sleepy after a hard day's riding. Instead of practicing for hours every evening at the piano, which I had hired with such a firm conviction of her using it, she showed us tricks on the cards, taught us new games, initiated us into the mystics of dominoes, challenged us with riddles, and even attempted to stimulate us into acting charades. In short, tried every evening amusement in the whole category, except the amusement of music. Every new aspect of her character was a new surprise to us, and every fresh occupation that she chose was a fresh contradiction to our previous expectations. The value of experience as a guide is unquestionable in many of the most important affairs of life, but, speaking for myself personally, I never understood the utter futility of it, where woman is concerned, until I was brought into habits of daily communication with our fair guest. In her domestic relations with ourselves, she showed that exquisite nicety of discrimination in studying our characters, habits, and tastes, which comes by instinct with women, in which even the longest practice rarely teaches in similar perfection to men. She saw at a glance all the underlying tenderness and generosity concealed beneath Owen's external shyness, irresolution, and occasional reserve, and, from first to last, even in her gayest moments, there was always a certain quietly implied consideration, an easy, graceful, delicate deference, in her manner toward my eldest brother, which won upon me and upon him every hour in the day. With me she was freer in her talk, quicker in her actions, readier and bolder in all the thousand little familiarities of our daily intercourse. When we met in the morning, she always took Owen's hand and waited till he kissed her on the forehead. In my case, she put both her hands on my shoulders, raised herself on tiptoe, and saluted me briskly on both cheeks in the foreign way. She never differed in opinion with Owen without propitiating him first by some little artful compliment in the way of excuse. She argued boldly with me on every subject under the sun, law and politics included, and, when I got the better of her, never hesitated to stop me by putting her hand on my lips, or by dragging me out into the garden in the middle of a sentence. As for Morgan, she abandoned all restraint in his case on the second day of her sojourn among us. She had asked after him as soon as she was settled in her 2 rooms on the 3rd story, had insisted on knowing why he lived at the top of the tower, and why he had not appeared to welcome her at the door, had entrapped us into all sorts of damaging admissions, and had thereupon discovered the true state of the case in less than 5 minutes. From that time my unfortunate second brother became the victim of all that was mischievous and reckless in her disposition. She forced him downstairs by a series of manoeuvres which rendered his refuge uninhabitable, and then pretended to fall violently in love with him. She slipped little pink 3-cornered notes under his door, entreating him to make appointments with her, or tenderly inquiring how he would like to see her hair dressed at dinner on that day. She followed him into the garden, sometimes to ask for the privilege of smelling his tobacco smoke, sometimes to beg for a lock of his hair, or a fragment of his ragged old dressing-gown to put among her keepsakes. She sighed at him when he was in a passion, and put her handkerchief to her eyes when he was sulky. In short, she tormented Morgan whenever she could catch him, with such ingenious and such relentless malice that he actually threatened to go back to London, and prey once more, in the unscrupulous character of a doctor, on the credulity of mankind. Thus situated in her relations toward ourselves, and thus occupied by country diversions of her choosing, Miss Jessie passed her time at the Glen Tower, accepting now and then a dull hour in the long evenings, to her guardian's satisfaction, and, all things considered, not without pleasure to herself. Day followed day in calm and smooth succession, and 5 quiet weeks had elapsed out of the 6 during which her stay was to last, without any remarkable occurrence to distinguish them, when an event happened which personally affected me in a very serious manner, and which suddenly caused our handsome Queen of Hearts to become the object of my deepest anxiety in the present, and of my dearest hopes for the future. End of Section 4, Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Our Grand Project. Chapter 4, Part 1. At the end of the 5th week of our guest's stay, among the letters which the morning's post brought to the Glen Tower, there was one for me, from my son George in the Crimea. The effect which this letter produced in our little circle renders it necessary that I should present it here to speak for itself. This is what I read alone in my own room. My dearest father, after the great public news of the fall of Sebastopol, have you any ears left for small items of private intelligence from insignificant subaltern officers? Prepare, if you have, for a sudden and startling announcement. How shall I write the words? How shall I tell you that I am really coming home? I have a private opportunity of sending this letter, and only a short time to write it in, so I must put many things, if I can, into few words. The doctor has reported me fit to travel at last, and I leave, thanks to the privilege of a wounded man, by the next ship. The name of the vessel and the time of starting are on the list which I enclose. I have made all my calculations, and, allowing for every possible delay, I find that I shall be with you at the latest on the 1st of November, perhaps some days earlier. I am far too full of my return, and of something else connected with it, which is equally dear to me, to say anything about public affairs, more especially as I know that the newspapers must, by this time, have given you plenty of information. Let me fill the rest of this paper with a subject which is very near to my heart, nearer, I am almost ashamed to say, than the great triumph of my countrymen, in which my disabled condition has prevented me from taking any share. I gathered from your last letter that Miss Yelverton was to pay you a visit this autumn, in your capacity as her guardian. If she is already with you, pray move heaven and earth to keep her at the Glen Tower till I come back. Do you anticipate my confession from this entreaty? My dear, dear father, all my hopes rest on that one darling treasure which you are guarding, perhaps at this moment under your own roof. All of my happiness depends on making Jessie Yelverton my wife. If I did not sincerely believe that you will heartily approve of my choice, I should hardly have ventured on this abrupt confession. Now that I have made it, let me go on and tell you why I have kept my attachment up to this time a secret from everyone, even from Jessie herself. You see, I call her by her Christian name already. I should have risked everything, father, and have laid my whole heart open before her more than a year ago. But for the order which sent our regiment out to take its share in this great struggle of the Russian war, no ordinary change in my life would have silenced me on the subject of all others which I was most anxious to speak. But this change made me think seriously of the future, and out of those thoughts came the resolution which I have kept until this time. For her sake, and for her sake only, I constrained myself to leave the words unspoken which might have made her my promised wife. I resolved to spare her the dreadful suspense of waiting for her betrothed husband till the perils of war might or might not give him back to her. I resolved to save her from the bitter grief of my death if a bullet laid me low. I resolved to preserve her from the wretched sacrifice of herself if I came back, as many a brave man will come back from this war invalided for life. Leaving her untrammelled by any engagement, unsuspicious perhaps of my real feelings towards her, I might die and know that by keeping silence I had spared a pang to the heart that was dearest to me. This was the thought that stayed the words on my lips when I left England, uncertain whether I should ever come back. If I had loved her less dearly, if her happiness had been less precious to me, I might have given way under the hard restraint imposed on myself, and might have spoken selfishly at the last moment. And now the time of trial is past, the war is over, and, although I still walk a little lame, I am, thank God, as in good health and in much better spirits than when I left home. Oh, father, if I should lose her now, if I should get no reward for sparing her but the bitterest of all disappointments! Sometimes I am vain enough to think that I made some little impression on her. Sometimes I doubt if she even has a suspicion of my love. She lives in a gay world. She is the centre of perpetual admiration. Men with all the qualities to win a woman's heart are perpetually about her. Can I, dare I hope? Yes, I must. Only keep her, I entreat you, at the Glen Tower. In that quiet world, in that freedom from frivolities and temptations, she will listen to me as she might listen nowhere else. Keep her, my dearest, kindest father, and above all things, breathe not a word to her of this letter. I have surely earned the privilege of being the first to open her eyes to the truth. She must know nothing, now that I am coming home, till she knows all from my own lips. Here the writing hurriedly broke off. I am only giving myself credit for common feeling, I trust, when I confess what I had read deeply affected me. I think I never felt so fond of my boy and so proud of him as at the moment when I laid down his letter. As soon as I could control my spirits, I began to calculate the question of time with a trembling eagerness, which brought back to my mind my own young days of love and hope. My son was to come back at the latest on the 1st of November, and Jessie's allotted 6 weeks would expire on the 22nd of October. 10 days too soon. But for the caprice which had brought her to us exactly that number of days before her time, she would have been in the house, as a matter of necessity, on George's return. I searched back in my memory for a conversation that I had held with her a week since on her future plans. Towards the middle of November, her aunt, Lady Westwick, had arranged to go to her house in Paris, and Jessie was of course to accompany her into that very circle of the best English and the best French society which contained in it the elements most adverse to George's hopes. Between this time and that she had no special engagement, and she had only settled to write and warn her aunt of her return to London a day or two before she left the Glen Tower. Under these circumstances, the first and all important necessity was to prevail on her to prolong her stay beyond the allotted 6 weeks by 10 days. After the caution to be silent impressed upon me, and most naturally, poor boy, in George's letter, I felt that I could only appeal to her on the ordinary ground of hospitality. Would this be sufficient to effect the object? I was sure that the hours of morning and afternoon had thus far been fully and happily occupied by her various amusements indoors and out. She was no more weary of her days now than she had been when she first came among us, but I was by no means so certain that she was not tired of her evenings. I had latterly noticed symptoms of weariness after the lamps were lit, and a suspicious regularity in retiring to bed at the moment the clock struck 10. If I could provide her with a new amusement for the long evenings, I might leave the days to take care of themselves, and might then make sure, seeing that she had no special engagement in London until the middle of November, of her being sincerely thankful and ready to prolong her stay. How was this to be done? The piano and the novels had both failed to attract her. What other amusement was there to offer? It was useless at present to ask myself such questions as these. I was too much agitated to think collectedly on the most trifling subjects. I was even too restless to stay in my own room. My son's letter had given me so fresh an interest in Jessie that I was now as impatient to see her as if we were about to meet for the first time. I wanted to look at her with my new eyes, to listen to her with my new ears, to study her secretly with my new purposes, and my new hopes and fears. To my dismay, for I wanted the very weather itself to favour George's interests, it was raining heavily that morning. I knew, therefore, that I should probably find her in her own sitting-room. When I knocked at her door, with George's letter crumpled up in my hand, with George's hopes in full possession of my heart, it is no exaggeration to say that my nerves were almost as much fluttered, and my ideas almost as much confused, as they were on a certain memorable day in the far past, when I rose in brand new wig and gown to set my future prospects at the bar on the hazard of my first speech. When I entered the room, I found Jessie leaning back languidly in her largest armchair, watching the raindrops dripping down the window-pane. The unfortunate box of novels was open by her side, and the books were lying, for the most part, strewed about on the ground at her feet. One volume lay open, back upward, on her lap, and her hands were crossed over it listlessly. To my great dismay, she was yawning, palpably and widely yawning, when I came in. No sooner did I find myself in her presence than an irresistible anxiety to make some secret discovery of the real state of her feelings towards George took possession of me. After the customary condolences on the imprisonment to which she was subjected by the weather, I said, in as a careless manner as it was possible to assume, "I've heard from my son this morning. He talks of being ordered home, and tells me I may expect to see him before the end of the year." I was too cautious to mention the exact date of his return, for in that case she might have detected my motive for asking her to prolong her visit. "Oh, indeed," she said. "How very nice. How glad you must be." I watched her narrowly. The clear dark blue eyes met mine as openly as ever. The smooth round cheeks kept their fresh colour quite unchanged. The full good-humoured smiling lips never trembled or altered their expression in the slightest degree. Her light check silk dress, with its pretty trimming of cherry-coloured ribbon, lay quite still over the bosom beneath it. For all the information I could get from her look and manner, we might as well have been 100 miles apart from each other. Is the best woman in the world little better than a fathomless abyss of duplicity on certain occasions, and where certain feelings of her own are concerned? I would rather not think that, and yet I don't know how to account otherwise for the masterly manner in which Miss Jessie contrived to baffle me. I was afraid, literally afraid, to broach the subject of prolonging her sojourn with us on a rainy day. So I changed the topic in despair to the novels that were scattered about her. "Can you find nothing there," I asked, "to amuse you this wet morning?" "There are 2 or 3 good novels," she said carelessly, "but I read them before I left London.
"And the others won't even do for a dull day in the country?" I went on. "They might do for some people," she answered, "but not for me. I'm rather peculiar, perhaps, in my tastes. I'm sick to death of novels with an earnest purpose. I'm sick to death of outbursts of eloquence, and large-minded philanthropy, and graphic descriptions, and unsparing anatomy of the human heart, and all that sort of thing. Good gracious me, isn't the original intention or purpose, or whatever you call it, of a work of fiction to set out distinctly by telling a story? And how many of these books, I should like to know, do that? Why, in so far as telling a story is concerned, the greater part of them might as well be sermons as novels. Ah, dear me, what I want is something that seizes hold of my interest and makes me forget when it's time to dress for dinner. Something that keeps me reading, reading, in a breathless state to find out the end. You know what I mean. At least you ought. Why, well, there's that little chance story you told me yesterday in the garden. Don't you remember? About your strange client whom you never saw again. I declare it was much more interesting than half these novels, because it was a story. Tell me another about your young days when you were seeing the world and meeting with all sorts of remarkable people. Or no, don't tell it now. Keep it till the evening, when we all want something to stir us up. You old people might amuse us young ones out of your own resources oftener than you do. It was very kind of you to get me these books, but with all respect to them, I would rather have the rummaging of your memory than the rummaging of this box. What's the matter? Are you afraid? I have found out the window in your bosom already." I had half risen from my chair at her last words, and I felt that my face must have flushed at the same moment. She had started an idea in my mind, the very idea of which I had been in search when I was pondering over the best means of amusing her in the long autumn evenings. I parried her questions by the best excuses I could offer, changed the conversation for the next 5 minutes, and then, making a sudden remembrance of business, my apology for leaving her, hastily withdrew to devote myself to the new idea in the solitude of my own room. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Our Grand Project. Chapter 4, Part 2. A little quiet thinking convinced me that I had discovered a means not only of occupying her idle time, but of decoying her into staying on with us evening by evening until my son's return. The new project, which she had herself unconsciously suggested, involved nothing less than acting forthwith on her own chance hint, and appealing to her interest and curiosity by the recital of incidents and adventures drawn from my own personal experience, and, if I could get them to help me, from the experience of my brothers as well. Strange people and startling events had connected themselves with Owen's past life as a clergyman, with Morgan's past life as a doctor, and with my past life as a lawyer, which offered elements of interest of a strong and striking kind ready to our hands. If these narratives were written plainly and unpretendingly, if one of them was read every evening under circumstances that should pique the curiosity and impress the imagination of our young guest, the very occupation was found for her weary hours which would gratify her tastes, appeal to her natural interest in the early lives of my brothers and myself, and lure her insensibly into prolonging her visit by 10 days, without exciting a suspicion of our real motive for detaining her. I sat down at my desk. I hid my face in my hands to keep out all impressions of external and present things, and I searched back through the mysterious labyrinth of the past, through the dun, ever deepening twilight of the years that were gone. Slowly, out of the awful shadows, the ghosts of memory rose about me. The dead population of a vanished world came back to life round me. A living man, men and women whose earthly pilgrimage had ended long since, returned upon me from the unknown spheres, and fond familiar voices burst their way back to my ears through the heavy silence of the grave. Moving by me in the nameless inner light, which no eye saw but mine, the dead procession of immaterial scenes and beings unrolled its silent length. I saw once more the pleading face of a friend of early days,
with the haunting vision that had tortured him through life by his side again, with the long-forgotten despair in his eyes which had once touched my heart and bound me to him till I had tracked his destiny through its darkest windings to the end. I saw the figure of an innocent woman passing to and fro in an ancient country house, with the shadow of a strange suspicion stealing after her wherever she went. I saw a man worn by hardship and old age, stretched dreaming on the straw of a stable, and muttering in his dream the terrible secret of his life. Other scenes and other persons followed these, less vivid in their revival, but still always recognizable and distinct. A young girl alone by night, and in peril of her life, in a cottage on a dreary moor. An upper chamber of an inn with 2 beds in it, the curtains of one bed closed, and a man standing by them waiting, yet dreading to draw them back. A husband secretly following the first traces of a mystery which his wife's anxious love had fatally hidden from him since the day when they first met. These and other visions like them, shadowy reflections of the living beings and the real events that had been once, peopled the solitude and emptiness around me. They haunted me still when I tried to break the chain of thought which my own efforts had wound about my mind. They followed me to and fro in the room, and they came out with me when I left it. I had lifted the veil from the past for myself, and I was now to rest no more till I had lifted it for others. I went at once to my elder brother and showed him my son's letter, and told him all that I have written here. His kind heart was touched as mine had been. He felt for my suspense. He shared my anxiety. He laid aside his own occupation on the spot. "Only tell me," he said, "how I can help, and I will give every hour in the day to you and to George." I had come to him with my mind almost as full of his past life as of my own. I recalled to his memory events in his experience as a working clergyman in London. I set him looking among papers which he had preserved for half his lifetime, and the very existence of which he had forgotten long since. I recalled to him the names of persons to whose necessities he had ministered in his sacred office, and whose stories he had heard from their own lips or received under their own handwriting. When we parted, he was certain of what he was wanted to do, and was resolute on that very day to begin the work. I went to Morgan next, and appealed to him as I had already appealed to Owen. It was only part of his odd character to start all sorts of eccentric objections in reply, to affect a cynical indifference, which he was far from really and truly feeling, and to indulge in plenty of quaint sarcasm on the subject of Jessie and his nephew George. I waited till these little surface ebullitions had all expended themselves, and then pressed my point again with the earnestness and anxiety that I really felt. Evidently touched by the manner of my appeal to him, even more than by the language in which it was expressed, Morgan took refuge in his customary abruptness, spread out his paper violently on the table, seized his pen and ink, and told me quite fiercely to give him his work and let him tackle it at once. I set myself to recall to his memory some very remarkable experiences of his own in his professional days, but he stopped me before I had half done. "I understand," he said, taking a savage dip at the ink. "I'm to make her flesh creep, and to frighten her out of her wits. I'll do it with a vengeance." Reserving to myself privately an editorial right of supervision over Morgan's contributions, I returned to my own room to begin my share, by far the largest one, of the task before us. The stimulus applied to my mind by my son's letter must have been a strong one indeed, for I had hardly been more than an hour at my desk before I found the old literary facility of my youthful days, when I was a writer for the magazines, returning to me as if by magic. I worked on unremittingly till dinner time, and then resumed the pen after we had all separated for the night. At 2 o'clock the next morning I found myself, God help me, masquerading, as it were, in my own long-lost character of a hard-writing young man, with the old familiar cup of strong tea by my side, and the old familiar wet towel tied round my head. My review of the progress I had made, when I looked back at my pages of manuscript, yielded all the encouragement I wanted to drive me on. It is only just, however, to add to the record of this first day's attempt, that the literary labour which it involved was by no means the most trying kind. The great strain on the intellect, the strain of invention, was spared me by my having real characters and events ready to my hand. If I had been called on to create, I should, in all probability, have suffered severely by contrast with the very worst of those unfortunate novelists whom Jessie had so rashly and so thoughtlessly condemned. Is it not wonderful that the public should rarely know how to estimate the vast service which is done to them by the production of a good book, seeing that they are for the most part utterly ignorant of the immense difficulty in writing even a bad one? The next day was fine, to my great relief, and our visitor, while we were at work, enjoyed her customary scamper on the pony and her customary rambles afterwards in the neighbourhood of the house. Although I had interruptions to contend with on the part of Owen and Morgan, neither of whom possessed my experience in the production of what heavy people call light literature, and both of whom consequently wanted assistance, still I made great progress, and earned my hours of repose in the evening of the second day. On that evening I risked the worst, and opened my negotiations for the future with the Queen of Hearts. About an hour after the tea had been removed, and when I happened to be left alone in the room with her, I noticed that she rose suddenly and went to the writing table. My suspicions were aroused directly, and I entered on the dangerous subject by inquiring if she intended to write to her aunt. "Yes," she said, "I promised to write when the last week came. If you had paid me the compliment of asking me to stay a little longer, I should have returned it by telling you I was sorry to go. As it is, I mean to be sulky and say nothing." With these words she took up her pen to begin the letter. "Wait a minute," I remonstrated. "I was just on the point of begging you to stay when I spoke." "Were you indeed?" she returned. "I never believed in coincidences of that sort before, but now, of course, I put the most unlimited faith in them." "Will you believe in plain proofs?" I asked, adopting her humour. "How do you think I and my brothers have been employing ourselves all day today and all day yesterday? Guess what we have been about." "Congratulating yourselves in secret on my approaching departure," she answered, tapping her chin saucily with the feather end of her pen. I seized the opportunity of astonishing her, and forthwith told her the truth. She started up from the table and approached me with the eagerness of a child, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed. "Do you really mean it?" she said. I assured her that I was in earnest. She thereupon not only expressed an interest in our undertaking, which was evidently sincere, but with characteristic impatience wanted to begin the first evening's reading on that very night. I disappointed her sadly by explaining that we required time to prepare ourselves, and by assuring her that we should not be ready for the next 5 days. On the 6th day, I added, we should be able to begin and to go on without missing an evening for probably 10 days more. "The next 5 days," she replied. "Why, that will just bring us to the end of my 6 weeks' visit. I suppose you're not setting up a trap to catch me. This is not a trick of you 3 cunning old gentlemen to make me stay on, is it?" I quailed inwardly as that dangerously close guess at the truth passed her lips. "You forget," I said, "that the idea only occurred to me after what you said yesterday. If it had struck me earlier, we should have been ready earlier, and then where would your suspicions have been?" "I'm ashamed of having felt them," she said in her frank, hearty way. "I retract the word trap, and I beg pardon for calling you 3 cunning old gentlemen. But what am I to say to my aunt?" She moved back to the writing table as she spoke. "Say nothing," I replied, "till you have heard the first story. Shut up the paper case till that time, and then decide when you will open it again to write to your aunt." She hesitated and smiled. That terribly close guess of hers was not out of her mind yet. "I rather fancy," she said slyly, "that the story will turn out to be the best of the whole series." "Wrong again," I retorted. "I have a plan for letting chance decide which of the stories the first one shall be. They shall all be numbered as they are done. Corresponding numbers shall be written inside folded pieces of card and well mixed together. You shall pick out any one card you like. You shall declare the number written within, and, good or bad, the story that answers to that number shall be the story that is read. Is that fair?" "Fair!" she exclaimed. "It's better than fair. It makes me of some importance, and I must be more or less than woman not to appreciate that." "Then you consent to wait patiently for the next 5 days?" "As patiently as I can." "And you engage to decide nothing about writing to your aunt until you have heard the first story?" "I do," she said, returning to the writing table. "Behold the proof of it." She raised her hand with theatrical solemnity, and closed the paper case with an impressive bang.
I leaned back in my chair with my mind at ease for the first time since the receipt of my son's letter. Only let George return by the 1st of November, I thought to myself, and all the aunts in Christendom shall not prevent Jessie Yelverton from being here to meet him. The 10 days. The first day. Showery and unsettled. In spite of the weather, Jessie put on my mackintosh cloak and rode off over the hills to one of Owen's outlying farms. She was already too impatient to wait quietly for the evening's reading in the house, or to enjoy any amusement less exhilarating than a gallop in the open air. I was, on my side, as anxious and as uneasy as our guest, now that the 6 weeks of her stay had expired, now that the day had really arrived, on the evening of which the first story was to be read. I began to calculate the chances of failure as well as the chances of success. What if my own estimate of the interest of the stories turned out to be a false one? What if some unforeseen accident occurred to delay my son's return beyond 10 days? The arrival of the newspaper had already become an event of the deepest importance to me. Unreasonable as it was to expect any tidings of George at so early a date, I began, nevertheless, on this first day of our days of suspense, to look for the name of his ship in the columns of telegraphic news. The mere mechanical act of looking was some relief to my overstrained feelings, although I might have known, and did know, that the search for the present could lead to no satisfactory result. Toward noon I shut myself up with my collection of manuscripts to revise them for the last time. Our exertions had thus far produced but 6 of the necessary 10 stories. As they were only, however, to be read one by one on 6 successive evenings, and as we could therefore count on plenty of leisure in the daytime, I was in no fear of our failing to finish the little series. Of the 6 completed stories I had written 2, and had found a third in the form of a collection of letters among my papers. Morgan had only written 1, and this solitary contribution of his had given me more trouble than both my own put together, in consequence of the perpetual intrusion of my brother's eccentricities in every part of his narrative. The process of removing these quaint turns and frisks of Morgan's humour, which, however amusing they might have been in an essay, were utterly out of place in a story appealing to suspended interest for its effect, certainly tried my patience and my critical faculty, such as it is, more severely than any other part of our literary enterprise which had fallen my share. Owen's investigations among his papers had supplied us with the 2 remaining narratives. One was contained in a letter, and the other in the form of a diary, and both had been received by him directly from the writers. Besides these contributions, he had undertaken to help us by some work of his own, and had been engaged for the last 4 days in moulding certain events which had happened within his personal knowledge into the form of a story. His extreme fastidiousness as a writer interfered, however, so seriously with his progress that he was still sadly behindhand, and was likely, though less heavily burdened than Morgan or myself, to be the last to complete his allotted task. Such was our position, and such the resources at our command, when the first of the 10 days dawned upon us. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon I completed my work of revision, numbered the manuscripts from 1 to 6 exactly as they happened to lie under my hand, and enclosed them all in a portfolio covered with purple morocco, which became known from that time by the imposing title of The Purple Volume. Miss Jessie returned from her expedition just as I was tying the strings of the portfolio, and, woman-like, instantly asked leave to peep inside, which favour I, man-like, positively declined to grant. As soon as dinner was over, our guest retired to array herself in a magnificent evening costume. It had been arranged that the readings were to take place in her own sitting-room, and she was so enthusiastically desirous to do honour to the occasion that she regretted not having brought with her from London the dress in which she had been presented at court the year before, and not having borrowed certain materials for additional splendour which she briefly described as aunt's diamonds. Toward 8 o'clock we assembled in the sitting-room, and a strangely assorted company we were. At the head of the table, radiant in silk and jewellery, flowers and furbelows, sat the Queen of Hearts, looking so handsome and so happy that I secretly congratulated my absent son on the excellent taste he had shown in falling in love with her. Round this bright young creature, Owen at the foot of the table, and Morgan and I on either side, sat her three wrinkled, grey-headed, dingily attired hosts, and just behind her, in still more inappropriate companionship, towered the spectral figure of a man in armour, which had so unaccountably attracted her on her arrival. This strange scene was lighted up by candles in high and heavy brass sconces. Before Jessie stood a mighty china punch bowl of the olden time, containing the folded pieces of card, inside which were written the numbers to be drawn, and before Owen reposed the purple volume from which one of us was to read. The walls of the room were hung up all round with faded tapestry. The clumsy furniture was black with age, and, in spite of the light from the sconces, the lofty ceiling was almost lost in gloom. If Rembrandt could have painted our background, Reynolds our guest, and Hogarth ourselves, the picture of the scene would have been complete. When the old clock over the tower gateway had chimed 8, I rose to inaugurate the proceedings by requesting Jessie to take one of the pieces of card out of the punch bowl and to declare the number. She laughed, and then became frightened and serious, then looked at me and said it was dreadfully like business, and then entreated Morgan not to stare at her, or, in the present state of her nerves, she should upset the punch bowl. At last she summoned resolution enough to take out one of the pieces of card and to unfold it. "Declare the number, my dear," said Owen. "Number 4," answered Jessie, making a magnificent curtsy, and beginning to look like herself again. Owen opened the purple volume, searched through the manuscripts, and suddenly changed colour. The cause of his discomposure was soon explained. Malicious fate had assigned to the most diffident individual in the company the trying responsibility of leading the way. Number 4 was one of the 2 narratives which Owen had found among his papers. "I am almost sorry," began my oldest brother confusedly, "that it has fallen to my turn to read first. I hardly know which I distrust most, myself or the story." "Try and fancy you are in the pulpit again," said Morgan sarcastically. "Gentlemen of your cloth, Owen, seldom seem to distrust themselves or their manuscripts when they get into that position." "The fact is," continued Owen, mildly impenetrable to his brother's cynical remark, "that the little thing I am going to try and read is hardly a story at all. I am afraid it is only an anecdote. I became possessed of the letter which contains my narrative under these circumstances. At the time when I was a clergyman in London, my church was attended for some months by a lady who was the wife of a large farmer in the country. She had been obliged to come to town and to remain there for the sake of one of her children, a little boy who required the best medical advice. At the words medical advice, Morgan shook his head and growled to himself contemptuously. Owen went on. While she was attending in this way to one child, his share in her love was unexpectedly disputed by another, who came into the world rather before his time. I baptized the baby, and was asked to the little christening party afterwards. This was my first introduction to the lady, and I was very favourably impressed by her, not so much on account of her personal appearance, for she was but a little woman and had no pretensions to beauty, as on account of a certain simplicity and hearty downright kindness in her manner, as well as of an excellent frankness and good sense in her conversation. One of the guests present, who saw how she had interested me, and who spoke of her in the highest terms, surprised me by inquiring if I should ever have supposed that quiet, good-humoured little woman to be capable of performing an act of courage which would have tried the nerves of the boldest man in England. I naturally enough begged for an explanation, but my neighbour at the table only smiled and said, "If you can find an opportunity, ask her what happened at the Black Cottage, and you will hear something that will astonish you." I acted on the hint as soon as I had an opportunity of speaking to her privately. The lady answered that it was too long a story to tell then, and explained, on my suggesting, that she should relate it on some future day. She was about to start for her country home the next morning, but she was good enough to add, "As I have been under great obligations to you for many Sundays past, and as you seem interested in this matter, I will employ my first leisure time after my return in telling you by writing, instead of by word of mouth, what really happened to me on one memorable night of my life in the Black Cottage. She faithfully performed her promise. In a fortnight afterwards I received from her the narrative which I am now about to read. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Our Grand Project. Chapter 4, Part 3. Brother Owen's Story of the Siege of the Black Cottage. To begin at the beginning, I must take you back to the time after my mother's death, when only my brother had gone to sea, when my sister was out at service, and when I lived alone with my father in the midst of a moor in the west of England. The moor was covered with great limestone rocks, and intersected here and there by streamlets. The nearest habitation to ours was situated about a mile and a half off, where a strip of the fertile land stretched out into the waste like a tongue. Here the outbuildings of the great moor farm, then in the possession of my husband's father, began. The farmland stretched down gently into a beautiful rich valley, lying nicely sheltered by the high platform of the moor. When the ground began to rise again miles and miles away, it led up to a country house called Holme Manor, belonging to a gentleman named Knifton. Mr. Knifton had lately married a young lady to whom my brother had nursed, and whose kindness and friendship for me, her foster sister, I shall remember gratefully to the last day of my life. These and other slight particulars it is necessary to my story that I should tell you, and it is also necessary that you should be especially careful to bear them well in mind. My father was by trade a stonemason. His cottage stood a mile and a half from the nearest habitation. In all other directions we were 4 or 5 times that distance from neighbours. Being very poor people, this lonely situation had one great attraction for us. We lived rent-free on it. In addition to that advantage, the stones by shaping which my father gained his livelihood lay all about him at his very door, so that he thought his position, solitary as it was, quite an enviable one. I can hardly say that I agreed with him, though I never complained. I was very fond of my father, and managed to make the best of my loneliness with the thought of being useful to him. Mrs. Knifton wished me to take her into service when she married, but I declined, unwillingly enough, for my father's sake. If I had gone away, he would have had nobody to live with him, and my mother made me promise on her deathbed that he should never be left to pine away alone in the midst of the bleak moor. Our cottage, small as it was stoutly and snugly built, with stone from the moor as a matter of course. The walls were lined inside and fenced outside with wood, the gift of Mr. Knifton's father to my father. This double covering of cracks and crevices, which would have been superfluous in a sheltered position, was absolutely necessary in our exposed situation to keep out the cold winds which, excepting just the summer months, swept over us continually all the year round. The outside boards covering our roughly built stone walls my father protected against the wet with pitch and tar. This gave to our little abode a curiously dark, dingy look, especially when it was seen from a distance, and so it had come to be called in the neighbourhood, even before I was born, the Black Cottage. I have now related the preliminary particulars which it is desirable that you should know, and may proceed at once to the pleasanter task of telling you my story. One cloudy autumn day, when I was rather more than 18 years old, a herdsman walked over from Moor Farm with a letter which had been left there for my father. It came from a builder living at our country town half a day's journey off, and it invited my father to come to him and give his judgment about an estimate for some stonework on a very large scale. My father's expenses for loss of time were to be paid, and he was to have his share of employment afterwards in preparing the stone. He was only too glad, therefore, to obey the directions which the letter contained, and to prepare at once for the long walk to the county town. Considering the time at which he received the letter, and the necessity of resting before he attempted to return,
It was impossible for him to avoid being away from home for one night at least. He proposed to me, in case I disliked being left alone in the Black Cottage, to lock the door and to take me to Moor Farm to sleep with any one of the milkmaids who would give me a share of her bed. I by no means liked the notion of sleeping with a girl whom I did not know, and saw no reason to feel afraid of being left alone for only just one night, so I declined. No thieves had ever come near us. Our poverty was sufficient protection against them, and of other dangers there were none that even the most timid person could apprehend. Accordingly, I got my father's dinner, laughing at the notion of my taking refuge under the protection of a milkmaid at Moor Farm. He started for his walk as soon as he had done, saying he should try and be back by dinner time the next day, and leaving me and my cat Polly to take care of the house. I had cleared the table and brightened up the fire, and had sat down to my work with the cat dozing at my feet, when I heard the trampling of horses, and running to the door saw Mr. and Mrs. Knifton, with their groom behind them, riding up to the Black Cottage. It was part of the young lady's kindness never to neglect an opportunity of coming to pay me a friendly visit, and her husband was generally willing to accompany her for his wife's sake. I made my best curtsy, therefore, with a great deal of pleasure, but with no particular surprise at seeing them. They dismounted and entered the cottage, laughing and talking in great spirits. I soon heard that they were riding to the same county town for which my father was bound, and they intended to stay with some friends there for a few days, and to return home on horseback as they went out. I heard this, and I also discovered that they had been having an argument, in jest, about money matters, as they rode along to our cottage. Mrs. Knifton had accused her husband of inveterate extravagance, and of never being able to go out with money in his pocket without spending it all, if he possibly could, before he got home again. Mr. Knifton had laughingly defended himself by declaring that all his pocket money were in presents for his wife, and that if he spent it lavishly, it was under her sole influence and superintendence. "We are going to Cliverton now," he said to Mrs. Knifton, naming the county town, and warming himself at our poor fire just as pleasantly as if he had been standing on his own grand hearth. "You will stop to admire every pretty thing in every one of Cliverton's shop windows. I shall hand you the purse, and you will go in and buy. When we have reached home again, and you have had time to get tired of your purchases, you will clasp your hands in amazement, and declare that you are quite shocked at my habits of inveterate extravagance. I am only the banker who keeps the money. You, my love, are the spendthrift who throws it all away." "Am I, sir?" said Mrs. Knifton, with a look of mock indignation. "We will see if I am to be misrepresented in this way with impunity. Bessie, my dear," turning to me, "you shall judge how far I deserve the character which that unscrupulous man has just given to me. I am the spendthrift, am I? And you are only the banker. Very well, banker, give me my money at once, if you please." Mr. Knifton laughed, and took some gold and silver from his waistcoat pocket. "No, no," said Mrs. Knifton. "You may want what you have got there for necessary expenses. Is that all the money you have about you? What do I feel here?" And she tapped her husband on the chest, just over the breast pocket of his coat. Mr. Knifton laughed again, and produced his pocket-book. His wife snatched it out of his hand, opened it, and drew out some bank-notes, put them back again immediately, and closed the pocket-book, stepped across the room to my poor mother's little walnut wood bookcase, the only bit of valuable furniture we had in the house. "What are you going to do there?" asked Mr. Knifton, following his wife. Mrs. Knifton opened the glass door of the bookcase, put the pocket-book in a vacant place on one of the lower shelves, closed and locked the door again, and gave me the key. "You called me a spendthrift just now," she said. "There is my answer. Not one farthing of that money shall you spend at Cliverton on me. Keep the key in your pocket, Bessie, and whatever Mr. Knifton may say, on no account let him have it until we call again on our way back. No, sir, I won't trust you with that money in your pocket in the town of Cliverton. I will make sure of your taking it all home again, by leaving it here in more trustworthy hands than yours until we ride back. Bessie, my dear, what do you say to that as a lesson in economy inflicted on a prudent husband by a spendthrift wife?" She took Mr. Knifton's arm while she spoke, and drew him away to the door. He protested and made some resistance, but she easily carried her point.
for he was far too fond of her to have a will of his own in any trifling matter between them. Whatever the men might say, Mr. Knifton was a model husband in the estimation of all the women who knew him. "You will see us as we come back, Bessie. Till then you are our banker, and the pocket book is yours," cried Mrs. Knifton gaily at the door. Her husband lifted her into the saddle, mounted himself, and away they both galloped over the moor, as wild and happy as a couple of children. Although my being trusted with money by Mrs. Knifton was no novelty, in her maiden days she always employed me to pay her dressmaker's bills, I did not feel quite easy at having a pocket book full of banknotes left by her in my charge. I had no positive apprehensions about the safety of the deposit placed in my hands, but it was one of the odd points in my character then, and I think it is still, to feel an unreasonably strong objection to charging myself with money responsibilities of any kind, even to suit the convenience of my dearest friends. As soon as I was left alone, the very sight of the pocket book behind the glass door of the bookcase began to worry me, and instead of returning to my work, I puzzled my brains about finding a place to lock it up in, where it would not be exposed to the view of any chance passers-by who might stray into the Black Cottage. This was not an easy matter to compass in a poor house like ours, where we had nothing valuable to put under lock and key. After running over various hiding places in my mind, I thought of my tea caddy, a present from Mrs. Knifton, which I always kept out of harm's way in my own bedroom. Most unluckily, as it afterward turned out, instead of taking the pocket book to the tea caddy, I went in my room first to take the tea caddy to the pocket book. I only acted in this roundabout way from sheer thoughtlessness, and severely enough I was punished for it, as you will acknowledge yourself when you have read a page or two more of my story. I was just getting the unlucky tea caddy out of my cupboard when I heard footsteps in the passage, and running out immediately saw two men walk into the kitchen, the room in which I had received Mr. and Mrs. Knifton. I inquired what they wanted sharply enough, and one of them answered immediately that they wanted my father. He turned toward me, of course, as he spoke, and I recognized him as a stonemason going among his comrades by the name of Shifty Dick. He bore a very bad character for everything but wrestling, a sport for which the working men of our parts were famous all throughout the county. Shifty Dick was champion, and he had got his name from some tricks of wrestling for which he was celebrated. He was a tall, heavy man, with a lowering, scarred face and huge, hairy hands, the last visitor in the whole world that I should have been glad to see under any circumstances. His companion was a stranger, whom he addressed by the name of Jerry, a quick, dapper, wicked-looking man, who took off his cap to me with mock politeness, and showed, in so doing, a very bald head, with some very ugly-looking knobs on top of it. I distrusted him worse than I did Shifty Dick, and managed to get between his leering eyes and the bookcase as I told the two that my father was gone out, and I did not expect him back till the next day. The words were hardly out of my mouth before I repented that my anxiety to get rid of my unwelcome visitors had made me incautious enough to acknowledge that my father would be away from home for the whole night. Shifty Dick and his companion looked at each other when I unwisely let out the truth, but made no remark except to ask me if I would give them a drop of cider. I answered sharply that I had no cider in the house, having no fear of the consequences of refusing them drink, because I knew that plenty of men were at work within hail in a neighbouring quarry. The two looked at each other again when I denied having any cider to give them, and Jerry, as I am obliged to call him, knowing no other name by which to distinguish the fellow, took off his cap to me once more, and with a kind of blackguard gentility upon him, said they would have the pleasure of calling the next day when my father was at home. I said good afternoon as ungraciously as possible, and to my great relief they both left the cottage immediately afterward. As soon as they were well away, I watched them from the door. They trudged off in the direction of Moor Farm, and as it was beginning to get dusk, I soon lost sight of them. Half an hour afterward I looked out again. The wind had lulled with the sunset, but the mist was rising, and a heavy rain was beginning to fall. Never did the lonely prospect of the moor look so dreary as it looked to my eyes that evening. Never did I regret any slight thing more sincerely than I then regretted the leaving of Mrs. Knifton's pocket-book in my charge. I cannot say that I suffered under any actual alarm, for I felt next to certain that neither Shifty Dick nor Jerry had got a chance of setting eyes on so small a thing as the pocket-book while they were in the kitchen. But there was a kind of vague distrust troubling me, a suspicion of the night, a dislike of being left by myself, which I never remember having experienced before. This feeling so increased after I had closed the door and gone back to the kitchen, that when I heard the voices of the quarrymen as they passed our cottage on their way home to the village in the valley below Moor Farm, I stepped out into the passage with a momentary notion of telling them how I was situated, and asking them for advice and protection. I had hardly formed this idea, however, before I dismissed it. None of the quarrymen were intimate friends of mine. I had a nodding acquaintance with them, and believed them to be honest men as times went. But my own common sense told me that what little knowledge of their characters I had was by no means sufficient to warrant me in admitting them into my confidence in the matter of the pocket-book. I had seen enough of poverty and poor men to know what a terrible temptation a large sum of money is to those whose whole lives are passed in scraping up sixpences by weary hard work. It is one thing to write fine sentiments in books about incorruptible honesty, and another to put those sentiments in practice when one day's work is all that a man has to set up in the way of an obstacle between starvation and his own fireside. The only resource that remained was to carry the pocket-book with me to Moor Farm, and ask permission to pass the night there. But I could not persuade myself that there was any real necessity for taking such a course as this, and if the truth must be told, my pride revolted at the idea of presenting myself in the character of a coward before the people at the farm. Timidity is thought a rather graceful attraction among ladies, but among poor women it is something to be laughed at. A woman with less spirit of her own than I had, and always shall have, would have considered twice my situation before she made up her mind to encounter the jokes of ploughmen and the jeers of milkmaids. As for me, I had hardly considered about going to the farm before I despised myself for entertaining any such notion. No, no, I thought, I am not the woman to walk a mile and a half through the rain and mist and darkness to tell a whole kitchen full of people that I am afraid. Come what may here, I stop till father gets back. Having arrived at that valiant resolution, the first thing I did was to lock and bolt the back and front doors, and see to the security of every shutter in the house. That duty performed, I made a blazing fire, lighted my candle, sat down to tea as snug and comfortable as possible. I could hardly believe now, with the light in the room, and the sense of security inspired by the closed doors and shutters, that I had even felt the slightest apprehension earlier in the day. I sang as I washed up the tea things, and even the cat seemed to catch the infection of my good spirits. I never knew the pretty creature so playful as she was that evening. The tea things put by, I took up my knitting, and worked away at it so long that I began at last to get drowsy. The fire was so bright and comforting that I could not muster resolution enough to leave it and go to bed. I sat staring lazily into the blaze with my knitting on my lap, sat till the splashing of the rain outside and the fitful sullen sobbing of the wind grew fainter and fainter on my ear. The last sounds I heard before I fairly dozed off to sleep were the cheerful crackling of the fire and the steady purring of the cat as she basked luxuriously in the warm light of the hearth. Those were the last sounds before I fell asleep. The sound that woke me was one loud bang at the front door. End of chapter 4, part 3. Chapter 4 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Our Grand Project. Chapter 4, Part 4. I started up, with my heart, as the saying is, in my mouth. With a frightful momentary shuddering at the roots of my hair, I started up breathless, cold and motionless, waiting in the silence I hardly knew for what, doubtful at first whether I had dreamed about the bang at the door, or whether the blow had really been struck on it. In a minute or less there came a second bang, louder than the first. I ran out into the passage. "Who's there?" "Let us in," answered a voice which I recognized immediately as the voice of Shifty Dick. "Wait a bit, my dear, and let me explain," said a second voice, in the low, oily, jeering tones of Dick's companion, the wickedly clever little man whom he called Jerry. "You are alone in the house, my pretty little dear. You may crack your sweet voice with screeching, and there's nobody near to hear you. Listen to reason, my love, and let us in. We don't want cider this time. We only want a very neat-looking pocket-book which you happen to have, and your late excellent mother's 4 silver teaspoons, which you keep so nice and clean on the chimney-piece. If you let us in, we won't hurt a hair of your head, my cherub. We promise to go away the moment we have got what we want, unless you particularly wish us to stop to tea. If you keep us out, we shall be obliged to break into the house, and then—" "And then," burst in Shifty Dick, "we'll mash you." "Yes," said Jerry, "we'll mash you, my beauty. But you won't drive us to doing that, will you? You will let us in?" This long parley gave me time to recover from the effect which the first bang at the door had produced on my nerves. The threats of the 2 villains would have terrified some women out of their senses, but the only result they produced on me was violent indignation. I had, thank God, a strong spirit of my own, and the cool, contemptuous insolence of the man Jerry effectually roused it. "You cowardly villains!" I screamed at them through the door. "You think you can frighten me because I'm only a poor girl left alone in the house? You ragamuffin thieves! I defy you both. Our bolts are strong, our shutters are thick. I am here to keep my father's house safe, and keep it I will against an army of you." You may imagine what a passion I was in when I vapoured and blustered in that way. I heard Jerry laugh, and Shifty Dick swear a whole mouthful of oaths. Then there was a dead silence for a minute or two, and then the 2 ruffians attacked the door. I rushed into the kitchen and seized the poker, and then heaped wood upon the fire and lighted all the candles I could find, for I felt as though I could keep up my courage better if I had plenty of light. Strange and improbable as it may appear, the next thing that attracted my attention was my poor pussy, crouched up, panic-stricken in a corner. I was so fond of the little creature that I took her up in my arms and carried her into my bedroom and put her inside my bed. A comical thing to do in a situation of deadly peril, was it not? But it seemed quite natural and proper at the time. All this while the blows were falling faster and faster on the door. They were dealt, as I conjectured, with heavy stones picked up from the ground outside. Jerry sang at his wicked work, and Shifty Dick swore. As I left the bedroom, putting the cat under cover, I heard the lower panel of the door begin to crack. I ran into the kitchen and huddled our 4 silver spoons into my pocket, and then took the unlucky book with the banknotes and put it in the bosom of my dress. I was determined to defend the property confided to my care with my life. Just as I had secured the pocket-book, I heard the door splintering, and rushed into the passage again with my heavy kitchen poker lifted in both hands. I was in time to see the bald head of Jerry with the ugly-looking knobs on it pushed into the passage through a great rent in one of the lower panels of the door. "Get out, you villain, or I'll brain you on the spot!" I screeched, threatening him with the poker. Mr. Jerry took his head out again much faster than he'd put it in. The next thing that came through the rent was a long pitchfork, which they darted at me from the outside to move me from the door. I struck it with all my might, and the blow must have jarred the hand of Shifty Dick up to his very shoulder, for I heard him give a roar of rage and pain. Before he could catch at the fork with his other hand, I had drawn it inside. By this time even Jerry lost his temper and swore more awfully than Dick himself. Then there came another minute of respite. I suspected they had gone to get bigger stones, and I dreaded the giving away of the whole door. Running into the bedroom as this fear beset me, I laid hold of my chest of drawers, dragged it into the passage, and threw it down against the door. On top of that I heaped my father's big tool chest, 3 chairs, and a scuttleful of coals, and last I dragged out the kitchen table and rammed it as hard as I could against the whole barricade. They heard me as they were coming up to the door with fresh stones. Jerry said, "Stop a bit." Then the 2 consulted together in whispers. I listened eagerly, and just caught these words, "Let's try it the other way." Nothing more was said, but I heard their footsteps retreating from the door. Were they going to besiege the back door now? I hardly asked myself that question when I heard their voices at the other side of the house. The back door was smaller than the front, but it had this advantage in the way of strength. It was made of two solid oak boards joined lengthwise, and strengthened inside by heavy cross pieces. It had no bolts like the front door, but was fastened by a bar of iron running across it in a slanting direction, and fitting at either end into the wall. They must have the whole cottage down before they can break in at that door, I thought to myself, and they soon found out as much for themselves. After 5 minutes of banging at the back door, they gave up any further attack in that direction, and cast their heavy stones down with curses of fury awful to hear. I went into the kitchen and dropped on the window seat to rest for a moment. Suspense and excitement together were beginning to tell upon me. The perspiration broke out thick on my forehead, and I began to feel the bruises I had inflicted on my hands in making the barricade against the front door. I had not lost a particle of my resolution, but I was beginning to lose strength. There was a bottle of rum in the cupboard, which my brother the sailor had left with us the last time he was ashore. I drank a drop of it. Never before or since have I put anything down my throat that did me half so much good as that precious mouthful of rum. I was sitting in the window seat, drying my face, when I suddenly heard their voices close behind me. They were feeling the outside of the window against which I was sitting. It was protected, like all other windows in the cottage, by iron bars. I listened in dreadful suspense for the sound of filing, but nothing of the sort was audible. They had evidently reckoned on frightening me easily into letting them in, and had come unprovided with housebreaking tools of any kind. A fresh burst of oaths informed me that they had recognized the obstacle of the iron bars. I listened breathlessly for some warning of what they were going to do next, but their voices seemed to die away in the distance. They were retreating from the window. Were they also retreating from the house altogether? Had they given up the idea of effecting an entrance in despair? A long silence followed, a silence which tried my courage even more severely than the tumult of their first attack on the cottage. Dreadful suspicions now beset me of their being able to accomplish by treachery what they had failed to effect by force. Well as I knew the cottage, I began to doubt whether there might not be ways of cunningly and silently entering it, against which I was not provided. The ticking of the clock annoyed me. The crackling of the fire startled me. I looked out 20 times in a minute into the dark corners of the passage, straining my eyes, holding my breath, anticipating the most unlikely events, the most impossible dangers. Had they really gone, or were they still prowling about the house? Oh, what a sum of money I would have given only to have known what they were about in that interval of silence. I was startled at last out of my suspense in the most awful manner. A shout from one of them reached my ears on a sudden down in the kitchen chimney. It was so unexpected and so horrible in the stillness that I screamed for the first time since the attack on the house. My worst forebodings had never suggested me that the two villains might mount upon the roof. "Let us in, you she-devil!" roared a voice down the chimney. There was another pause. The smoke from the wood fire, thin and light as it was in the red state of the embers at that moment, had evidently obliged the man to take his face from the mouth of the chimney. I counted the seconds while he was, as I conjectured, getting his breath again. In less than half a minute there came another shout. "Let us in, or we'll burn the place down over your head." Burn it? Burn what? There was nothing easily combustible but the thatch on the roof, and that had been well soaked by the heavy rain which had now fallen incessantly for more than 6 hours. Burn the place over my head? How? While I was still casting about wildly in my mind to discover what possible danger there could be of fire, one of the heavy stones placed on the thatch to keep it from being torn up by high winds came thundering down the chimney. It scattered the live embers on the hearth over the room. A richly furnished place, with knick-knacks and fine muslin about it, would have been set on fire immediately. Even our bare floor and rough furniture gave out a smell of burning at the first shower of embers which the stone scattered. For an instant I stood quite horror-struck before this new proof of the devilish ingenuity of the villains outside. but the dreadful danger I was now in recalled me to my senses immediately. There was a large canful of water in my bedroom, and I ran in at once to fetch it. Before I could get back to the kitchen, a second stone had been thrown down the chimney, and the floor was smouldering in several places. I had wit enough to let the smouldering go on for a moment or two more, and to pour the whole of my canful of water over the fire before the third stone came down the chimney. The live embers on the floor I easily disposed of after that. The man on the roof must have heard the hissing of the fire as I put it out, and have felt the change produced in the air at the mouth of the chimney, for after the third stone had descended no more followed it. As for either of the ruffians themselves dropping down by the same road along which the stones had come, that was not to be dreaded. The chimney, as I well knew by our experience in cleaning it, was too narrow to give passage to anyone above the size of a small boy. I looked upward as that comforting reflection crossed my mind. I looked up and saw, as plainly as I see the paper I am writing on now, the point of a knife coming through the inside of the roof just over my head. Our cottage had no upper story, and our rooms had no ceilings. Slowly and wickedly the knife wriggled its way through the dry inside thatch between the rafters. It stopped for a while, and there came a sound of tearing. That, in its turn, stopped too. There was a great fall of dry thatch on the floor, and I saw the heavy, hairy hand of Shifty Dick, armed with the knife, come through after the fallen fragments. He tapped at the rafters with the back of the knife as if to test their strength. Thank God they were substantial and close together. Nothing lighter than a hatchet would have sufficed to remove any part of them. The murderous hand was still tapping with the knife when I heard a shout from the man Jerry coming from the neighbourhood of my father's stone shed in the back yard. The hand and the knife disappeared instantly. I went to the back door and put my ear to it and listened. Both men were now in the shed. I made the most desperate efforts to call to mind what tools and other things were left in it which might be used against me, but my agitation confused me. I could remember nothing except my father's big stone saw, which was far too heavy and unwieldy to be used on the roof of the cottage. I was still puzzling my brains and making my head swim to no purpose when I heard the men dragging something out of the shed. At the same instant that the noise caught my ear, the remembrance flashed across me like lightning of some beams of wood which had laid in the shed for years past. I had hardly time to feel certain that they were removing one of these beams before I heard Shifty Dick say to Jerry, "Which door?" "The front," was the answer. "We've cracked it already. We'll have it down now in no time." Senses less sharpened by danger than mine would have understood but too easily from these words that they were about to use the beam as a battering ram against the door. When that conviction overcame me, I lost courage at last. I felt that the door must come down. No such barricade as I had constructed could support it for more than a few minutes against such shocks as it was now to receive. "I can do no more to keep the house against them," I said to myself, with my knees knocking together and the tears at last beginning to wet my cheeks. "I must trust to the night and the thick darkness, and save my life by running for it while there is still yet time." I huddled on my cloak and hood, and had my hand on the bar of the back door, when a piteous mew from the bedroom reminded me of the existence of poor Pussy. I ran in and huddled the creature up in my apron. Before I was out in the passage again, the first shock from the beam fell on the door. The upper hinge gave way. The chairs and coal scuttle forming the top of my barricade were hurled rattling on to the floor, but the lower hinge of the door and the chest of drawers and the tool chest still kept their places. "One more," I heard the villains cry. "One more run with the beam, and down it comes." Just as they must have been starting for that one more run, I opened the back door and fled into the night, with a bookful of banknotes in my bosom, the silver spoons in my pocket, and the cat in my arms. I threaded my way easily enough through the familiar obstacles in the backyard, and was out in the pitch darkness of the moor before I heard the second shock, and the crash which told me that the whole door had given way. In a few minutes they must have discovered the fact of my flight with the pocket book, for I heard shouts in the distance as if they were running out to pursue me. I kept on the top of my speed, and the noise soon died away. It was so dark that 20 thieves instead of 2 would have found it useless to follow me. How long it was before I reached the farmhouse, the nearest place to which I could fly for refuge, I cannot tell you. I remember that I had just sense enough to keep the wind at my back, having observed in the beginning of the evening that it blew toward Moor Farm, and to go on resolutely through the darkness. In all other respects I was by this time half crazed by what I had gone through. If it had so happened that the wind had changed after I had observed its direction early in the evening, I should have gone astray, and have probably perished of fatigue and exposure on the moor. Providentially it still blew steadily, as it had blown for hours past, and I reached the farmhouse with my clothes wet through, and my brain in a high fever. When I made my alarm at the door, they had all gone to bed but the farmer's eldest son, who was sitting up late over his pipe and newspaper. I just mustered strength enough to gasp out a few words, telling him what was the matter, and then fell down at his feet, for the first time in my life, in a dead swoon. That swoon was followed by a severe illness. When I got strong enough to look about me again, I found myself in one of the farmhouse beds. My father, Mrs. Knifton, and the doctor were all in the room. My cat was asleep at my feet, and the pocket-book that I had saved lay on the table by my side. There was plenty of news for me to hear as soon as I was fit to listen to it. Shifty Dick and the other rascal had been caught and were in prison, waiting their trial at the next assizes. Mr. and Mrs. Knifton had been so shocked at the danger I had run, for which they blamed their own want of thoughtfulness in leaving the pocket-book in my care, that they had insisted on my father's removing from our lonely home to a cottage on their land, which we were to inhabit rent-free. The bank notes that I had saved were given to me to buy furniture with, in place of the things that the thieves had broken. These pleasant tidings assisted me so greatly in promoting my recovery, that I was soon able to relate to my friends at the farmhouse particulars that I have written here. They were all surprised and interested, but no one, as I thought, listened to me with such breathless attention as the farmer's eldest son. Mrs. Knifton noticed this too, and began to make jokes about it in her light-hearted way as soon as we were alone. I thought little of her jesting at the time, but when I got well and we went to live at our new home, the young farmer, as he was called in our parts, constantly came to see us, and constantly managed to meet me out of doors. I had my share of vanity like other young women, and I began to think of Mrs. Knifton's jokes with some attention. To be brief, the young farmer managed one Sunday, I could never tell how, to lose his way with me in returning from church, and before we found out the right road home again, he had asked me to be his wife. His relations did all they could to keep us asunder and break off the match, thinking a poor stonemason's daughter no fit wife for a prosperous yeoman. But the farmer was too obstinate for them. He had one form of answer to all their objections. A man, if he is worth the name, marries according to his own notions and to please himself, he used to say. My notion is that when I take a wife, I am placing my character and my happiness, the most precious things I have to trust, in one woman's care. The woman I mean to marry had a small charge confided to her care, and showed herself worthy of it at the risk of her life. That is proof enough for me that she is worthy of the greatest charge I can put in her hands. Rank and riches are fine things, but the certainty of getting a good wife is something better still. I am of age, I know my own mind, and I mean to marry the stonemason's daughter. And he did marry me. Whether I proved myself worthy or not of his good opinion is a question which I must leave you to ask to my husband. All that I had to relate about myself and my doings is now told. Whatever interest my perilous adventure may excite, ends, I am well aware, with my escape to the farmhouse. I have only ventured on writing these few additional sentences because my marriage is the moral of my story. It has brought me the choicest blessings of happiness and prosperity, and I owe them all to my night adventure in the Black Cottage.
The second day. A clear, cloudless, bracing autumn morning, I rose gaily with the pleasant conviction on my mind that our experiment had thus far been successful beyond our hopes. Short and slight as the first story had been, the result of it on Jessie's mind had proved conclusive. Before I could put a question to her, she declared of her own accord, and with her customary exaggeration, that she had definitely abandoned all idea of writing to her aunt until our collection of narratives was exhausted. "I am in a fever of curiosity about what is to come," she said, when we all parted for the night, "and even if I wanted to leave you, I could not possibly go away now without hearing the stories to the end." Well, so far so good. All my anxieties from this time were for George's return. Again to day I searched the newspapers, and again there were no tidings of the ship. Miss Jessie occupied the second day by a drive to our country town to make some little purchases. Owen and Morgan and I were all hard at work during her absence on the stories that still remained to be completed. Owen desponded about ever getting done. Morgan grumbled at what he called the absurd difficulty of writing nonsense. I worked on smoothly and contentedly, stimulated by the success of the first night. We assembled as before in our guest's sitting room. As the clock struck 8, she drew out the second card. It was number 2. The lot had fallen on me to read next. "Although my story is told in the first person," I said, addressing Jessie, "you must not suppose that the events related in this particular case happened to me. They happened to a friend of mine, who naturally described them to me from his own personal point of view. In producing my narrative from the recollection of what he told me some years since, I have supposed myself to be listening to him again, and have therefore written it in his character, and, whenever my memory would help me, as nearly as possible in his language also. By this means I hope I have succeeded in giving an air of reality to a story which has truth, at any rate to recommend it. I must ask you to excuse me if I enter into no details in offering this short explanation. Although the persons concerned in my narrative have ceased to exist, it is necessary to observe all due delicacy towards their memories. Who they were, and how I became acquainted with them, are matters of no moment. The interest of the story, such as it is, stands in no need, in this instance, of any assistance from personal explanation. With these words I addressed myself to my task, and read as follows.
End of chapter 4, part 4.
Chapter 9 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 9. Brother Griffith's Story of the Family Secret. Chapter 1. Was it an Englishman or a Frenchman who first remarked that every family had a skeleton in its cupboard? I am not learned enough to know, but I reverence the observation. Whoever made it, it speaks a startling truth through an appropriately grim metaphor, a truth which I have discovered by practical experience. Our family had a skeleton in the cupboard, and the name of it was Uncle George. I arrived at the knowledge that the skeleton existed, and I traced it to the particular cupboard in which it was hidden, by slow degrees. I was a child when I first began to suspect that there was such a thing, and a grown man when I at last discovered that my suspicions were true. My father was a doctor, having an excellent practice in a large country town. I have heard that he married against the wishes of his family. They could not object to my mother on the score of birth, breeding, or character. They only disliked her heartily. My grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunts all declared that she was a heartless, deceitful woman. All disliked her manners, her opinions, and even the expression of her face. All, with the exception of my father's youngest brother, George. George was the unlucky member of our family. The rest were all clever. He was slow in capacity. The rest were all remarkably handsome. He was the sort of man that no woman ever looks at twice. The rest succeeded in life. He failed. His profession was the same as my father's, but he never got on when he started in practice for himself. The sick poor, who could not choose, employed him and liked him. The sick rich, who could, especially the ladies, decline to call him in when they could get anybody else. In experience he gained greatly by his profession. In money and reputation he gained nothing. There are very few of us, however dull and unattractive we may be to outward appearance, who have not some strong passion, some germ of what is called romance, hidden more or less deeply in our natures. All the passion and romance in the nature of my Uncle George lay in his love and admiration for my father. He sincerely worshipped his eldest brother as one of the noblest of human beings. When my father was engaged to be married, and when the rest of the family, as I have already mentioned, did not hesitate to express their unfavorable opinion of the disposition of his chosen wife, Uncle George, who had never ventured on differing with anyone before, to the amazement of everybody, undertook the defence of his future sister-in-law in the most vehement and positive manner. In his estimation, his brother's choice was something sacred and indisputable. The lady might, and did, treat him with unconcealed contempt, laugh at his awkwardness, grow impatient at his stammering. It made no difference to Uncle George. She was to be his brother's wife, and in virtue of that one great fact, she became, in the estimation of the poor surgeon, a very queen, who, by the laws of the domestic constitution, could do no wrong. When my father had been married a little while, he took his youngest brother to live with him as his assistant. If Uncle George had been made president of the College of Surgeons, he could not have been prouder and happier than he was in his new position. I am afraid my father never understood the depth of his brother's affection for him. All the hard work fell to George's share. The long journeys at night, the physicking of wearisome poor people, the drunken cases, the revolting cases, all the drudging, dirty business of the surgery, in short, was turned over to him, and day after day, month after month, he struggled through it without a murmur. When his brother and sister-in-law went out to dine with the county gentry, it never entered his head to feel disappointed at being left unnoticed at home. When the return dinners were given, and he was asked to come in at tea-time, and left to sit unregarded in a corner, it never occurred to him to imagine that he was treated with any want of consideration or respect. He was part of the furniture of the house, and it was the business as well as the pleasure of his life to turn himself to any use to which his brother might please to put him. So much for what I have heard from others on the subject of my Uncle George. My own personal experience of him is limited to what I remember as a mere child. Let me say something, however, first about my parents, my sister, and myself. My sister was the eldest born and the best loved. I did not come into the world till 4 years after her birth, and no other child followed me. Carolin, from her earliest days, was the perfection of beauty and health. I was small, weakly, and, if the truth must be told, almost as plain-featured as Uncle George himself. It would be ungracious and undutiful in me to presume to decide whether there were any foundation or not for the dislike that my father's family always felt for my mother. All I can venture to say is, that her children never had any cause to complain of her. Her passionate affection for my sister, her pride in the child's beauty, I remember well, as also her uniform kindness and indulgence toward me. My personal defects must have been a sore trial to her in secret, but neither she nor my father ever showed me that they perceived any difference between Carolin and myself. When presents were made to my sister, presents were made to me. When my father and mother caught my sister up in their arms and kissed her, they scrupulously gave me my turn afterward. My childish instinct told me that there was a difference in their smiles when they looked at me and looked at her, that the kisses given to Carolin were warmer than the kisses given to me, that the hands which dried her tears and our childish griefs touched her more gently than the hands which dried mine. But these and other small signs of preference, like them, were such as no parents could be expected to control. I noticed them at the same time rather with wonder than with repining. I recall them now without a harsh thought, either toward my father or my mother. Both loved me, and both did their duty by me. If I seem to speak constrainedly of them here, it is not on my own account. I can honestly say that, with all my heart and soul. Even Uncle George, fond as he was of me, was fonder of my beautiful child sister. When I used mischievously to pull at his lank, scanty hair, he would gently and laughingly take it out of my hands, but he would let Caroline tug at it till his dim, wandering gray eyes winked and watered again with pain. He used to plunge perilously about the garden, in awkward imitation of the cantering of a horse, while I sat on his shoulders, but he would never proceed at any pace beyond a slow and safe walk when Caroline had a ride in her turn. When he took us out walking, Caroline was always on the side next the wall. When we interrupted him over his dirty work in the surgery, he used to tell me to go and play until he was ready for me. But he would put down his bottles and clean his clumsy fingers on his coarse apron, and lead Caroline out again, as if she had been the greatest lady in the land. Ah, how he loved her! And, let me be honest and grateful, and add, how he loved me too! When I was 8 years old and Caroline was 12, I was separated from home for some time. I had been ailing for many months previously, had got benefit from being taken to the seaside, and had shown symptoms of relapsing on being brought home again to the Midland country in which we resided. After much consultation, it was at last resolved that I should be sent to live, until my constitution got stronger, with a maiden sister of my mother's, who had a house at a watering place on the south coast. I left home, I remember, loaded with presents, rejoicing over the prospect of looking at the sea again, as careless of the future and as happy in the present as any boy could be. Uncle George petitioned for a holiday to take me to the seaside, but he could not be spared from the surgery. He consoled himself and me by promising to make me a magnificent model of a ship. I have that model before my eyes now while I write. It is dusty with age. The paint on it is cracked. The ropes are tangled. The sails are moth-eaten and yellow. The hull is all out of proportion, and the rig has been smiled at by every nautical friend of mine who has ever looked at it. Yet, worn out and faulty as it is, inferior to the cheapest miniature vessel nowadays in any toy-shop window, I hardly know a possession of mine in this world that I would not sooner part with than Uncle George's ship. My life at the seaside was a very happy one. I remained with my aunt more than a year. My mother often came to see how I was going on, and at first always brought my sister with her. But during the last 8 months of my stay, Caroline never once appeared. I noticed also, at the same period, a change in my mother's manner. She looked paler and more anxious at each succeeding visit, and always had long conferences in private with my aunt. At last, she ceased to come and see us all together, and only wrote to know how my health was getting on. My father, too, who had the earliest periods of my absence from home travelled to the seaside to watch the progress of my recovery, as often as his professional engagements would permit, now kept away like my mother. Even Uncle George, who had never been allowed a holiday to come and see me, but who had hitherto often written and begged me to write to him, broke off our correspondence. I was naturally perplexed and amazed by these changes, and persecuted my aunt to tell me the reason of them. At first she tried to put me off with excuses. Then she admitted that there was trouble in our house, and finally she confessed that the trouble was caused by the illness of my sister. When I inquired what that illness was, my aunt said it was useless to attempt to explain it to me. I next applied to the servants. One of them was less cautious than my aunt, and answered my question, but in terms that I could not comprehend. After much explanation, I was made to understand that something was growing on my sister's neck that would spoil her beauty forever, and perhaps kill her, if it could not be got rid of. How well I remember the shudder of horror that ran through me at the vague idea of this deadly something. A fearful, awe-struck curiosity to see what Caroline's illness was with my own eyes troubled my inmost heart, and I begged to be allowed to go home and help to nurse her. The request was, it is almost needless to say, refused. Weeks passed away, and still I heard nothing, except that my sister continued to be ill. One day I privately wrote a letter to Uncle George, asking him, in my childish way, to come and tell me about Caroline's illness. I knew where the post office was, and slipped out in the morning unobserved and dropped my letter in the box. I stole home again by the garden, and climbed in at the window of a back parlor on the ground floor. The room above was my aunt's bedchamber, and the moment I was inside the house, I heard moans and loud convulsive sobs proceeding from it. My aunt was a singularly quiet, composed woman. I could not imagine that the loud sobbing and moaning came from her, and I ran down terrified into the kitchen to ask the servants who was crying so violently in my aunt's room. I found the housemaid and the cook talking together in whispers with serious faces. They started when they saw me as if I had been a grown-up master who had caught them neglecting their work. "He's too young to feel it much," I heard one say to the other. "So far as he is concerned, it seems like a mercy that it happened no later." In a few minutes they had told me the worst. It was indeed my aunt who had been crying in the bedroom. Caroline was dead. I felt the blow more severely than the servants or anyone else about me supposed. Still, I was a child in years, and I had the blessed elasticity of a child's nature. If I had been older, I might have been too much absorbed in grief to observe my aunt so closely as I did, when she was composed enough to see me later in the day. I was not surprised by the swollen state of her eyes, the paleness of her cheeks, or the fresh burst of tears that came from her when she took me in her arms at meeting. But I was both amazed and perplexed by the look of terror that I detected in her face. It was natural enough that she should grieve and weep over my sister's death, but why should she have that frightened look as if some other catastrophe had happened? I asked if there was any more dreadful news from home besides the news of Caroline's death. My aunt said no in a strange, stifled voice, and suddenly turned her face from me. Was my father dead? No. My mother? No. Uncle George? My aunt trembled all over as she said no to that also, and bade me cease asking any more questions. She was not fit to bear them yet, she said, and signed to the servant to lead me out of the room. The next day I was told that I was to go home after the funeral, and was taken out toward evening by the housemaid, partly for a walk, partly to be measured for my mourning clothes. After we had left the tailor's, I persuaded the girl to extend our walk for some distance along the sea-beach, telling her, as we went, every little anecdote connected with my lost sister that came tenderly back to my memory in those first days of sorrow. She was so interested in hearing and I in speaking that we let the sun go down before we thought of turning back. The evening was cloudy, and it got on from dusk to dark by the time we approached the town again. The housemaid was rather nervous at finding herself alone with me on the beach, and once or twice looked behind her distrustfully as we went on. Suddenly she squeezed my hand hard and said, "Let's get up on the cliff as fast as we can." The words were hardly out of her mouth before I heard footsteps behind me. A man came round quickly to my side, snatched me away from the girl, and, catching me up in his arms without a word, covered my face with kisses. I knew he was crying, because my cheeks were instantly wet with his tears, but it was too dark for me to see who he was, or even how he was dressed. He did not, I should think, hold me half a minute in his arms. The housemaid screamed for help. I was put down gently on the sand, and the strange man instantly disappeared in the darkness. When this extraordinary adventure was related to my aunt, She seemed at first merely bewildered at hearing of it, but in a moment more there came a change over her face, as if she had suddenly recollected or thought of something. She turned deadly pale, and said, in a hurried way, very unusual with her, "Never mind, don't talk about it any more. It was only a mischievous trick to frighten you, I dare say. Forget all about it, my dear, forget all about it." It was easier to give this advice than to make me follow it. For many nights after, I thought of nothing but the strange man who had kissed me and cried over me. Who could he be? Somebody who loved me very much, and who was very sorry. My childish logic carried me to that length, but when I tried to think over all the grown-up gentlemen who loved me very much, I could never get on, to my own satisfaction, beyond my father and my Uncle George. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 10 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 10. Brother Griffith's Story of the Family Secret. Chapter 2. I was taken home on the appointed day to suffer the trial, a hard one even at my tender years, of witnessing my mother's passionate grief and my father's mute despair. I remember that the scene of our first meeting after Carolin's death was wisely and considerately shortened by my aunt, who took me out of the room. She seemed to have a confused desire to keep me from leaving her after the door had closed behind us, but I broke away and ran downstairs to the surgery, to go and cry for my lost playmate with the sharer of all our games, Uncle George. I opened the surgery door and could see nobody. I dried my tears and looked all round the room. It was empty. I ran upstairs again to Uncle George's garret bedroom. He was not there. His cheap hairbrush and old cast-off razor case that had belonged to my grandfather were not on the dressing-table. Had he got some other bedroom? I went out on the landing and called softly, with an unaccountable terror and sinking at my heart. "Uncle George?" Nobody answered, but my aunt came hastily up the garret stairs. "Hush!" she said. "You must never call that name out here again." She stopped suddenly, and looked as if her own words had frightened her. "Is Uncle George dead?" I asked. My aunt turned red and pale, and stammered. I did not wait to hear what she said. I brushed past her, down the stairs. My heart was bursting. My flesh felt cold. I ran breathlessly and recklessly into the room where my father and mother had received me. They were both sitting there still. I ran up to them, wringing my hands and crying out in a passion of tears, "Is Uncle George dead?" My mother gave a scream that terrified me into instant silence and stillness. My father looked at her for a moment, rang the bell that summoned the maid, then seized me roughly by the arm and dragged me out of the room. He took me down into the study, seated himself in his accustomed chair, and put me before him between his knees. His lips were awfully white, and I felt his two hands, as they grasped my shoulders, shaking violently. "You are never to mention the name of Uncle George again," he said in a quick, angry, trembling whisper. "Never to me, never to your mother, never to your aunt, never to anybody in this world. Never, never, never!" The repetition of the word terrified me even more than the suppressed vehemence with which he spoke. He saw that I was frightened, and softened his manner a little before he went on. "You will never see Uncle George again," he said. "Your mother and I love you dearly, but if you forget what I have told you, You will be sent away from home. Never speak that name again, mind, never. Now kiss me and go away." How his lips trembled, and oh, how cold they felt on mine! I shrunk out of the room the moment he had kissed me, and went and hid myself in the garden. "Uncle George is gone. I am never to see him any more. I am never to speak of him again." Those were the words I repeated to myself with indescribable terror and confusion the moment I was alone. There is something unspeakably horrible to my young mind in this mystery, which I was commanded always to respect, and which, so far as I then knew, I could never hope to see revealed. My father, my mother, my aunt, all appeared to be separated from me now by some impassable barrier. Home seemed home no longer with Carolin dead, Uncle George gone, and a forbidden subject of talk perpetually and mysteriously interposing between my parents and me. Though I never infringed the command of my father had given me in his study, his words and looks, and that dreadful scream of my mother's, which seemed to be still ringing in my ears, were more than enough to ensure my obedience. I also never lost the secret desire to penetrate the darkness which clouded over the fate of Uncle George. For 2 years I remained at home and discovered nothing. If I asked the servants about my uncle, they could only tell me that one morning he disappeared from the house. Of the members of my father's family I could make no inquiries. They lived far away, and never came to see us, and the idea of writing to them, at my age and in my position, was out of the question. My aunt was as unapproachably silent as my father and mother, but I never forgot how her face had altered when she reflected for a moment after hearing of my extraordinary adventure while going home with the servant over the sands at night. The more I thought of that change of countenance in connection with what had occurred on my return to my father's house, the more certain I felt that the stranger who had kissed me and wept over me must have been no other than Uncle George. At the end of my 2 years at home, I was sent to sea in the merchant navy by my own earnest desire. I had always determined to be a sailor from the time when I first went to stay with my aunt at the seaside, and I persisted long enough in my resolution to make my parents recognize the necessity of acceding to my wishes. My new life delighted me, and I remained away on foreign stations more than 4 years. When I at length returned home, it was to find a new affliction darkening our fireside. My father had died on the very day when I sailed for my return voyage to England. Absence and change of scene had in no respect weakened my desire to penetrate the mystery of Uncle George's disappearance. My mother's health was so delicate that I hesitated for some time to approach the forbidden subject in her presence. When I at last ventured to refer to it, suggesting to her that any prudent reserve which might have been necessary while I was a child need no longer be persisted in now that I was growing to be a young man, she fell into a violent fit of trembling, and commanded me to say no more. It had been my father's will, she said, that the reserve to which I referred should be always adopted toward me. He had not authorized her, before he died, to speak more openly, and, now that he was gone, she would not so much as think of acting on her own unaided judgment. My aunt said the same thing in effect when I appealed to her. Determined not to be discouraged even yet, I undertook a journey, ostensibly to pay my respects to my father's family, but with the secret intention of trying what I could learn in that quarter on the subject of Uncle George. My investigations led to some results, though they were by no means satisfactory. George had always been looked upon with something like contempt by his handsome sisters and his prosperous brothers, and he had not improved his position in the family by his warm advocacy of his brother's cause at the time of my father's marriage. I found that my uncle's surviving relatives now spoke of him slightingly and carelessly. They assured me that they had never heard from him, and that they knew nothing about him, except that he had gone away to settle, as they supposed, in some foreign place, after having behaved very basely and badly to my father. He had been traced to London, where he had sold out of the funds the small share of money which he had inherited after his father's death, and he had been seen on the deck of a packet bound for France later on the same day. Beyond this nothing was known about him. In what the alleged baseness of his behavior had consisted none of his brothers and sisters could tell me. My father had refused to pain them by going into particulars, not only at the time of his brother's disappearance, but afterward, whenever the subject was mentioned. George had always been the black sheep of the flock, and he must have been conscious of his own baseness, or he would certainly have written to explain and to justify himself. Such were the particulars which I gleaned during my visit to my father's family. To my mind, they tended rather to deepen than to reveal the mystery. That such a gentle, docile, affectionate creature as Uncle George should have injured the brother he loved by word or deed at any period of their intercourse seemed incredible. But that he should have been guilty of an act of baseness at the very time when my sister was dying was simply and plainly impossible. And yet there was the incomprehensible fact staring me in the face, that the death of Carolin and the disappearance of Uncle George had taken place in the same week. Never did I feel more daunted and bewildered by the family secret than after I had heard all the particulars in connection with it that my father's relatives had to tell me. I may pass over the events of the next few years of my life briefly enough. My nautical pursuits filled up all my time, and took me far away from my country and my friends. But whatever I did, and wherever I went, the memory of Uncle George, and the desire to penetrate the mystery of his disappearance, haunted me like familiar spirits. Often, in the lonely watches of the night at sea, did I recall the dark evening on the beach, the strange man's hurried embrace, the startling sensation of feeling his tears on my cheeks, the disappearance of him before I had breath or self-possession enough to say a word. Often did I think over the inexplicable events that followed, when I had returned, after my sister's funeral, to my father's house, and oftener still did I puzzle my brains vainly in the attempt to form some plan for inducing my mother or my aunt to disclose the secret which they had hitherto kept from me so perseveringly. My only chance of knowing what had really happened to Uncle George, my only hope of seeing him again, rested with those two near and dear relatives. I despaired of ever getting my mother to speak on the forbidden subject after what had passed between us, but I felt more sanguine about my prospects of ultimately inducing my aunt to relax in her discretion. My anticipations, however, in this direction were not destined to be fulfilled. On my next visit to England, I found my aunt prostrated by a paralytic attack, which deprived her of the power of speech. She died soon afterward in my arms, leaving me her sole heir. I searched anxiously among her papers for some reference to the family mystery, but found no clue to guide me. All my mother's letters to her sister at the time of Caroline's illness and death had been destroyed. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 11 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 11. Brother Griffith's Story of the Family Secret. Chapter 3. More years passed. My mother followed my aunt to the grave, and still I was as far as ever from making any discoveries in relation to Uncle George. Shortly after the period of this last affliction my health gave way, and I departed, by my doctor's advice, to try some baths in the south of France. I travelled slowly to my destination, turning aside from the direct road, and stopping wherever I pleased. One evening, when I was not more than 2 or 3 days' journey from the baths to which I was bound, I was struck by the picturesque situation of a little town placed on the brow of a hill, at some distance from the main road, and resolved to have a nearer look at the place, with a view to stopping there for the night, if it pleased me. I found the principal inn clean and quiet, ordered my bed there, and after dinner strolled out to look at the church. No thought of Uncle George was in my mind when I entered the building, and yet at that very moment chance was leading me to the discovery which, for so many years past, I had vainly endeavored to make, the discovery which I had given up as hopeless since the day of my mother's death. I found nothing worth notice in the church, and was about to leave it again, when I caught a glimpse of a pretty view through a side door, and stopped to admire it. The churchyard formed the foreground, and below it the hillside sloped away gently into the plain, over which the sun was setting in full glory. The curé of the church was reading his breviary, walking up and down a gravel path that parted the rows of graves. In the course of my wanderings I had learned to speak French as fluently as most Englishmen, and when the priest came near me, I said a few words in praise of the view, and complimented him on the neatness and prettiness of the churchyard. He answered with great politeness, and we got into conversation together immediately. As we strolled along the gravel walk, my attention was attracted by one of the graves standing apart from the rest. The cross at the head of it differed remarkably, in some points of appearance, from the crosses on the other graves. While all the rest had garlands hung on them, this one cross was quite bare, and, more extraordinary still, no name was inscribed on it. The priest, observing that I stopped to look at the grave, shook his head and sighed. "A countryman of yours is buried there," he said. "I was present at his death. He had borne the burden of a great sorrow among us, in this town, for many weary years, and his conduct had taught us to respect and pity him with all our hearts." "How is it that his name is not inscribed over his grave?" I inquired. "It was suppressed by his own desire," answered the priest, with some little hesitation. "He confessed to me, in his last moments, that he had lived here under an assumed name. I asked his real name, and he told it to me, with the particulars of his sad story. He had reasons for desiring to be forgotten after his death. Almost the last words he spoke were, 'Let my name die with me.' Almost the last request he made was that I would keep that name a secret from all the world, excepting only one person." "Some relative, I suppose?" said I. "Yes, a nephew," said the priest. The moment the last word was out of his mouth, my heart gave a strange answering bound. I suppose I must have changed color also, for the curé looked at me with sudden attention and interest. "A nephew," the priest went on, "whom he had loved like his own child. He told me that if this nephew ever traced him to his burial place, and asked about him, I was free in that case to disclose all I knew. I should like my little Charlie to know the truth," he said, "in spite of the difference in our ages. Charlie and I were playmates years ago." My heart beat faster, and I felt a choking sensation at the throat the moment I heard the priest unconsciously mention my Christian name in mentioning the dying man's last words. As soon as I could steady my voice, and feel certain of my self-possession, I communicated my family name to the curé, and asked him if that was not part of the secret that he had been requested to preserve. He started back several steps, and clasped his hands amazedly. "Can it be?" he said, in low tones, gazing at me earnestly, with something like dread in his face. I gave him my passport, and looked away toward the grave. The tears came into my eyes as the recollections of past days crowded back on me. Hardly knowing what I did, I knelt down by the grave, and smoothed the grass over it with my hand. "Oh, Uncle George, why not have told your secret to your old playmate? Why leave him to find you here?" The priest raised me gently, and begged me to go with him into his own house. On our way there, I mentioned persons and places that I thought my uncle might have spoken of, in order to satisfy my companion that was really the person I represented myself to be. By the time we had entered his little parlor, and had sat down alone in it, We were almost like old friends together. I thought it best that I should begin by telling all that I have related here on the subject of Uncle George, and his disappearance from home. My host listened with a very sad face, and said, when I had done, "I can understand your anxiety to know what I am authorized to tell you. But pardon me if I say first, that there are circumstances in your uncle's story which it may pain you to hear." He stopped suddenly. "Which it may pain me to hear as a nephew?" I asked. "No," said the priest, looking away from me, "as a son." I gratefully expressed my sense of the delicacy and kindness which had prompted my companion's warning, but I begged him, at the same time, to keep me no longer in suspense, and to tell me the stern truth, no matter how painfully it might affect me as a listener. "In telling me all you knew about what you term the family secret," said the priest, "you have mentioned as a strange coincidence that your sister's death and your uncle's disappearance took place at the same time. Did you ever suspect what cause it was that occasioned your sister's death?" "I only knew what my father told me, and what all our friends believed, that she had a tumor in the neck, or, as I sometimes heard it stated, from the effect on her constitution of a tumor in the neck." "She died under an operation for the removal of that tumor," said the priest in low tones, "and the operator was your Uncle George." In those few words all the truth burst upon me. "Console yourself with the thought that the long martyrdom of his life is over," the priest went on. "He rests. He is at peace. He and his little darling understand each other and are happy now. That thought bore him up to the last on his deathbed. He always spoke of your sister as his 'little darling.' He firmly believed that she was waiting to forgive and console him in the other world. And who shall say he was deceived in that belief? Not I, not anyone who has ever loved and suffered, surely. It was out of the depths of his self-sacrificing love for the child that he drew the fatal courage to undertake the operation," continued the priest. "Your father naturally shrank from attempting it. His medical brethren whom he consulted all doubted the propriety of taking any measures for the removal of the tumor, in the particular condition and situation of it, when they were called in. Your uncle alone differed with them. He was too modest a man to say so, but your mother found it out. The deformity of her beautiful child horrified her. She was desperate enough to catch at the faintest hope of remedying it that anyone might hold out to her, and she persuaded your uncle to put his opinion to the proof. Her horror at the deformity of the child, and her despair at the prospect of its lasting for life, seemed to have utterly blinded her to all natural sense of the danger of the operation. It is hard to know how to say it to you, her son, but it must be told, nevertheless, that one day, when your father was out, she untruly informed your uncle that his brother had consented to the performance of the operation, and that he had gone purposely out of the house because he had not nerve enough to stay and witness it. After that, your uncle no longer hesitated. He had no fear of results, provided he could be certain of his own courage. All he dreaded was the effect on him of his love for the child when he first found himself face to face with the dreadful necessity of touching her skin with the knife. I tried hard to control myself, but I could not repress a shudder at those words. "It is useless to shock you by going into particulars," said the priest considerately. "Let it be enough if I say that your uncle's fortitude failed to support him when he wanted it most. His love for the child shook the firm hand which had never trembled before. In a word, the operation failed. Your father returned and found his child dying. The frenzy of his despair when the truth was told him carried him to excesses which it shocks me to mention, excesses which began in his degrading his brother by a blow, which ended in his binding himself by an oath to make that brother suffer public punishment for his fatal rashness in a court of law. Your uncle was too heartbroken by what had happened to feel those outrages as some men might have felt them. He looked for one moment at his sister-in-law. I do not like to say your mother, considering what I have now to tell you, to see if she would acknowledge that she had encouraged him to attempt the operation, and that she had deceived him in saying that he had his brother's permission to try it. She was silent, and when she spoke, it was to join her husband in denouncing him as the murderer of their child. Whether fear of your father's anger or revengeful indignation against your uncle most actuated her, I cannot presume to inquire in your presence. I can only state facts. The priest paused and looked at me anxiously. I could not speak to him at that moment. I could only encourage him to proceed by pressing his hand. He resumed in these terms. Meanwhile, your uncle turned to your father and spoke the last words he was ever to address to his eldest brother in this world. He said, "I have deserved the worst your anger can inflict on me, but I will spare you the scandal of bringing me to justice in open court. The law, if it found me guilty, could at the worst but banish me from my country and my friends. I will go of my own accord. God is my witness that I honestly believed I could save the child from deformity and suffering. I have risked all and lost all. My heart and spirit are broken. I am fit for nothing but to go and hide myself and my shame and misery from all eyes that have ever looked on me. I shall never come back, never expect your pity or forgiveness. If you think less harshly of me when I am gone, keep secret what has happened. Let no other lips say of me what yours and your wife's have said. I shall think that forbearance atonement enough, atonement greater than I have deserved. Forget me in this world. May we meet in another, where the secrets of all hearts are opened, and where the child who was gone before may make peace between us." He said those words and went out. Your father never saw him or heard from him again. I knew the reason now why my father had never confided the truth to anyone, his own family included. My mother had evidently confessed all to her sister, under the seal of secrecy, and there the dreadful disclosure had been arrested. "Your uncle told me," the priest continued, "that before he left England he took leave of you by stealth, in a place you were staying at by the seaside. Ty had not the heart to quit his country and his friends forever, without kissing you for the last time. He followed you in the dark, and caught you up in his arms, and left you again before you had a chance of discovering him. The next day he quitted England." "For this place?" I asked. "Yes. He had spent a week here once with a student friend at the time when he was a pupil in the Hôtel Dieu, and to this place he returned to hide, to suffer, and to die. We all saw that he was a man crushed and broken by some great sorrow, and we respected him and his affliction. He lived alone, and only came out of doors toward evening, when he used to sit on the brow of the hill yonder, with his head on his hand, looking toward England. That place seemed a favorite with him, and he is buried close by it. He revealed the story of his past life to no living soul here but me, and to me he only spoke when his last hour was approaching. What he had suffered during his long exile no man can presume to say. I, who saw more of him than anyone, never heard a word of complaint fall from his lips. He had the courage of the martyrs while he lived, and the resignation of the saints when he died. Just at the last his mind wandered. He said he saw his little darling waiting by the bedside to lead him away, and he died with a smile on his face, the first I had ever seen there." The priest ceased, and we went out together in the mournful twilight, and stood for a little while on the brow of the hill where Uncle George used to sit, with his face turned toward England. How my heart ached for him as I thought of what he must have suffered in the silence and solitude of his long exile. Was it well for me that I had discovered the family secret at last? I have sometimes thought not. I have sometimes wished the darkness had never been cleared away, which once hid from me the fate of Uncle George. The third day. Fine again. Our guest rode out with her ragged little groom as usual. There was no news yet in the paper, that is to say, no news of George or his ship. On this day Morgan completed his second story, and in 2 or 3 days more I expected to finish the last of my own contributions. Owen was still behindhand, and still despondent. The lot drawing tonight was 5. This proved to be the number of the first of Morgan's stories, which he had completed before we began the readings. A second story, finished this day, being still uncorrected by me, could not yet be added to the common stock. On being informed that it had come to his turn to occupy the attention of the company, Morgan startled us by immediately objecting to the trouble of reading his own composition, and by coolly handing it over to me, on the ground that my numerous corrections had made it, to all intents and purposes, my story. Owen and I both remonstrated, and Jessie, mischievously persisting in her favorite jest at Morgan's expense, entreated that he would read, if it was only for her sake. Finding that we were all determined, and all against him, he declared that, rather than hear our voices any longer, he would submit to the minor inconvenience of listening to his own. Accordingly, he took his manuscript back again, and, with an air of surly resignation, spread it open before him. "I don't think you will like this story, miss," he began, addressing Jessie, "but I shall read it, nevertheless, with the greatest pleasure. It begins in a stable, it gropes its way through a dream, it keeps company with a hostler, and it stops without an end. What do you think of that?" After favoring his audience with this promising preface, Morgan indulged himself in a chuckle of supreme satisfaction, and then began to read, without wasting another preliminary word on any one of us. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 12 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 12. Brother Morgan's Story of the Dream Woman. Chapter 1. I had not been settled much more than 6 weeks in my country practice, when I was sent for to a neighbouring town to consult with a resident medical man there on a case of a very dangerous illness. My horse had come down with me at the end of a long ride the night before, and had hurt himself, luckily much more than he had hurt his master. Being deprived of the animal's services, I started for my destination by the coach. There were no railways at that time, and I hoped to get back again toward the afternoon in the same way. After the consultation was over, I went to the principal inn of the town to wait for the coach. When it came up, it was full inside and out. There was no resource left me but to get home as cheaply as I could by hiring a gig. The price asked for this accommodation struck me as being so extortionate that I determined to look out for an inn of inferior pretensions, and to try if I could not make a better bargain with a less prosperous establishment. I soon found a likely-looking house, dingy and quiet, with an old-fashioned sign, that had evidently not been repainted for many years past. The landlord, in this case, was not above making a small profit, and as soon as we came to terms he rang the yard bell to order the gig. "Has Robert not come back from that errand?" asked the landlord, appealing to the waiter who answered the bell. "No, sir, he hasn't." "Well, then, you must wake up Isaac." "Wake up Isaac?" I repeated. "That sounds rather odd. Do your hostlers go to bed in the daytime?" "This one does," said the landlord, smiling to himself in rather a strange way. "And dreams, too," added the waiter. "I shan't forget the turn it gave me the first time I heard him." "Never you mind about that," retorted the proprietor. "You go and rouse Isaac up. The gentleman's waiting for his gig." The landlord's manner and the waiter's manner expressed a great deal more than they either of them said. I began to suspect that I might be on the trace of something professionally interesting to me as a medical man, and I thought I should like to look at the hostler before the waiter awakened him. "Stop a minute," I interposed. "I have rather a fancy for seeing this man before you wake him up. I'm a doctor, and if this queer sleeping and dreaming of his comes from anything wrong in his brain, I may be able to tell you what to do with him." "I rather think you will find his complaint past all doctoring, sir," said the landlord. "But if you would like to see him, you're welcome, I'm sure." He led the way across a yard, and down a passage to the stables, opened one of the doors, and, waiting outside himself, told me to look in. I found myself in a 2-stall stable. In one of the stalls a horse was munching his corn, in the other an old man was lying asleep on the litter. I stooped and looked at him attentively. It was a withered, woebegone face. The eyebrows were painfully contracted, the mouth was fast set and drawn down at the corners. The hollow, wrinkled cheeks and the scanty, grizzled hair told their own tale of some past sorrow or suffering. He was drawing his breath convulsively when I first looked at him, and in a moment more he began to talk in his sleep. "Wake up!" I heard him say in a quick whisper through his clinched teeth. "Wake up there! Murder!" He moved one lean arm slowly till it rested over his throat, shuddered a little, and turned on his straw. Then the arm left his throat, the hand stretched itself out and clutched at the side toward which he had turned, as if he fancied himself to be grasping at the edge of something. I saw his lips move, and bent lower over him. He was still talking in his sleep. "Light grey eyes," he murmured, "and a droop in the left eyelid, flaxen hair with a gold yellow streak in it. All right, mother. Fair white arms, with a down on them. Little lady's hand, with a reddish look under the finger nails. The knife, always the cursed knife, first on one side, then on the other. Aha, you she devil, where's the knife?" At the last word his voice rose, and he grew restless on a sudden. I saw him shudder on the straw, his withered face became distorted, and he threw up both his hands with a quick hysterical grasp. They struck against the bottom of the manger under which he lay, and the blow awakened him. I had just time to slip through the door and close it before his eyes were fairly open, and his senses his own again. "Do you know anything about that man's past life?" I said to the landlord. "Yes, sir, I know pretty well all about it," was the answer, "and an uncommon queer story it is. Most people don't believe it. It's true, though, for all that. Why, just look at him," continued the landlord, opening the stable door again. "Poor devil, he's so worn out with his restless nights that he's dropped back into his sleep already." "Don't wake him," I said. "I'm in no hurry for the jig. Wait till the other man comes back from his errand. And, in the meantime, suppose I have some lunch and a bottle of sherry, and suppose you come and help me to get through it." The heart of mine host, as I had anticipated, warmed to me over his own wine. He soon became communicative on the subject of the man asleep in the stable, and by little and little I drew the whole story out of him. Extravagant and incredible as the events must appear to everybody, they are related here just as I heard them and just as they happened. Section 12, Chapter 1. Section 13 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Section 13. Brother Morgan's Story of the Dream Woman. Chapter 2. Some years ago there lived in the suburbs of a large seaport town on the west coast of England a man in humble circumstances, by name Isaac Scatchard. His means of subsistence were derived from any employment that he could get as an hostler, and occasionally, when times went well with him, from temporary engagements in service as stable helper in private houses. Though a faithful, steady, and honest man, he got on badly in his calling. His ill luck was proverbial among his neighbours. He was always missing good opportunities by no fault of his own, and always living longest in service with amiable people who were not punctual payers of wages. Unlucky Isaac was his nickname in his own neighbourhood, and no one could say that he did not richly deserve it. With far more than one man's fair share of adversity to endure, Isaac had but one consolation to support him, and that was of the dreariest and most negative kind. He had no wife and children to increase his anxieties and add to the bitterness of his own various failures in life. It might have been from mere insensibility, or it might have been from generous unwillingness to involve another in his own unlucky destiny, but the fact undoubtedly was, that he had arrived at the middle term of life without marrying, and, what is much more remarkable, without once exposing himself, from 18 to 8 and 30, to the genial imputation of ever having had a sweetheart. When he was out of service he lived alone with his widowed mother. Mrs. Scatchard was a woman above the average in her lowly station as to capacity and manners. She had seen better days, as the phrase is, but she never referred to them in the presence of curious visitors, and though perfectly polite to every one who approached her, never cultivated any intimacies among her neighbours. She contrived to provide, hardly enough, for her simple wants by doing rough work for the tailors, and always managed to keep a decent home for her son to return to whenever his ill luck drove him out helpless into the world. One bleak autumn, when Isaac was getting on fast toward 40, and when he was as usual out of a place through no fault of his own, he set forth from his mother's cottage on a long walk inland to a gentleman's seat where he had heard that a stable helper was required. It wanted then but 2 days of his birthday, and Mrs. Scatchard, with her usual fondness, made him promise, before he started, that he would be back in time to keep that anniversary with her, in as festive a way as their poor means would allow. It was easy for him to comply with this request, even supposing he slept a night each way on the road. He was to start from home on Monday morning, and whether he got the new place or not, he was to be back for his birthday dinner on Wednesday at 2 o'clock. Arriving at his destination too late on the Monday night to make application for the stable helper's place, he slept at the village inn, and in good time on the Tuesday morning presented himself at the gentleman's house to fill the vacant situation. Here again his ill luck pursued him as inexorably as ever. The excellent written testimonials to his character which he was able to produce availed him nothing. His long walk had been taken in vain. Only the day before, the stable helper's place had been given to another man. Isaac accepted this new disappointment resignedly and as a matter of course. Naturally slow in capacity, he had the bluntness of sensibility and phlegmatic patience of disposition which frequently distinguish men with sluggishly working mental powers. He thanked the gentleman's steward, with his usual quiet civility, for granting him an interview, and took his departure with no appearance of unusual depression in his face or manner. Before starting on his homeward walk he made some inquiries at the inn, and ascertained that he might save a few miles on his return by following the new road. Furnished with full instructions, several times repeated, as to the various turnings he was to take, he set forth on his homeward journey, and walked on all day, with only one stoppage for bread and cheese. Just as it was getting toward dark, the rain came on, and the wind began to rise, and he found himself, to make matters worse, in a part of the country with which he was entirely unacquainted, though he knew himself to be some 15 miles from home. The first house he found to inquire at was a lonely roadside inn, standing on the outskirts of a thick wood. Solitary as the place looked, it was welcome to a lost man, who was also hungry, thirsty, footsore, and wet. The landlord was civil and respectable looking, and the price he asked for a bed was reasonable enough. Isaac therefore decided on stopping comfortably at the inn for that night. He was constitutionally a temperate man. His supper consisted of 2 rashers of bacon, a slice of home–made bread, and a pint of ale. He did not go to bed immediately after this moderate meal, but sat up with the landlord, talking about his bad prospects and the long run of ill luck, and diverging from these topics to the subjects of horseflesh and racing. Nothing was said either by himself, his host, or the few labourers who strayed into the tap–room, which could, in the slightest degree, excite the very small and very dull imaginative faculty which Isaac Scatchard possessed. At a little after 11 the house was closed. Isaac went round with the landlord, and held the candle while the doors and lower windows were being secured. He noticed with surprise the strength of the bolts and bars, and iron–sheathed shutters. "You see we are rather lonely here," said the landlord. "We never have had any attempts made to break in yet, but it's always as well to be on the safe side. When nobody is sleeping here, I am the only man in the house. My wife and daughter are timid, and the servant–girl takes after her missuses. Another glass of ale before you turn in? No? Well, how such a sober man as you comes to be out of a place is more than I can make out, for one. Here's where you're to sleep. You're our only lodger to–night, and I think you'll say my missus has done her best to make you comfortable. You're quite sure you won't have another glass of ale? Very well. Good night." It was 11:30 by the clock in the passage as they went upstairs to the bedroom, the window of which looked on to the wood at the back of the house. Isaac locked the door, set his candle on the chest of drawers, and wearily got ready for bed. The bleak autumn wind was still blowing, and the solemn monotonous surging moan of it in the wood was dreary and awful to hear through the night silence. Isaac felt strangely wakeful. He resolved, as he lay down in bed, to keep the candle alight until he began to grow sleepy, for there was something unendurably depressing in the bare idea of lying awake in the darkness, listening to the dismal, ceaseless moaning of the wind in the wood. Sleep stole on him before he was aware of it. His eyes closed, and he fell off insensibly to rest without having so much as thought of extinguishing the candle. The first sensation of which he was conscious after sinking into slumber was a strange shivering that ran through him suddenly from head to foot, and a dreadful sinking pain at the heart, such as he had never felt before. The shivering only disturbed his slumbers. The pain woke him instantly. In one moment he passed from a state of sleep to a state of wakefulness, his eyes wide open, his mental perceptions cleared on a sudden, as if by a miracle. The candle had burned down nearly to the last morsel of tallow, but the top of the unsnuffed wick had just fallen off, and the light in the little room was, for the moment, fair and full. Between the foot of his bed and the closed door there stood a woman, with a knife in her hand, looking at him. He was stricken speechless with terror, but he did not lose the preternatural clearness of his faculties, and he never took his eyes off the woman. She said not a word as they stared each other in the face, but she began to move slowly toward the left–hand side of the bed. His eyes followed her. She was a fair, fine woman, with yellowish flaxen hair and light grey eyes, with a droop in the left eyelid. He noticed these things and fixed them on his mind before she was round at the side of the bed. Speechless, with no expression in her face, with no noise following her footfall, she came closer and closer, stopped, and slowly raised the knife. He laid his right arm over his throat to save it, but as he saw the knife coming down, threw his hand across the bed to the right side, and jerked his body over that way, just as the knife descended on the mattress, within an inch of his shoulder. His eyes fixed on her arm and hand as she slowly drew her knife out of the bed. A white, well–shaped arm, with a pretty down lying lightly over the fair skin, a delicate lady's hand, with the crowning beauty of a pink flush under and around the finger–nails. She drew the knife out, and passed back again slowly to the foot of the bed, stopped there for a moment looking at him, then came on, still speechless, still with no expression on the blank beautiful face, still with no sound following the stealthy footfalls, came on to the right side of the bed where he now lay. As she approached, she raised the knife again, and he drew himself away to the left side. She struck, as before, right into the mattress, with a deliberate perpendicularly downward action of the arm. This time his eyes wandered from her to the knife. It was like the large clasp knives which he had often seen labouring men use to cut their bread and bacon with. Her delicate little fingers did not conceal more than 2/3 of the handle. He noticed that it was made of buckhorn, clean and shining as the blade was, and looking like new. For the second time she drew the knife out, concealed it in the wide sleeve of her gown, then stopped by the bedside, watching him. For an instant he saw her standing in that position. Then the wick of the spent candle fell over into the socket, the flame diminished to a little blue point, and the room grew dark. A moment or less, if possible, passed so, and then the wick flamed up, smokingly for the last time. His eyes were still looking eagerly over the right-hand side of the bed, when the final flash of light came, but they discovered nothing. The fair woman with the knife was gone. The conviction that he was alone again weakened the hold of the terror that had struck him dumb up to this time. The preternatural sharpness which the very intensity of his panic had mysteriously imparted to his faculties left them suddenly. His brain grew confused, his heart beat wildly, his ears opened for the first time since the appearance of the woman to a sense of the woeful ceaseless moaning of the wind among the trees. With the dreadful conviction of the reality of what he had seen still strong within him, he leaped out of bed, and screaming, "Murder! Wake up, there! Wake up!" dashed headlong through the darkness to the door. It was fast locked, exactly as he had left it on going to bed. His cries on starting up had alarmed the house. He heard the terrified, confused exclamations of women. He saw the master of the house approaching along the passage, with his burning rush candle in one hand and his gun in the other. "What is it?" asked the landlord, breathlessly. Isaac could only answer in a whisper. "A woman with a knife in her hand," he gasped out, "in my room. A fair, yellow-haired woman. She jobbed at me with the knife twice over." The landlord's pale cheeks grew paler. He looked at Isaac eagerly by the flickering light of his candle, and his face began to get red again. His voice altered, too, as well as his complexion. "She seems to have missed you twice," he said. "I dodged the knife as it came down," Isaac went on, in the same scared whisper. "It struck the bed each time." The landlord took his candle into the bedroom immediately. In less than a minute he came out again into the passage in a violent passion. "The devil fly away with you and your woman with the knife! There isn't a mark in the bedclothes anywhere. What do you mean by coming into a man's place and frightening his family out of their wits about a dream?" "I'll leave your house," said Isaac faintly. "Better out on the road in rain and dark, on my road home, than back again in that room, after what I've seen in it. Lend me a light to get my clothes by, and tell me what I'm to pay." "Pay!" cried the landlord, leading the way with his light sulkily into the room. "You'll find your score on the slate when you go downstairs. I wouldn't have taken you in for all the money you've got about you, if I'd known your dreaming, screeching ways beforehand. Look at the bed. Where's the cut of a knife in it? Look at the window. Is the lock bursted? Look at the door, which I heard you fasten yourself. Is it broke in? A murdering woman with a knife in my house! You ought to be ashamed of yourself." Isaac answered not a word. He huddled on his clothes, and then they went downstairs together. "Nigh on 20 minutes past 2," said the landlord, as they passed the clock. "A nice time in the morning to frighten honest people out of their wits." Isaac paid his bill, and the landlord let him out at the front door, asking, with a grin of contempt, as he undid the strong fastenings, whether the murdering woman got in that way. They parted without a word on either side. The rain had ceased, but the night was dark, and the wind bleaker than ever. Little did the darkness, or the cold, or the uncertainty about the way home matter to Isaac. If he had been turned out into a wilderness in a thunderstorm, It would have been a relief after what he had suffered in the bedroom of the inn. What was the fair woman with the knife? The creature of a dream, or that other creature from the unknown world called among men by the name of ghost? He could make nothing of the mystery. He made nothing of it even when it was midday on Wednesday, and when he stood at last, after many times missing the road, once more on the doorstep of home. Section 2. Section 14 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Section 14. Brother Morgan's Story of the Dream Woman. Chapter 3. His mother came out eagerly to receive him. His face told her in a moment that something was wrong. "I've lost the place, but that's my luck. I dreamed an ill dream last night, mother, or maybe I saw a ghost. Take it either way, it scared me out of my senses, and I'm not my own man again yet." "Isaac, your face frightens me. Come into the fire. Come in, and tell mother all about it." He was as anxious to tell as she was to hear, for it had been his hope, all the way home, that his mother, with her quicker capacity and superior knowledge, might be able to throw some light on the mystery which he could not clear up for himself. His memory of the dream was still mechanically vivid, though his thoughts were entirely confused by it. His mother's face grew paler and paler as he went on. She never interrupted him by so much as a single word, but when he had done she moved her chair close to his, and put her arm round his neck, and said to him: "Isaac, you dreamed your ill dream on this Wednesday morning. What time was it when you saw the fair woman with the knife in her hand?" Isaac reflected on what the landlord had said when they had passed by the clock on his leaving the inn, allowed as nearly as he could for the time that must have elapsed between the unlocking of his bedroom door and the paying of his bill just before going away, and answered: "Somewhere about 2 o'clock in the morning." His mother suddenly quitted her hold of his neck, and struck her hands together with a gesture of despair. "This Wednesday is your birthday, Isaac, and 2 o'clock in the morning was the time when you were born." Isaac's capacities were not quick enough to catch the infection of his mother's superstitious dread. He was amazed, and a little startled also, when she suddenly rose from her chair, opened her old writing-desk, took pen, ink, and paper, and then said to him: "Your memory is but a poor one, Isaac, and now I'm an old woman mine's not much better. I want all about this dream of yours to be as well known to both of us years hence as it is now. Tell me over again all you told me a minute ago, when you spoke of what the woman with the knife looked like." Isaac obeyed, and marvelled much as he saw his mother carefully set down on paper the very words that he was saying. "Light grey eyes," she wrote, as they came to the descriptive part, "with a droop in the left eyelid. Flaxen hair, with a gold-yellow streak in it. White arms, with down upon them. Little lady's hand, with a reddish look about the finger–nails. Clasp knife, with a buckhorn handle, that seemed as good as new." To these particulars Mrs. Scatchard added the year, month, day of the week, and time in the morning when the woman of the dream appeared to her son. Then she locked up the paper carefully in her writing–desk. Neither on that day nor on any day after could her son induce her to return to the matter of the dream. She obstinately kept her thoughts about it to herself, and even refused to refer again to the paper in her writing–desk. Ere long Isaac grew weary of attempting to make her break her resolute silence, and time, which sooner or later wears out all things, gradually wore out the impression produced on him by the dream. He began by thinking of it carelessly, and he ended by not thinking of it at all. The result was the more easily brought about by the advent of some important change for the better in his prospects, which commenced not long after his terrible night's experience at the inn. He reaped at last the reward of his long and patient suffering under adversity, by getting an excellent place, keeping it for 7 years, and leaving it, on the death of his master, not only with an excellent character, but also with a comfortable annuity bequeathed to him as a reward for saving his mistress's life in a carriage accident. Thus it happened that Isaac Scatcherd returned to his old mother 7 years after the time of the dream at the inn, with an annual sum of money at his disposal sufficient to keep them both in ease and independence for the rest of their lives. The mother, whose health had been bad of late years, profited so much by the care bestowed on her and by freedom from money anxieties, that when Isaac's birthday came round she was able to sit up comfortably at table and dine with him. On that day, as the evening drew on, Mrs. Scatcherd discovered that a bottle of tonic medicine which she was accustomed to take, and in which she had fancied that a dose or more was still left, happened to be empty. Isaac immediately volunteered to go to the chemist's and get it filled again. It was as rainy and bleak an autumn night as on the memorable past occasion when he lost his way and slept at the roadside inn. On going into the chemist's shop he was passed hurriedly by a poorly dressed woman coming out of it. The glimpse he had of her face struck him, and he looked back after her as she descended the doorsteps. "You're noticing that woman?" said the chemist's apprentice behind the counter. "It's my opinion there's something wrong with her. She's been asking for laudanum to put to a bad tooth. Master's out for half an hour, and I told her I wasn't allowed to sell poison to strangers in his absence. She laughed in a queer way, and said she would come back in half an hour. If she expects master to serve her, I think she'll be disappointed. It's a case of suicide, sir, if ever there was one yet." These words added immeasurably to the sudden interest in the woman which Isaac had felt at the first sight of her face. After he had got the medicine bottle filled, he looked about anxiously for her as soon as he was out in the street. She was walking slowly up and down on the opposite side of the road. With his heart, very much to his own surprise, beating fast, Isaac crossed over and spoke to her. He asked if she was in any distress. She pointed to her torn shawl, her scanty dress, her crushed, dirty bonnet, then moved under a lamp, so as to let the light fall on her stern, pale, but still most beautiful face. "I look like a comfortable, happy woman, don't I?" she said, with a bitter laugh. She spoke with a purity of intonation which Isaac had never heard before from other than ladies' lips. Her slightest actions seemed to have the easy, negligent grace of a thoroughbred woman. Her skin, for all its poverty-stricken paleness, was as delicate as if her life had been passed in the enjoyment of every social comfort that wealth can purchase. Even her small, finely shaped hands, gloveless as they were, had not lost their whiteness. Little by little, in answer to his questions, the sad story of the woman came out. There is no need to relate it here. It is told over and over again in police reports and paragraphs about attempted suicides. "My name is Rebecca Murdoch," said the woman as she ended. "I have 9d. left, and I thought of spending it at the chemist's over the way in securing a passage to the other world. Whatever it is, it can't be worse to me than this, so why should I stop here?" Besides the natural compassion and sadness moved in his heart by what he heard, Isaac felt within him some mysterious influence at work all the time the woman was speaking, which utterly confused his ideas, and almost deprived him of his powers of speech. All that he could say in answer to her last reckless words was that he would prevent her from attempting her own life, if he followed her about all night to do it. His rough, trembling earnestness seemed to impress her. "I won't occasion you that trouble," she answered, when he repeated his threat. "You have given me a fancy for living by speaking kindly to me. No need for the mockery of protestations and promises. You may believe me without them. Come to Fuller's Meadow to-morrow at 12, and you will find me alive to answer for myself. No, no money. My ninepence will do to get me as good a night's lodging as I want." She nodded and left him. He made no attempt to follow. He felt no suspicion that she was deceiving him. "It's strange, but I can't help believing her," he said to himself, and walked away, bewildered, toward home. On entering the house his mind was still so completely absorbed by its new subject of interest that he took no notice of what his mother was doing when he came in with the bottle of medicine. She had opened her old writing-desk in his absence, and was now reading a paper attentively that lay inside it. On every birthday of Isaac's since she had written down the particulars of his dream from his own lips, she had been accustomed to read that same paper and ponder over it in private. The next day he went to Fuller's Meadow. He had done only right in believing her so implicitly. She was there, punctual to a minute, to answer for herself. The last left faint defences in Isaac's heart against the fascination which a word or look from her began inscrutably to exercise over him sank down and vanished before her forever on that memorable morning. When a man, previously insensible to the influence of women, forms an attachment in middle life, the instances are rare indeed, let the warning circumstances be what they may, in which he is found capable of freeing himself from the tyranny of the new ruling passion. The charm of being spoken to familiarly, fondly, and gratefully by a woman whose language and manners still retained enough of their early refinement to hint at the high social station that she had lost, would have been a dangerous luxury to a man of Isaac's rank at the age of 20, but it was far more than that. It was certain ruin to him, now that his heart was opening unworthily to a new influence at the middle time of life, when strong feelings of all kinds, once implanted, strike root most stubbornly in a man's moral nature. A few more stolen interviews after that first morning in Fuller's Meadow completed his infatuation. In less than a month from the time when he first met her, Isaac Scatcherd had consented to give Rebecca Murdoch a new interest in existence, and a chance of recovering the character she had lost, by promising to make her his wife. She had taken possession, not of his passions only, but of his faculties as well. All the mind he had he put into her keeping. She directed him on every point, even instructing him how to break the news of his approaching marriage in the safest manner to his mother. "If you tell her how you met me, and who I am at first," said the cunning woman, "she will move heaven and earth to prevent our marriage. Say I am the sister of one of your fellow servants. Ask her to see me before you go into any more particulars, and leave it to me to do the rest. I mean to make her love me next best to you, Isaac, before she knows anything of who I really am." The motive of the deceit was sufficient to sanctify it to Isaac. The stratagem proposed relieved him of his one great anxiety, and quieted his uneasy conscience on the subject of his mother. Still there was something wanting to perfect his happiness, something that he could not realize, something mysteriously untraceable, and yet something that perpetually made itself felt, not when he was absent from Rebecca Murdoch, but, strange to say, when he was actually in her presence. She was kindness itself with him. She never made him feel his inferior capacities and inferior manners. She showed the sweetest anxiety to please him in the smallest trifles, but, in spite of all these attractions, he never could feel quite at his ease with her. At their first meeting there had mingled with his admiration, when he looked in her face, a faint, involuntary feeling of doubt whether that face was entirely strange to him. No after familiarity had the slightest effect on this inexplicable, wearisome uncertainty. Concealing the truth as he had been directed, he announced his marriage engagement precipitately and confusedly to his mother on the day when he contracted it. Poor Mrs. Scatcherd showed her perfect confidence in her son, by flinging her arms round his neck, and giving him joy of having found at last, in the sister of one of his fellow-servants, a woman to comfort and care for him after his mother was gone. She was all eagerness to see the woman of her son's choice, and the next day was fixed for the introduction. It was a bright sunny morning, and the little cottage parlour was full of light as Mrs. Scatcherd, happy and expectant, dressed for the occasion in her Sunday gown, sat waiting for her son and her future daughter-in-law. Punctual to the appointed time, Isaac hurriedly and nervously led his promised wife into the room. His mother rose to receive her, advanced a few steps, smiling, looked Rebecca full in the eyes, and suddenly stopped. Her face, which had been flushed the moment before, turned white in an instant. Her eyes lost their expression of softness and kindness, and assumed a blank look of terror. Her outstretched hands fell to her sides, and she staggered back a few steps, with a low cry to her son. "Isaac!" she whispered, clutching him fast by the arm, when he asked alarmedly if she was taken ill. "Isaac, does that woman's face remind you of nothing?" Before he could answer, before he could look round to where Rebecca stood, astonished and angered by her reception, at the lower end of the room, his mother pointed impatiently to her writing-desk, and gave him the key. "Open it," she said in a quick, breathless whisper. "What does this mean? Why am I treated as if I had no business here? Does your mother want to insult me?" asked Rebecca angrily. "Open it, and give me the paper in the left-hand drawer. Quick, quick, for heaven's sake!" said Mrs. Scatcherd, shrinking further back in terror. Isaac gave her the paper. She looked it over eagerly for a moment, then followed Rebecca, who was now turning away haughtily to leave the room, and caught her by the shoulder, abruptly raised the long, loose sleeve of her gown, and glanced at her hand and arm. Something like fear began to steal over the angry expression of Rebecca's face, as she shook herself free from the old woman's grasp. "Mad!" she said to herself, "and Isaac never told me!" With these few words she left the room. Isaac was hastening after her, when his mother turned and stopped his further progress. It wrung his heart to see the misery and terror in her face as she looked at him. "Light grey eyes," she said, in low, mournful, awestruck tones, pointing toward the open door. "A droop in the left eyelid. Flaxen hair, with a yellow gold streak in it. White arms, with a down upon them. Little lady's hand, with a reddish look under the finger–nails. The dream–woman, Isaac, the dream–woman!" That faint cleaving doubt which he had never been able to shake off in Rebecca Murdoch's presence was fatally set at rest for ever. He had seen her face then before, 7 years before, on his birthday, in the bedroom of the lonely inn. "Be warned, oh my son, be warned! Isaac, Isaac, let her go, and do you stop with me." Something darkened the parlour window as those words were said. A sudden chill ran through him, and he glanced sidelong at the shadow. Rebecca Murdoch had come back. She was peering in curiously at them over the low window–blind. "I have promised to marry, mother," he said, "and marry I must." The tears came into his eyes as he spoke, and dimmed his sight, but he could just discern the fatal face outside moving away again from the window. His mother's head sank lower. "Are you faint?" he whispered. "Broken–hearted, Isaac." He stooped down and kissed her. The shadow, as he did so, returned to the window, and the fatal face peered in curiously once more. Section 14. Chapter 3. Section 15 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Section 15. Brother Morgan's Story of the Dream Woman, Chapter 4. 3 weeks after that day, Isaac and Rebekah were man and wife. All that was hopelessly dogged and stubborn in the man's moral nature seemed to have closed round his fatal passion, and to have fixed it unassailably in his heart. After that first interview in the cottage parlour, no consideration would induce Mrs. Scatchard to see her son's wife again, or even to talk of her, when Isaac tried hard to plead her cause after their marriage. This course of conduct was not in any degree occasioned by a discovery of the degradation in which Rebekah had lived. There was no question of that between mother and son. There was no question of anything but the fearfully exact resemblance between the living, breathing woman and the spectre woman of Isaac's dream. Rebekah, on her side, neither felt nor expressed the slightest sorrow at the estrangement between herself and her mother-in-law. Isaac, for the sake of peace, had never contradicted her first idea that age and long illness had affected Mrs. Scatchard's mind. He even allowed his wife to upbraid him for not having confessed this to her at the time of their marriage engagement, rather than risk anything by hinting at the truth. The sacrifice of his integrity before his one all-mastering delusion seemed but a small thing, and cost his conscience but little after the sacrifices he had already made. The time of waking from this delusion, the cruel and rueful time, was not far off. After some months of married life, as the summer was ending, and the year was getting on toward the month of his birthday, Isaac found his wife altering toward him. She grew sullen and contemptuous. She formed acquaintances of the most dangerous kind in defiance of his objections, his entreaties, and his commands. And, worst of all, she learned, ere long, after every fresh difference with her husband, to seek the deadly self-oblivion of drink. Little by little, after the first miserable discovery that his wife was keeping company with drunkards, the shocking certainty forced itself on Isaac that she had grown to be a drunkard herself. He had been in a sadly desponding state for some time before the occurrence of these domestic calamities. His mother's health, as he could but too plainly discern every time he went to see her at the cottage, was failing fast, and he upbraided himself in secret as the cause of the bodily and mental suffering she endured. When to his remorse on his mother's account was added the shame and misery occasioned by the discovery of his wife's degradation, he sank under the double trial. His face began to alter fast, and he looked what he was, a spirit-broken man. His mother, still struggling bravely against the illness that was hurrying her to the grave, was the first to notice the sad alteration in him, and the first to hear of his last worst trouble with his wife. She could only weep bitterly on the day when he made his humiliating confession, but on the next occasion when he went to see her she had taken a resolution in reference to his domestic afflictions which astonished and even alarmed him. He found her dressed to go out, and on asking the reason received this answer: "I am not long for this world, Isaac," she said, "and I shall not feel easy on my death-bed unless I have done my best to the last to make my son happy. I mean to put my own fears and my own feelings out of the question, and to go with you to your wife, and try what I can do to reclaim her. Give me your arm, Isaac, and let me do the last thing I can in this world to help my son before it is too late." He could not disobey her, and they walked together slowly toward his miserable home. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon when they reached the cottage where he lived. It was their dinner hour, and Rebekah was in the kitchen. He was thus able to take his mother quietly into the parlour, and then prepare his wife for the interview. She had fortunately drunk but little at that early hour, and she was less sullen and capricious than usual. He returned to his mother with his mind tolerably at ease. His wife soon followed him into the parlour, and the meeting between her and Mrs. Scatchard passed off better than he had ventured to anticipate, though he observed with secret apprehension that his mother, resolutely as she controlled herself in other respects, could not look his wife in the face when she spoke to her. It was a relief to him, therefore, when Rebecca began to lay the cloth. She laid the cloth, brought in the bread tray, and cut a slice from the loaf for her husband, then returned to the kitchen. At that moment Isaac, still anxiously watching his mother, was startled by seeing the same ghastly change pass over her face which had altered it so awfully on the morning when Rebecca and she first met. Before he could say a word, she whispered with a look of horror, "Take me back home, home again, Isaac. Come with me, and never go back again." He was afraid to ask for an explanation. He could only sign to her to be silent, and help her quickly to the door. As they passed the bread tray on the table, she stopped and pointed to it. "Did you see what your wife cut your bread with?" she asked in a low whisper. "No, mother, I was not noticing. What was it?" "Look!" He did look. A new clasp knife with a buckhorn handle lay with the loaf in the bread tray. He stretched out his hand shudderingly to possess himself of it, but at the same time there was a noise in the kitchen, and his mother caught at his arm. "The knife of the dream! Isaac, I'm faint with fear. Take me away before she comes back." He was hardly able to support her. The visible, tangible reality of the knife struck him with a panic, and utterly destroyed any faint doubts that he might have entertained up to this time in relation to the mysterious dream warning of nearly 8 years before. By a last desperate effort he summoned self-possession enough to help his mother out of the house, so quietly that the dream woman, he thought of her by that name now, did not hear them departing from the kitchen. "Don't go back, Isaac, don't go back," implored Mrs. Scatchard, as he turned to go away, after seeing her safely seated again in her own room. "I must get the knife," he answered under his breath. His mother tried to stop him again, but he hurried out without another word. On his return he found that his wife had discovered their secret departure from the house. She had been drinking, and was in a fury of passion. The dinner in the kitchen was flung under the grate, the cloth was off the parlour table. Where was the knife? Unwisely he asked for it. She was only too glad of the opportunity of irritating him which the request afforded her. He wanted the knife, did he? Could he give her a reason why? No! Then he should not have it, not if he went down on his knees to ask for it. Further recriminations elicited the fact that she had bought it a bargain, and that she considered it her own especial property. Isaac saw the uselessness of attempting to get the knife by fair means, and determined to search for it later in the day in secret. The search was unsuccessful. Night came on, and he left the house to walk about the streets. He was afraid now to sleep in the same room with her. 3 weeks passed. Still sullenly enraged with him, she would not give up the knife, and still that fear of sleeping in the same room with her possessed him. He walked about at night, or dozed in the parlour, or sat watching by his mother's bedside. Before the expiration of the first week in the new month his mother died. It wanted then but 10 days of her son's birthday. She had longed to live till that anniversary. Isaac was present at her death, and her last words in this world were addressed to him. "Don't go back, my son, don't go back." He was obliged to go back, if it were only to watch his wife. Exasperated to the last degree by his distrust of her, she had revengefully sought to add a sting to his grief during the last days of his mother's illness, by declaring that she would assert her right to attend the funeral. In spite of anything he could do or say, she held with wicked pertinacity to her word, and on the day appointed for the burial forced itself, inflamed and shameless with drink, into her husband's presence, and declared that she would walk in the funeral procession to his mother's grave. This last worst outrage, accompanied by all that was most insulting in word and look, maddened him for the moment. He struck her. The instant the blow was dealt he repented it. She crouched down, silent, in a corner of the room, and eyed him steadily. It was a look that cooled his hot blood and made him tremble. But there was no time now to think of a means of making atonement. Nothing remained but to risk the worst till the funeral was over. There was but one way of making sure of her. He locked her into her bedroom. When he came back some hours after, he found her sitting, very much altered in look and bearing, by the bedside, with a bundle on her lap. She rose and faced him quietly, and spoke with a strange stillness in her voice, a strange repose in her eyes, a strange composure in her manner. "No man has ever struck me twice," she said, "and my husband shall have no second opportunity. Set the door open and let me go. From this day forth we see each other no more." Before he could answer, she passed him and left the room. He saw her walk away up the street. Would she return? All that night he watched and waited, but no footstep came near the house. The next night, overpowered by fatigue, he lay down in bed in his clothes, with the door locked, the key on the table, and the candle burning. His slumber was not disturbed. The third night, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth passed, and nothing happened. He lay down on the seventh, still in his clothes, still with the door locked, the key on the table, and the candle burning, but easier in his mind and in perfect health of body when he fell off to sleep. But his rest was disturbed. He woke twice without any sensation of uneasiness, but the third time it was that never-to-be-forgotten shivering of the night at the lonely inn, that dreadful sinking pain in his heart, which once more aroused him in an instant. His eyes opened toward the left-hand side of the bed, and there stood— The dream woman again? No, his wife, the living reality, with the dream spectre's face, in the dream spectre's attitude, the fair arm up, the knife clasped in the delicate white hand. He sprang upon her almost at the instant of seeing her, and yet not quickly enough to prevent her from hiding the knife. Without a word from him, without a cry from her, he pinioned her in a chair. With one hand he felt up her sleeve, and there, where the dream woman had hidden the knife, his wife had hidden it, the knife with the buckhorn handle that looked like new. In the despair of that fearful moment his brain was steady, his heart was calm. He looked at her fixedly with the knife in his hand, and said these last words: "You told me we should see each other no more, and you have come back. It is my turn now to go, and to go for ever. I say that we shall see each other no more, and my word shall not be broken." He left her, and set forth into the night. There was a bleak wind abroad, and the smell of recent rain was in the air. The distant church clocks chimed the quarter as he walked rapidly beyond the last houses in the suburb. He asked the first policeman he met what hour that was of which the quarter past had just struck. The man referred sleepily to his watch, and answered, 2 o'clock. 2 in the morning. What day of the month was this day that had just begun? He reckoned it up from the date of his mother's death. The fatal parallel was complete. It was his birthday. Had he escaped the mortal peril which the dream foretold, or had he only received a second warning? As that ominous doubt forced itself on his mind, he stopped, reflected, and turned back again toward the city. He was still resolute to hold to his word, and never to let her see him more. But there was a thought now in his mind of having her watched and followed. The knife was in his possession, the world was before him, but a new distrust of her, a vague, unspeakable, superstitious dread had overcome him. "I must know where she goes, now she thinks I have left her," he said to himself, as he stole back wearily to the precincts of his house. It was still dark. He had left the candle burning in the bedchamber, but when he looked up to the window of the room now, there was no light in it. He crept cautiously to the house door. On going away, he remembered to have closed it. On trying it now, he found it open. He waited outside, never losing sight of the house, till daylight. Then he ventured indoors, listened and heard nothing, looked into kitchen, scullery, parlour, and found nothing. Went up at last into the bedroom. It was empty. A picklock lay on the floor, betraying how she had gained entrance in the night, and that was the only trace of her. Whither had she gone? That no mortal tongue could tell him. The darkness had covered her flight, and when the day broke no man could say where the light found her. Before leaving the house and the town for ever, he gave instructions to a friend and neighbour to sell his furniture for anything that it would fetch, and apply the proceeds to employing the police to trace her. The directions were honestly followed, and the money was all spent, but the inquiries led to nothing. The picklock on the bedroom floor remained the one last useless trace of the dream woman. At this point of the narrative the landlord paused, and turning toward the window of the room in which we were sitting, looked in the direction of the stable-yard. "So far," he said, "I tell you what was told to me. The little that remains to be added lies within my own experience. Between 2 and 3 months after the events I have just been relating, Isaac Scatchard came to me, withered and old-looking before his time, just as you saw him to-day. He had his testimonials to character with him, and he asked for employment here. Knowing that my wife and he were distantly related, I gave him a trial in consideration of that relationship, and I liked him in spite of his queer habits. He is as sober, honest, and willing a man as there is in England. As to his restlessness at night, and his sleeping away his leisure time in the day, who can wonder at it after hearing his story? Besides, he never objects to being roused up when he's wanted, so there's not much inconvenience to complain of, after all." "I suppose he is afraid of a return of that dreadful woman, and of waking out of it in the dark," said I. "No," returned the landlord, "the dream comes back to him so often that he has got to bear with it by this time, resignedly enough. It's his wife keeps waking at night, as he has often told me." "What, has she never been heard of yet?" "Never. Isaac himself has the one perpetual thought about her, that she is alive and looking for him. I believe he wouldn't let himself drop off to sleep toward 2 in the morning for a king's ransom. 2 in the morning, he says, is the time she will find him, one of these days. 2 in the morning is the time all year round when he likes to be most certain that he has got that clasp-knife safe about him. He does not mind being alone, as long as he is awake, except on the night before his birthday, when he firmly believes himself to be in peril of his life. The birthday has only come round once since he has been here, and then he sat up along with the night-porter. 'She's looking for me,' is all he says when anybody speaks to him about the one anxiety of his life. 'She's looking for me.' He may be right. She may be looking for him. Who can tell?" "Who can tell?" said I. The 4th day. The sky once more cloudy and threatening. No news of George. I corrected Morgan's second story to-day, numbered it 7, and added it to our stock. Undeterred by the weather, Miss Jessie set off this morning on the longest ride she had yet undertaken. She had heard, through one of my brother's labourers I believe, of the actual existence, in this 19th century, of no less a personage than a Welsh bard, who was to be found at a distant farmhouse far beyond the limits of Owen's property. The prospect of discovering this remarkable relic of past times hurried her off, under the guidance of her ragged groom, in a high state of excitement, to see and hear the venerable man. She was away the whole day, and for the first time since her visit she kept us waiting more than half an hour for dinner. The moment we all sat down to table she informed us, to Morgan's great delight, that the bard was a rank impostor. "Why, what did you expect to see?" I asked. "A Welsh patriarch, to be sure, with a long white beard, flowing robes, and a harp to match," answered Miss Jessie. "And what did you find?" "A highly respectable middle–aged rustic, a smiling, smoothly shaven, obliging man, dressed in a blue swallow–tailed coat, and with brass buttons, and exhibiting his bardic legs in a pair of extremely stout and comfortable corduroy trousers." "But he sang old Welsh songs, surely?" "Sang! I'll tell you what he did. He sat down in a Windsor chair, without a harp. He put his hands in his pockets, cleared his throat, looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly burst into a series of the shrillest falsetto screeches I ever heard in my life. My own private opinion is that he was suffering from hydrophobia. I have lost all belief henceforth and forever in bards, all belief in everything, in short, except your very delightful stories and this remarkably good dinner." Ending with that smart double fire of compliments to her hosts, the Queen of Hearts honoured us all three with a smile of approval, and transferred her attention to her knife and fork. The number drawn to night was 1. On examination of the purple volume, it proved to be my turn to read again. "Our story to night," I said, "contains the narrative of a very remarkable adventure which really befell me when I was a young man. At the time of my life when these events happened, I was dabbling in literature when I ought to have been studying law, and travelling on the Continent when I ought to have been keeping my terms at Lincoln's Inn. At the outset of the story you will find that I refer to the county in which I lived in my youth, and to a neighbouring family possessing a large estate in it. That county is situated in a part of England far away from the Glen Tower, and that family is therefore not to be associated with any present or former neighbours of ours in this part of the world." After saying these necessary words of explanation, I opened the first page and began the story of my own adventure. I observed that my audience started a little as I read the title, which, I must add in my own defence, had been almost forced on my choice by the peculiar character of the narrative. It was Mad Moncton. Section 15. Chapter 4.
Chapter 16 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 16. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton. Chapter 1. The Monktons of Wincot Abbey bore a sad character for want of sociability in our county. They never went to other people's houses, and, excepting my father and a lady and her daughter living near them, never received anybody under their own roof. Proud as they all certainly were, it was not pride but dread which kept them thus apart from their neighbours. The family had suffered for generations past from the horrible affliction of hereditary insanity, and the members of it shrank from exposing their calamity to others, as they must have exposed it if they had mingled with the busy little world around them. There is a frightful story of a crime committed in past times by two of the Monktons, near relatives, from which the first appearance of the insanity was always supposed to date. But it is needless for me to shock any one by repeating it. It is enough to say that at intervals almost every form of madness appeared in the family, monomania being the most frequent manifestation of the affliction among them. I have these particulars, and one or two yet to be related, from my father. At the period of my youth but three of the Monktons were left at the Abbey, Mr. and Mrs. Moncton, and their only child Alfred, heir to the property. The one other member of this, the elder branch of the family, who was then alive, was Mr. Moncton's younger brother, Stephen. He was an unmarried man, possessing a fine estate in Scotland, but he lived almost entirely on the Continent, and bore the reputation of being a shameless profligate. The family at Wincot held almost as little communication with him as with their neighbours. I have already mentioned my father and a lady and her daughter as the only privileged people who were admitted into Wincot Abbey. My father had been an old school and college friend of Mr. Moncton, and accident had brought them so much together in later life that their continued intimacy at Wincot was quite intelligible. I am not so well able to account for the friendly terms on which Mrs. Elmslie, the lady to whom I have alluded, lived with the Monktons. Her late husband had been distantly related to Mrs. Moncton, and my father was her daughter's guardian. But even these claims to friendship and regard never seemed to me strong enough to explain the intimacy between Mrs. Elmslie and the inhabitants of the Abbey. Intimate, however, they certainly were, and one result of the constant interchange of visits between the two families in due time declared itself. Mr. Moncton's son and Mrs. Elmslie's daughter became attached to each other. I had no opportunity of seeing much of the young lady. I only remember her at that time as a delicate, gentle, lovable girl, the very opposite in appearance, and apparently in character also, to Alfred Moncton. But perhaps that was one reason why they fell in love with each other. The attachment was soon discovered, and was far from being disapproved by the parents on either side. In all essential points, except that of wealth, the Elmslies were nearly the equals of the Monktons, and want of money in a bride was of no consequence to the heir of Wincot. Alfred, it was well known, would succeed to 30,000 a year on his father's death. Thus, though the parents on both sides thought the young people not old enough to be married at once, they saw no reason why Ada and Alfred should not be engaged to each other, with the understanding that they should be united when young Moncton came of age in 2 years' time. The person to be consulted in the matter, after the parents, was my father, in his capacity of Ada's guardian. He knew that the family misery had shown itself many years ago in Mrs. Moncton, who was her husband's cousin. The illness, as it was significantly called, had been palliated by careful treatment, and was reported to have passed away. But my father was not to be deceived. He knew where the hereditary taint still lurked. He viewed with horror the bare possibility of its reappearing one day in the children of his friend's only daughter, and he positively refused his consent to the marriage engagement. The result was that the doors of the Abbey and the doors of Mrs. Elmslie's house were closed to him. This suspension of friendly intercourse had lasted but a very short time, when Mrs. Moncton died. Her husband, who was fondly attached to her, caught a violent cold while attending her funeral. The cold was neglected, and settled on his lungs. In a few months' time he followed his wife to the grave, and Alfred was left master of the grand old Abbey and the fair lands that spread all around it. At this period Mrs. Elmslie had the indelicacy to endeavour a second time to procure my father's consent to the marriage engagement. He refused it again, more positively than before. More than a year passed away. The time was approaching fast when Alfred would be of age. I returned from college to spend the long vacation at home, and made some advances toward bettering my acquaintance with young Moncton. They were evaded, certainly with perfect politeness, but still in such a way as to prevent me from offering my friendship to him again. Any mortification I might have felt at this petty repulse under ordinary circumstances was dismissed from my mind by the occurrence of a real misfortune in our household. For some months past my father's health had been failing, and just at the time of which I am now writing, his sons had to mourn the irreparable calamity of his death. This event, through some informality or error in the late Mr. Elmslie's will, left the future of Ada's life entirely at her mother's disposal. The consequence was the immediate ratification of the marriage engagement to which my father had so steadily refused his consent. As soon as the fact was publicly announced, some of Mrs. Elmslie's more intimate friends, who were acquainted with the reports affecting the Moncton family, ventured to mingle with their formal congratulations 1 or 2 significant references to the late Mrs. Moncton, and some searching inquiries as to the disposition of her son. Mrs. Elmslie always met these polite hints with one bold form of answer. She first admitted the existence of these reports about the Monktons, which her friends were unwilling to specify distinctly, and then declared that they were infamous calumnies. The hereditary taint had died out of the family generations back. Alfred was the best, the kindest, the sanest of human beings. He loved study and retirement. Ada sympathized with his tastes, and had made her choice unbiased. If any more hints were dropped about sacrificing her by her marriage, those hints would be viewed as so many insults to her mother, whose affections for her it was monstrous to call into question. This way of talking silenced people, but did not convince them. They began to suspect, what was indeed the actual truth, that Mrs. Elmslie was a selfish, worldly, grasping woman, who wanted to get her daughter well married, and who cared nothing for consequences as long as she saw Ada mistress of the greatest establishment in the whole county. It seemed, however, as if there was some fatality at work to prevent the attainment of Mrs. Elmslie's great object in life. Hardly was one obstacle to the ill-omened marriage removed by my father's death before another succeeded it in the shape of anxieties and difficulties caused by the delicate state of Ada's health. Doctors were consulted in all directions, and the result of their advice was that the marriage must be deferred, and that Miss Elmslie must leave England for a certain time to reside in a warmer climate, the south of France, if I remember rightly. Thus it happened that just before Alfred came of age, Ada and her mother departed for the Continent, and the union of the two young people was understood to be indefinitely postponed. Some curiosity was felt in the neighbourhood as to what Alfred Monkton would do under these circumstances. Would he follow his lady love? Would he go yachting? Would he throw open the doors of the old Abbey at last, and endeavour to forget the absence of Ada and the postponement of his marriage in a round of gaieties? He did none of these things. He simply remained at Wincot, living as suspiciously strange and solitary a life as his father had lived before him. Literally, there was now no companion for him at the Abbey but the old priest. The Monktons, I should have mentioned before, were Roman Catholics, who had held the office of tutor to Alfred from his earliest years. He came of age, and there was not even so much as a private dinner party at Wincot to celebrate the event. Families in the neighbourhood determined to forget the offence which his father's reserve had given them, and invited him to their houses. The invitations were politely declined. Civil visitors called resolutely at the Abbey, and were as resolutely bowed away from the doors as soon as they had left their cards. Under this combination of sinister and aggravating circumstances, people in all directions took to shaking their heads mysteriously when the name of Mr. Alfred Monkton was mentioned, hinting at the family calamity, and wondering peevishly or sadly, as their tempers inclined them, what he could possibly do to occupy himself month after month in the lonely old house. The right answer to this question was not easy to find. It was quite useless, for example, to apply to the priest for it. He was a very quiet, polite old gentleman. His replies were always excessively ready and civil, and appeared at the time to convey an immense quantity of information. But when they came to be reflected on, it was universally observed that nothing tangible could ever be got out of them. The housekeeper, a weird old woman with a very abrupt and repelling manner, was too fierce and taciturn to be safely approached. The few indoor servants had all been long enough in the family to have learned to hold their tongues in public as a regular habit. It was only from the farm servants who supplied the table at the Abbey that any information could be obtained, and vague enough it was when they came to communicate it. Some of them had observed the "young master" walking about the library with heaps of dusty papers in his hands. Others had heard odd noises in the uninhabited parts of the Abbey, had looked up, and had seen him forcing open the old windows, as if to let light and air into the rooms supposed to have been shut close for years and years, or had discovered him standing on the perilous summit of one of the crumbling turrets, never ascended before within their memories, and popularly considered to be inhabited by the ghosts of the monks who had once possessed the building. The result of these observations and discoveries, when they were communicated to others, was of course to impress every one with a firm belief that poor young Moncton was going the way that the rest of the family had gone before him, which opinion always appeared to be immensely strengthened in the popular mind by a conviction, founded on no particle of evidence, that the priest was at the bottom of all the mischief. Thus far I have spoken from hearsay evidence mostly. What I have next to tell will be the result of my own personal experience. End of chapter 16. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 17 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 2. About 5 months after Alfred Moncton came of age, I left college, and resolved to amuse and instruct myself a little by travelling abroad. At the time when I quitted England, young Moncton was still leading his secluded life at the Abbey, and was, in the opinion of everybody, sinking rapidly, if he had not already succumbed, under the hereditary curse of his family. As to the Elmslies, report said that Ada had benefited by her sojourn abroad, and that mother and daughter were on their way back to England, to resume their old relations with the heir of Wincot. Before they returned I was away on my travels, and wandered half over Europe, hardly ever planning whither I should shape my course beforehand. Chance, which thus led me everywhere, led me at last to Naples. There I met with an old school friend, who was one of the attachés at the English embassy, and there began the extraordinary events in connection with Alfred Moncton, which form the main interest of the story I am now relating. I was idling away the time one morning with my friend the attaché in the garden of the Villa Real, when we were passed by a young man walking alone, who exchanged bows with my friend. I thought I recognized the dark eager eyes, the colourless cheeks, the strangely vigilant, anxious expression which I remembered in past times as characteristic of Alfred Moncton's face, and was about to question my friend on the subject, when he gave me unasked the information of which I was in search. "That is Alfred Moncton," said he. "He comes from your part of England. You ought to know him." "I do know him a little," I answered. "He was engaged to Miss Elmslie when I was last in the neighbourhood of Wincot. Is he married to her yet?" "No, and he never ought to be. He has gone the way of the rest of the family, or, in plainer words, he has gone mad." "Mad? But I ought not to be surprised at hearing that, after the reports about him in England." "I speak from no reports. I speak from what he has said and done before me, and before hundreds of other people. Surely you must have heard of it?" "Never. I have been out of the way of news from Naples or England for months past." "Then I have a very extraordinary story to tell you. You know, of course, that Alfred had an uncle, Stephen Moncton. Well, some time ago this uncle fought a duel in the Roman States with a Frenchman, who shot him dead. The seconds and the Frenchman, who was unhurt, took to flight in different directions, as it is supposed. We heard nothing here of the details of the duel till a month after it happened, when one of the French journals published an account of it, taken from the papers left by Moncton's second, who died at Paris of consumption. These papers stated the manner in which the duel was fought, and how it terminated, but nothing more. The surviving second and the Frenchman have never been traced from that time to this. All that anybody knows, therefore, of the duel is that Stephen Moncton was shot, an event which nobody can regret, for a greater scoundrel never existed. The exact place where he died, and what was done with the body, are still mysteries not to be penetrated. But what has all this to do with Alfred? Wait a moment, and you will hear. Soon after the news of his uncle's death reached England, what do you think Alfred did? He actually put off his marriage with Miss Elmslie, which was then about to be celebrated, to come out here in search of the burial place of his wretched scamp of an uncle. And no power on earth will now induce him to return to England and to Miss Elmslie, until he has found the body, and can take it back with him, to be buried with all the other dead Monktons in the vault under Wincot Abbey chapel. He has squandered his money, pestered the police, and exposed himself to the ridicule of the men and the indignation of the women for the last 3 months, in trying to achieve his insane purpose, and is now as far from it as ever. He will not assign to anybody the smallest motive for his conduct. You can't laugh him out of it, or reason him out of it. When we met him just now, I happened to know that he was on his way to the office of the police minister, to send out fresh agents to search and inquire through the Roman states for the place where his uncle was shot. And, mind, all this time he professes to be passionately in love with Miss Elmslie, and to be miserable at his separation from her. Just think of that. And then think of his self-imposed absence from her here, to hunt after the remains of a wretch who was a disgrace to the family, and whom he never saw but once or twice in his life. Of all the mad Monktons, as they used to call them in England, Alfred is the maddest. He is actually our principal excitement in this dull opera season, though, for my own part, when I think of the poor girl in England, I am a great deal more ready to despise him than to laugh at him. You know the Elmslies, then? Intimately. The other day my mother wrote to me from England, after having seen Ada. This escapade of Monkton's has outraged all of her friends. They have been entreating her to break off the match, which it seems she could do if she liked. Even her mother, sordid and selfish as she is, has been obliged at last, in common decency, to side with the rest of the family, but the good faithful girl won't give Moncton up. She humours his insanity, declares he gave her a good reason in secret for going away, says she could always make him happy when they were together in the old Abbey, and can make him still happier when they are married. In short, she loves him dearly, and will therefore believe in him to the last. Nothing shakes her. She has made up her mind to throw away her life on him, and she will do it. I hope not. Mad as his conduct looks to us, he may have some sensible reason for it that we cannot imagine. Does his mind seem at all disordered when he talks on ordinary topics? Not in the least. When you can get him to say anything, which is not often, he talks like a sensible, well-educated man. Keep silence about his precious errand here, and you would fancy him the gentlest and most temperate of human beings. But touch the subject of his vagabond of an uncle, and the Moncton madness comes out directly. The other night a lady asked him, jestingly of course, whether he had ever seen his uncle's ghost. He scowled at her like a perfect fiend, and said that he and his uncle would answer her question together some day, if they came from hell to do it. We laughed at his words, but the lady fainted at his looks, and we had a scene of hysterics and hartshorn in consequence. Any other man would have been kicked out of the room for nearly frightening a pretty woman to death in that way, but Mad Moncton, as we have christened him, is a privileged lunatic in Neapolitan society, because he is English, good looking, and worth 30,000 a year. He goes out everywhere under the impression that he may meet with somebody who has been let into the secret of the place where the mysterious duel was fought. If you are introduced to him, he is sure to ask you whether you know anything about it, but beware of following up the subject after you have answered him, unless you want to make sure that he is out of his senses. In that case, only talk of his uncle, and the result will rather more than satisfy you. A day or two after this conversation with my friend the attaché, I met Moncton at an evening party. The moment he heard my name mentioned, his face flushed up. He drew me away into a corner, and referring to his cool reception of my advance years ago toward making his acquaintance, asked my pardon for what he termed his inexcusable ingratitude, with an earnestness and an agitation which utterly astonished me. His next proceeding was to question me, as my friend had said he would, about the place of the mysterious duel. An extraordinary change came over him while he interrogated me on this point. Instead of looking into my face as they had looked hitherto, his eyes wandered away and fixed themselves intensely, almost fiercely, either on the perfectly empty wall at our side, or on the vacant space between the wall and ourselves. It was impossible to say which. I had come to Naples from Spain by sea, and briefly told him so, as the best way of satisfying him that I could not assist his inquiries. He pursued them no further, and, mindful of my friend's warning, I took care to lead the conversation to general topics. He looked back at me directly, and as long as we stood in our corner his eyes never wandered away again to the empty wall or the vacant space at our side. Though more ready to listen than to speak, his conversation, when he did talk, had no trace of anything the least like insanity about it. He had evidently read, not generally only, but deeply as well, and could apply his reading with singular felicity to the illustration of almost any subject under discussion, neither obtruding his knowledge absurdly, nor concealing it affectedly. His manner was in itself a standing protest against such a nickname as Mad Moncton. He was so shy, so quiet, so composed and gentle in all his actions, that at times I should have been almost inclined to call him effeminate. We had a long talk together on the first evening of our meeting. We often saw each other afterward, and never lost a single opportunity of bettering our acquaintance. I felt that he had taken a liking to me, and, in spite of what I had heard about his behaviour to Miss Elmslie, in spite of the suspicions which the history of his family and his own conduct had arrayed against him, I began to like Mad Moncton as much as he liked me. We took many a quiet ride together in the country, and sailed often along the shores of the bay on either side. But for two eccentricities in his conduct, which I could not at all understand, I should soon have felt as much at my ease in his society as if he had been my own brother. The first of these eccentricities consisted in the reappearance on several occasions of the odd expression in his eyes which I had first seen when he asked me whether I knew anything about the duel. No matter what we were talking about, or where we happened to be, there were times when he would suddenly look away from my face, now on one side of me, now on the other, but always where there was nothing to see, and always with the same intensity and fierceness in his eyes. This looked so like madness, or hypochondria at the least, that I felt afraid to ask him about it, and always pretended not to observe him. The second peculiarity in his conduct was that he never referred, while in my company, to the reports about his errand at Naples, and never once spoke of Miss Elmslie, or of his life at Wincot Abbey. This not only astonished me, but amazed those who had noticed our intimacy, and who had made sure that I must be the depository of all his secrets. But the time was near at hand when this mystery, and some other mysteries of which I had no suspicion at that period, were all to be revealed. I met him one night at a large ball given by a Russian nobleman, whose name I could not pronounce then, and cannot remember now. I had wandered away from reception room, ball room, and card room, to a small apartment at one extremity of the palace, which was half conservatory, half boudoir, and which had been prettily illuminated for the occasion with Chinese lanterns. Nobody was in the room when I got there. The view over the Mediterranean, bathed in the bright softness of Italian moonlight, was so lovely that I remained for a long time at the window, looking out and listening to the dance music which faintly reached me from the ballroom. My thoughts were far away with the relations I had left in England, when I was startled out of them by hearing my name softly pronounced. I looked round directly, and saw Moncton standing in the room. A livid paleness overspread his face, and his eyes were turned away from me with the same extraordinary expression in them to which I have already alluded. "Do you mind leaving the ball early to night?" he asked, still not looking at me. "Not at all," said I. "Can I do anything for you? Are you ill?" "No, at least nothing to speak of. Will you come to my rooms?" "At once, if you like." "No, not at once. I must go home directly. But don't you come to me for half an hour yet. You have not been at my rooms before, I know, but you will easily find them out. They are close by. There is a card with my address. I must speak to you to night. My life depends on it. Pray come. For God's sake, come when the half hour is up." I promised to be punctual, and he left me directly. Most people will be easily able to imagine the state of nervous impatience and vague expectation in which I passed the allotted period of delay, after hearing such words as those Moncton had spoken to me. Before the half hour had quite expired, I began to make my way out through the ballroom. At the head of the staircase my friend the attaché met me. "What, going away already?" said he. "Yes, and on a very curious expedition. I am going to Moncton's rooms, by his own invitation." "You don't mean it! Upon my honour, you're a bold fellow to trust yourself alone with mad Moncton when the moon is at the full." "He is ill, poor fellow. Besides, I don't think him half as mad as you do." "We won't dispute about that. But mark my words, he has not asked you to go where no visitor has ever been admitted before without a special purpose. I predict that you will see or hear something to night which you will remember for the rest of your life." We parted. When I knocked at the courtyard gate of the house where Moncton lived, my friend's last words on the palace staircase recurred to me, and though I had laughed at him when he spoke them, I began to suspect even then that his prediction would be fulfilled. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 3 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 3. The porter who let me into the house where Moncton lived directed me to the floor on which his rooms were situated. On getting upstairs, I found his door on the landing ajar. He heard my footsteps, I suppose, for he called to me to come in before I could knock. I entered, and found him sitting by the table, with some loose letters in his hand, which he was just tying together into a packet. I noticed, as he asked me to sit down, that his expression looked more composed, though the paleness had not yet left his face. He thanked me for coming, repeated that he had something very important to say to me, and then stopped short, apparently too much embarrassed to proceed. I tried to set him at his ease by assuring him that, if my assistance or advice could be of any use, I was ready to place myself and my time heartily and unreservedly at his service. As I said this, I saw his eyes beginning to wander away from my face, to wander slowly, inch by inch as it were, until they stopped at a certain point, with the same fixed stare into vacancy which had so often startled me on former occasions. The whole expression of his face altered, as I had never yet seen it alter. He sat before me, looking like a man in a death trance. "You are very kind," he said, slowly and faintly, speaking not to me, but in the direction in which his eyes were still fixed. "I know you can help me, but—" He stopped. His face whitened horribly, and the perspiration broke out all over it. He tried to continue, said a word or two, then stopped again. Seriously alarmed about him, I rose from my chair with the intention of getting him some water from a jug which I saw standing on a side table. He sprang up at the same moment. All the suspicions I had ever heard whispered against his sanity flashed over my mind in an instant, and I involuntarily stepped back a pace or two. "Stop," he said, seating himself again. "Don't mind me, and don't leave your chair. I wish, if you please, to make a little alteration before we say anything more. Do you mind sitting in a strong light?" "Not in the least." I had hitherto been seated in the shade of his reading lamp, the only light in the room. As I answered him he rose again, and, going into another apartment, returned with a large lamp in his hand, then took 2 candles from the side table, and 2 others from the chimney-piece, placed them all, to my amazement, together, so as to stand exactly between us, and then tried to light them. His hand trembled so that he was obliged to give up the attempt, and allow me to come to his assistance. By his direction, I took the shade off the reading lamp after I had lit the other lamp and the 4 candles. When we sat down again, with this concentration of light between us, his better and gentler manner began to return, and while he now addressed me, he spoke without the slightest hesitation. "It is useless to ask whether you have heard the reports about me," he said. "I know that you have. My purpose tonight is to give you some reasonable explanation of the conduct which has produced those reports. My secret has been hitherto confided to one person only. I am now about to trust it to your keeping, with a special object which will appear as I go on. First, however, I must begin by telling you exactly what the great difficulty is which obliges me to be still absent from England. I want your advice and your help, and, to conceal nothing from you, I want also to test your forbearance and your friendly sympathy, before I can venture on trusting my miserable secret into your keeping. Will you pardon this apparent distrust of your frank and open character, this apparent ingratitude for your kindness toward me ever since we first met?" I begged him not to speak of these things, but to go on. "You know," he proceeded, "that I am here to recover the body of my uncle Stephen, and to carry it back with me to our family burial place in England, and you must also be aware that I have not yet succeeded in discovering his remains. Try to pass over, for the present, whatever may seem extraordinary and incomprehensible in such a purpose as mine is, and read this newspaper article, where the ink line is traced. It is the only evidence hitherto obtained on the subject of the fatal duel in which my uncle fell, and I want to hear what course of proceeding the perusal of it may suggest to you as likely to be best on my part." He handed me an old French newspaper. The substance of what I read there is still so firmly impressed on my memory that I am certain of being able to repeat correctly at this distance of time all the facts which it is necessary for me to communicate to the reader. The article began, I remember, with editorial remarks on the great curiosity then felt in regard to the fatal duel between Count St. Lo and Mr. Stephen Moncton, an English gentleman. The writer proceeded to dwell at great length on the extraordinary secrecy in which the whole affair had been involved from first to last, and to express a hope that the publication of a certain manuscript, to which his introductory observations referred, might lead to the production of fresh evidence from other and better informed quarters. The manuscript had been found among the papers of Monsieur Foulon, Mr. Moncton's second, who had died at Paris of a rapid decline shortly after returning to his home in that city from the scene of the duel. The document was unfinished, having been left incomplete at the very place where the reader would most wish to find it continued. No reason could be discovered for this, and no second manuscript bearing on the all-important subject had been found, after the strictest search among the papers left by the deceased. The document itself then followed. It purported to be an agreement privately drawn up between Mr. Moncton's second, Monsieur Foulon, and the Count St. Lo's second, Monsieur Dalville, and contained a statement of all the arrangements for conducting the duel. The paper was dated Naples, February 22nd, and was divided into some 7 or 8 clauses. The first clause described the origin and nature of the quarrel, a very disgraceful affair on both sides, worth neither remembering nor repeating. The second clause stated that, the challenged man having chosen the pistol as his weapon, and the challenger, an excellent swordsman, having, on his side, thereupon insisted that the duel should be fought in such a manner as to make the first fire decisive in its results, the seconds, seeing that fatal consequences must inevitably follow the hostile meeting, determined, first of all, that the duel should be kept a profound secret from everybody, and that the place where it was to be fought should not be made known beforehand, even to the principals themselves. It was added that this excess of precaution had been rendered absolutely necessary in consequence of a recent address from the Pope to the ruling powers in Italy, commenting on the scandalous frequency of the practice of dueling, and urgently desiring that the laws against duelists should be enforced for the future with the utmost rigor. The third clause detailed the manner in which it had been arranged that the duel should be fought. The pistols having been loaded by the seconds on the ground, the combatants were to be placed 30 paces apart, and were to toss up for the first fire. The man who won was to advance 10 paces marked out for him beforehand, and was then to discharge his pistol. If he missed, or failed to disable his opponent, the latter was free to advance, if he chose, the whole remaining 20 paces before he fired in his turn. This arrangement ensured the decisive termination of the duel at the first discharge of the pistols, and both principals and seconds pledged themselves on either side to abide by it. The fourth clause stated that the seconds had agreed that the duel should be fought out of the Neapolitan states, but left themselves to be guided by circumstances as to the exact locality in which it should take place. The remaining clauses, so far as I remember them, were devoted to detailing the different precautions to be adopted for avoiding discovery. The duelists and their seconds were to leave Naples in separate parties, were to change carriages several times, were to meet at a certain town, or, failing that, at a certain post-house on the high road from Naples to Rome, were to carry drawing books, colour boxes, and camp stools, as if they had been artists out on a sketching tour, and were to proceed to the place of the duel on foot, employing no guides, for fear of treachery. Such general arrangements as these, and others for facilitating the flight of the survivors after the affair was over, formed the conclusion of this extraordinary document, which was signed, in initials only, by both the seconds. Just below the initials appeared the beginning of a narrative, dated Paris, and evidently intended to describe the duel itself with extreme minuteness. The handwriting was that of the deceased second. Monsieur Foulon, the gentleman in question, stated his belief that circumstances might transpire which would render an account by an eye-witness of the hostile meeting between St. Lo and Mr. Moncton an important document. He proposed, therefore, as one of the seconds, to testify that the duel had been fought in exact accordance with the terms of the agreement, both the principals conducting themselves like men of gallantry and honor. And he further announced that, in order not to compromise anyone, he should place the paper containing his testimony in safe hands, with strict directions that it was on no account to be opened except in a case of the last emergency. After this preamble, Monsieur Foulon related that the duel had been fought 2 days after the drawing up of the agreement, in a locality to which accident had conducted the dueling party. The name of the place was not mentioned, nor even the neighborhood in which it was situated. The men having been placed according to previous arrangement, the Count St. Lo had won the toss for the first fire, had advanced his 10 paces, and had shot his opponent in the body. Mr. Moncton did not immediately fall, but staggered forward some 6 or 7 paces, discharged his pistol ineffectually at the Count, and dropped to the ground a dead man. Monsieur Foulon then stated that he tore a leaf from his pocket-book, wrote on it a description of the manner in which Mr. Moncton had died, and pinned the paper to his clothes, this proceeding having been rendered necessary by the peculiar nature of the plan organized on the spot for safely disposing of the dead body. What this plan was, or what was done with the corpse, did not appear, for at this important point the narrative abruptly broke off. A footnote in the newspaper merely stated the manner in which the document had been obtained for publication, and repeated the announcement contained in the editor's introductory remarks that no continuation had been found by the persons entrusted with the care of Monsieur Foulon's papers. I have now given the whole substance of what I read, and have mentioned all that was then known of Mr. Stephen Moncton's death. When I gave the newspaper back to Alfred, he was too much agitated to speak, but he reminded me by a sign that he was anxiously waiting to hear what I had to say. My position was a very trying and a very painful one. I could hardly tell what consequences might not follow any want of caution on my part, and could think at first of no safer plan than questioning him carefully before I committed myself either one way or the other. "Will you excuse me if I ask you a question or two before I give you my advice?" said I. He nodded impatiently. "Yes, yes, any questions you like." "Were you at any time in the habit of seeing your uncle frequently?" "I never saw him more than twice in my life, on each occasion when I was a mere child." "Then you could have had no very strong personal regard for him." "Regard for him! I should have been ashamed to feel any regard for him. He disgraced us wherever he went." "May I ask if any family motive is involved in your anxiety to recover his remains?" "Family motives may enter into it, among others. But why do you ask?" "Because, having heard that you employ the police to assist your search, I was anxious to know whether you had stimulated their superiors to make them do their best in your service by giving some strong personal reasons at headquarters for the very unusual project which has brought you here." "I give no reasons. I pay for the work I want done, and in return for my liberality I am treated with the most infamous indifference on all sides. A stranger in the country, and badly acquainted with the language, I can do nothing to help myself. The authorities, both at Rome and in this place, pretend to assist me, pretend to search and inquire as I would have them search and inquire, and do nothing more. I am insulted, laughed at, almost to my face." "Do you not think it possible— mind, I have no wish to excuse the misconduct of the authorities, and do not share in any such opinion myself— but do you not think it likely that the police may doubt whether you are in earnest?" "Not in earnest!" he cried, starting up and confronting me fiercely, with wild eyes and quickened breath. "Not in earnest! You think I'm not in earnest too. I know you think it, though you tell me you don't. Stop. Before we say another word, your own eyes shall convince you. Come here, only for a minute, only for 1 minute." I followed him into his bedroom, which opened out of the sitting-room. At one side of his bed stood a large packing-case of plain wood, upward of 7 feet in length. "Open the lid and look in," he said, "while I hold the candle so that you can see." I obeyed his directions, and discovered to my astonishment that the packing-case contained a leaden coffin, magnificently emblazoned with the arms of the Moncton family, and inscribed in old-fashioned letters with the name of Stephen Moncton, his age, and the manner of his death being added underneath. "I keep his coffin ready for him," whispered Alfred, close at my ear. "Does that look like earnest?" It looked more like insanity, so like that I shrank from answering him. "Yes, yes, I see you are convinced," he continued quickly. "We may go back into the next room, and may talk without restraint on either side now." On returning to our places, I mechanically moved my chair away from the table. My mind was by this time in such a state of confusion and uncertainty about what it would be best for me to say or do next, that I forgot for the moment the position he had assigned to me when we lit the candles. He reminded me of this directly. "Don't move away," he said, very earnestly. "Keep on sitting in the light. Pray do. I'll soon tell you why I am so particular about that. But first give me your advice. Help me in my great distress and suspense. Remember, you promised me you would." I made an effort to collect my thoughts, and succeeded. It was useless to treat the affair otherwise than seriously in his presence. It would have been cruel not to have advised him as I best could. "You know," I said, "that 2 days after the drawing up of the agreement at Naples, the duel was fought out of the Neapolitan States. This fact has of course led you to the conclusion that all inquiries about localities had better be confined to the Roman territory?" "Certainly. The search, such as it is, has been made there, and there only. If I can believe the police, they and their agents have inquired for the place where the duel was fought, offering a large reward in my name to the person who can discover it, all along the high road from Naples to Rome. They have also circulated, at least so they tell me, descriptions of the duelists and their seconds, have left an agent to superintend investigations at the post-house, and another at the town mentioned as meeting points in the agreement, and have endeavored, by correspondence with foreign authorities, to trace the Count St. Lo and Monsieur Dalville to their place or places of refuge. All these efforts, supposing them to have been really made, have hitherto proved utterly fruitless." "My impression is," said I, after a moment's consideration, "that all inquiries made along the high road, or anywhere near Rome, are likely to be made in vain. As to the discovery of your uncle's remains, that is, I think, identical with the discovery of the place where he was shot, for those engaged in the duel would certainly not risk detection by carrying a corpse any distance with them in their flight. The place, then, is all that we want to find out. Now let us consider for a moment. The dueling party changed carriages, travelled separately 2 and 2, doubtless took roundabout roads, stopped at the post-house and the town as a blind, walked perhaps a considerable distance unguided. Depend upon it, such precautions as these, which we know they must have employed, left them very little time out of the 2 days, though they might start at sunrise and not stop at nightfall, for straightforward travelling. My belief, therefore, is, that the duel was fought somewhere near the Neapolitan frontier, and, if I had been the police agent who conducted the search, I should only have pursued it parallel with the frontier, starting from west to east till I got up among the lonely places in the mountains. That is my idea. Do you think it worth anything?" His face flushed all over in an instant. "I think it an inspiration!" he cried. "Not a day is to be lost in carrying out our plan. The police are not to be trusted with it. I must start myself to-morrow morning, and you—" He stopped. His face grew suddenly pale. He sighed heavily. His eyes wandered once more into the fixed look at vacancy, and the rigid, deathly expression fastened again upon all his features. "I must tell you my secret before I talk of to-morrow," he proceeded faintly. "If I hesitated any longer at confessing everything, I should be unworthy of your past kindness, unworthy of the help which it is my last hope that you will gladly give me when you have heard all." I begged him to wait until he was more composed, until he was better able to speak, but he did not appear to notice what I said. Slowly, and struggling as it seemed against himself, he turned a little away from me, and, bending his head over the table, supported it on his hand. The packet of letters with which I had seen him occupied when I came in lay just beneath his eyes. He looked down on it steadfastly when he next spoke to me. End of chapter 3. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 4 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 4. You were born, I believe, in our country, he said. Perhaps, therefore, you may have heard at some time of a curious old prophecy about our family, which is still preserved among the traditions of Wincot Abbey? I have heard of such a prophecy, I answered, but I never knew in what terms it was expressed. It professed to predict the extinction of your family, or something of that sort, did it not? No inquiries, he went on, have traced back that prophecy to the time when it was first made. None of our family records tell us anything of its origin. Old servants and old tenants of ours remember to have heard it from their fathers and grandfathers. The monks, whom we succeeded in the abbey in Henry VIII's time, got knowledge of it in some way, for I myself discovered the rhymes, in which we know the prophecy to have been preserved from a very remote period, written on a blank sheaf of one of the abbey manuscripts. These are the verses, if verses they deserve to be called. When in Wincot vault a place waits for one of Moncton's race, when that one forlorn shall lie graveless under open sky, beggared of 6 feet of earth, though lord of acres from his birth, that shall be a certain sign of the end of Moncton's line, dwindling ever faster, faster, dwindling to the last left master. From mortal ken, from light of day, Moncton's race shall pass away. The prediction seems almost vague enough to have been uttered by an ancient oracle, said I, observing that he waited, after repeating the verses, as if expecting me to say something. Vague or not, it is being accomplished, he returned. I am now the last left master, the last of that elder line of our family at which the prediction points, and the corpse of Stephen Moncton is not in the vaults of Wincot Abbey. Wait before you exclaim against me. I have more to say about this. Long before the abbey was ours, when we lived in the ancient manor house near it, the very ruins of which have long since disappeared, the family burial place was in the vault under the abbey chapel. Whether in those remote times the prediction against us was known and dreaded or not, this much is certain. Every one of the Monktons, whether living at the abbey or on the smaller estate in Scotland, was buried in Wincot vault, no matter at what risk or what sacrifice. In the fierce fighting days of the olden time, the bodies of my ancestors who fell in foreign places were recovered and brought back to Wincot, though it often cost not heavy ransom only, but desperate bloodshed as well, to obtain them. This superstition, if you please to call it so, has never died out of the family from that time to the present day. For centuries the succession of the dead in the vault at the abbey has been unbroken, absolutely unbroken, until now. The place mentioned in the prediction as waiting to be filled is Stephen Moncton's place. The voice that cries vainly to the earth for shelter is the spirit voice of the dead. As surely as if I saw it, I know that they have left him unburied on the ground where he fell. He stopped me before I could utter a word in remonstrance by slowly rising to his feet and pointing in the same direction towards which his eyes had wandered a short time since. "I can guess what you want to ask me," he exclaimed, sternly and loudly. "You want to ask me how I can be mad enough to believe in a doggerel prophecy uttered in an age of superstition to all the most ignorant hearers. I answer—" At those words his voice sank suddenly to a whisper. "I answer because Stephen Moncton himself stands there at this moment, confirming me in my belief." Whether it was the awe and horror that looked out ghastly from his face as he confronted me, whether it was that I had never hitherto fairly believed in the reports about his madness, and that the conviction of their truth now forced itself upon me on a sudden, I know not. But I felt my blood curdling as he spoke, and I knew in my own heart, as I sat there speechless, that I dare not turn around and look where he was still pointing close at my side. "I see there," he went on in the same whispering voice, the figure of a dark-complexioned man standing up with his head uncovered. One of his hands, still clutching a pistol, has fallen to his side, the other presses a bloody handkerchief over his mouth. The spasm of mortal agony convulses his features, but I know them for the features of a swarthy man who twice frightened me by taking me up in his arms when I was a child at Wincot Abbey. I asked the nurses at the time who that man was, and they told me it was my uncle, Stephen Moncton. Plainly, as if he stood there living, I see him now at your side, with the death glare in his great black eyes, and so have I ever seen him, since the moment when he was shot, at home and abroad, waking or sleeping, day and night. We are always together, wherever I go." His whispering tones sank into almost inaudible murmuring as he pronounced these last words. From the direction and expression of his eyes, I suspected that he was speaking to the apparition. If I had beheld it myself at that moment, it would have been, I think, a less horrible sight to witness than to see him, as I saw him now, muttering inarticulately at vacancy. My own nerves were more shaken than I could have thought possible by what had passed. A vague dread of being near him in his present mood came over me, and I moved back a step or two. He noticed the action instantly. "Don't go! Pray, pray don't go! Have I alarmed you? Don't you believe me? Do the lights make your eyes ache? I only asked you to sit in the glare of the candles because I could not bear to see the light that always shines from the phantom, there at dusk, shining over you as you sat in the shadow. Don't go! Don't leave me yet!" There was an utter forlornness, an unspeakable misery in his face as he spoke these words, which gave me back my self-possession by the simple process of first moving me to pity. I resumed my chair, and said that I would stay with him as long as he wished. "Thank you 1,000 times. You are patience and kindness itself," he said, going back to his former place and resuming his former gentleness of manner. "Now that I have got over my first confession of the misery that follows me in secret wherever I go, I think I can tell you calmly all that remains to be told. You see, as I said, my uncle Stephen—" He turned away his head quickly and looked down at the table as the name passed his lips. "My uncle Stephen came twice to Wincot when I was a child, and on both occasions frightened me dreadfully. He only took me up in his arms and spoke to me, very kindly, as I afterward heard, for him, but he terrified me nevertheless. Perhaps I was frightened at his great stature, his swarthy complexion, and his thick black hair and moustache, as other children might have been. Perhaps the mere sight of him had some strange influence on me which I could not then understand and cannot now explain. However it was, I used to dream of him long after he had gone away, and to fancy that he was stealing on me to catch me up in his arms whenever I was left in the dark. The servants who took care of me found this out, and used to threaten me with my uncle Stephen whenever I was perverse and difficult to manage. As I grew up, I still retained my vague dread and abhorrence of our absent relative. I always listened intently, yet without knowing why, whenever his name was mentioned by my father or my mother, listened with an unaccountable presentiment that something terrible had happened to him, or was about to happen to me. This feeling only changed when I was left alone in the Abbey, and then it seemed to merge into the eager curiosity which had begun to grow on me, rather before that time, about the origin of the ancient prophecy predicting the extinction of our race. Are you following me? I follow every word with the closest attention. You must know, then, that I had first found out some fragments of the old rhyme in which the prophecy occurs, quoted as a curiosity in an antiquarian book in the library. On the page opposite this quotation had been pasted a rude old woodcut, representing a dark-haired man whose face was so strangely like what I remembered of my uncle Stephen that the portrait absolutely startled me. When I asked my father about this, it was then just before his death, he either knew or pretended to know nothing of it, and when I afterwards mentioned the prediction, he fretfully changed the subject. It was just the same with our chaplain when I spoke to him. He said the portrait had been done centuries before my uncle was born, and called the prophecy doggerel and nonsense. I used to argue with him on the latter point, asking why we Catholics, who believed that the gift of working miracles had never departed from certain favored persons, might not just as well believe that the gift of prophecy had never departed either. He would not dispute with me. He would only say that I must not waste time in thinking of such trifles, that I had more imagination than was good for me, and must suppress instead of exciting it. Such advice as this only irritated my curiosity. I determined secretly to search throughout the oldest uninhabited part of the Abbey, and to try if I could not find out from forgotten family records what the portrait was, and when the prophecy had been first written or uttered. Did you ever pass a day alone in the long deserted chambers of an ancient house? Never. Such solitude as that is not at all to my taste. Ah, what a life it was when I began my search! I should like to live it over again. Such tempting suspense, such strange discoveries, such wild fancies, such enthralling terrors, all belong to that life. Only think of breaking open the door of a room which no living soul had entered before you for nearly 100 years. Think of the first step forward into a region of airless, awful stillness, where the light falls faint and sickly through closed windows and rotting curtains. Think of the ghostly creaking of the old floor that cries out on you for treading on it, step as softly as you will. Think of arms, helmets, weird tapestries of bygone days that seem to be moving out on you from the walls as you first walk up to them in the dim light. Think of prying into great cabinets and iron-clasped chests, not knowing what horrors may appear when you tear them open, of poring over their contents till twilight stole on you and darkness grew terrible in the lonely place, of trying to leave it, and not being able to go as if something held you, of wind wailing at you outside, of shadows darkening round you, and closing you up in obscurity within. Only think of these things, and you may imagine the fascination of suspense and terror in such a life as mine was in those past days. I shrank from imagining that life. It was bad enough to see its results, as I saw them before me now. Well, my search lasted months and months. Then it was suspended a little, then resumed. In whatever direction I pursued it, I always found something to lure me on. Terrible confessions of past crimes, shocking proofs of secret wickedness that had been hidden securely from all eyes but mine, came to light. Sometimes these discoveries were associated with particular parts of the Abbey, which have had a horrible interest of their own for me ever since, sometimes with certain old portraits in the picture gallery, which I actually dreaded to look at after what I had found out. There were periods when the result of this search of mine so horrified me that I determined to give it up entirely. But I never could persevere in my resolution. The temptation to go on seemed at certain intervals to get too strong for me, and then I yielded to it again and again. At last I found the book that had belonged to the monks, with the whole of the prophecy written in the blank leaf. This first success encouraged me to get back further yet in the family records. I had discovered nothing hitherto of the identity of the mysterious portrait, but the same intuitive conviction which had assured me of its extraordinary resemblance to my Uncle Stephen seemed also to assure me that he must be more closely connected with the prophecy, and must know more of it than any one else. I had no means of holding any communication with him, no means of satisfying myself whether this strange idea of mine were right or wrong, until the day when my doubts were settled forever by the same terrible proof which is now present to me in this very room. He paused for a moment, and looked at me intently and suspiciously, then asked if I believed all he had said to me so far. My instant reply in the affirmative seemed to satisfy his doubts, and he went on. On a fine evening in February, I was standing alone in one of the deserted rooms of the western turret at the Abbey, looking at the sunset. Just before the sun went down, I felt a sensation stealing over me which it is impossible to explain. I saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. This utter self-oblivion came suddenly. It was not fainting, for I did not fall to the ground, did not move an inch from my place. If such a thing could be, I should say it was the temporary separation of soul and body without death. But all description of my situation at that time is impossible. Call my state what you will, trance or catalepsy. I know that I remained standing by the window utterly unconscious, dead, mind and body, until the sun had set. Then I came to my senses again, and then, when I opened my eyes, there was the apparition of Stephen Moncton standing opposite to me, faintly luminous, just as it stands opposite me at this very moment by your side. Was this before the news of the duel reached England? I asked. 2 weeks before the news of it reached us at Wincot, and even when we heard of the duel, we did not hear of the day on which it was fought. I only found that out when the document which you have read was published in the French newspaper. The date of that document, you will remember, is February 22nd, and it is stated that the duel was fought 2 days afterward. I wrote down in my pocket-book, on the evening when I saw the phantom, the day of the month on which it first appeared to me. That day was the 24th of February. He paused again, as if expecting me to say something. After the words he had just spoken, what could I say? What could I think? Even in the first horror of first seeing the apparition, he went on, the prophecy against our house came to my mind, and with it the conviction that I beheld before me, in that spectral presence, the warning of my own doom. As soon as I recovered a little, I determined, nevertheless, to test the reality of what I saw, to find out whether I was the dupe of my own diseased fancy or not. I left the turret. The phantom left it with me. I made an excuse to have the drawing-room at the Abbey brilliantly lighted up. The figure was still opposite me. I walked out into the park. It was there in the clear starlight. I went away from home and travelled many miles to the seaside. Still, the tall dark man in his death agony was with me. After this, I strove against the fatality no more. I returned to the Abbey, and tried to resign myself to my misery. But this was not to be. I had a hope that was dearer to me than my own life. I had one treasure belonging to me that I shuddered at the prospect of losing, and when the phantom present stood a warning obstacle between me and this one treasure, this dearest hope, then my misery grew heavier than I could bear. You must know what I am alluding to. You must have heard often that I was engaged to be married? Yes, often. I have some acquaintance myself with Miss Elmslie. You can never know all that she has sacrificed for me, never can imagine what I have felt for years and years past. His voice trembled, and the tears came into his eyes. But I dare not trust myself to speak of that. The thought of the old happy days in the Abbey almost breaks my heart now. Let me get back to the other subject. I must tell you that I kept the frightful vision which pursued me, at all times and in all places, a secret from everybody, knowing the vile reports about my having inherited madness from my family, and fearing that an unfair advantage would be taken of any confession that I might make. Though the phantom always stood opposite to me, and therefore always appeared either before or by the side of any person to whom I spoke, I soon schooled myself to hide from others that I was looking at it, except on rare occasions when I had perhaps betrayed myself to you. But my self-possession availed me nothing with Ada. The day of our marriage was approaching. He stopped and shuddered. I waited in silence till he had controlled himself. Think, he went on, think of what I must have suffered at looking always on that hideous vision whenever I looked on my betrothed wife. Think of my taking her hand and seeming to take it through the figure of the apparition. Think of the calm angel face and the tortured spectre face being always together whenever my eyes met hers. Think of this, and you will not wonder that I betrayed my secret to her. She eagerly entreated to know the worst, nay more, she insisted on knowing it. At her bidding I told all, and then left her free to break our engagement. The thought of death was in my heart as I spoke the parting words, death by my own act, if life still held out after our separation. She suspected that thought, she knew it, and never left me till her good influence had destroyed it forever. But for her I should not have been alive now. But for her I should never have attempted the project which has brought me here. Do you mean that it was at Miss Elmslie's suggestion that you came to Naples? I asked in amazement. I mean that what she said suggested the design which has brought me to Naples, he answered. While I believed that the phantom had appeared to me as the fatal messenger of death, there was no comfort, there was misery rather, in hearing her say that no power on earth should make her desert me, and that she would live for me and for me only, through every trial. But it was far different when we afterward reasoned together about the purpose which the apparition had come to fulfill, far different when she showed me that its mission might be for good instead of for evil, and that the warning it was sent to give might be to my profit instead of to my loss. At those words the new idea which gave the new hope of life came to me in an instant. I believed then what I believe now, that I have a supernatural warrant for my errand here. In that faith I live. Without it I should die. She never ridiculed it, never scorned it as insanity. Mark what I say. The spirit that appeared to me in the Abbey, that has never left me since, that stands there now by your side, warns me to escape from the fatality which hangs over our race, and commands me, if I would avoid it, to bury the unburied dead. Mortal loves and mortal interests must bow to that awful bidding. The spectre presence will never leave me till I have sheltered the corpse that cries to the earth to cover it. I dare not return, I dare not marry, till I have filled the place that is empty in Wincot vault." His eyes flashed and dilated, his voice deepened. A fanatic ecstasy shone in his expression as he uttered these words. Shocked and grieved as I was, I made no attempt to remonstrate or to reason with him. It would have been useless to have referred to any of the usual commonplaces about optical delusions or diseased imaginations, worse than useless to have attempted to account by natural causes for any of the extraordinary coincidences and events of which he had spoken. Briefly as he had referred to Miss Elmslie, he had said enough to show me that the only hope of the poor girl who loved him best and had known him longest of any one was in humoring his delusions to the last. How faithfully she still clung to the belief that she could restore him! How resolutely was she sacrificing herself to his morbid fantasies, in the hope of a happy future that might never come! Little as I knew of Miss Elmslie, the mere thought of her situation, as I now reflected on it, made me feel sick at heart. "They call me Mad Moncton!" he exclaimed, suddenly breaking the silence between us during the last few minutes. "Here and in England, everybody believes I am out of my senses except Ada and you. She has been my salvation, and you will be my salvation too. Something told me that when I first met you walking in the Villa Peel. I struggled against the strong desire that was in me to trust my secret to you, but I could resist it no longer when I saw you tonight at the ball. The phantom seemed to draw me on to you as you stood alone in the quiet room. Tell me more of that idea of yours about finding the place where the duel was fought. If I set out tomorrow to seek it for myself, where must I go first? Where?" He stopped. His strength was evidently becoming exhausted, and his mind was growing confused. "What am I to do? I can't remember. You know everything. Will you not help me? My misery has made me unable to help myself." He stopped, murmured something about failing if he went to the frontier alone, and spoke confusedly of delays that might be fatal, then tried to utter the name of Ada, but, in pronouncing the first letter, his voice faltered, and, turning abruptly from me, he burst into tears. My pity for him got the better of my prudence at that moment, and without thinking of responsibilities, I promised at once to do for him whatever he asked. The wild triumph in his expression as he started up and seized my hand showed me that I had better have been more cautious, but it was too late now to retract what I had said. The next best thing to do was to try if I could not induce him to compose himself a little, and then to go away and think coolly over the whole affair by myself. "Yes, yes," he rejoined, in answer to the few words I now spoke to try and calm him. "Don't be afraid about me. After what you have said, I'll answer for my own coolness and composure under all emergencies. I have been so long used to the apparition that I hardly feel its presence at all, except on rare occasions. Besides, I have here in this little packet of letters the medicine for every malady of the sick heart. They are Ada's letters. I read them to calm me whenever my misfortune seems to get the better of my endurance. I wanted that half hour to read them in tonight before you came, to make myself fit to see you, and I shall go through them again after you are gone, so once more don't be afraid about me. I know I shall succeed with your help, and Ada shall thank you as you deserve to be thanked when we get back to England. If you hear the fools at Naples talk about my being mad, don't trouble yourself to contradict them. The scandal is so contemptible that it must end by contradicting itself." I left him, promising to return early the next day. When I got back to my hotel, I felt that any idea of sleeping after all that I had seen and heard was out of the question. So I lit my pipe, and sitting by the window, how it refreshed my mind just then to look at the calm moonlight, tried to think what it would be best to do. In the first place, any appeal to doctors or to Alfred's friends in England was out of the question. I could not persuade myself that his intellect was sufficiently disordered to justify me, under existing circumstances, in disclosing the secret which he had entrusted to my keeping. In the second place, all attempts on my part to induce him to abandon the idea of searching out his uncle's remains would be utterly useless after what I had incautiously said to him. Having settled these two conclusions, the only really great difficulty which remained to perplex me was whether I was justified in aiding him to execute his extraordinary purpose. Supposing that, with my help, he found Mr. Moncton's body and took it back with him to England, was it right in me thus to lend myself to promoting the marriage which would most likely follow these events, a marriage which it might be the duty of every one to prevent at all hazards? This set me thinking about the extent of his madness, or to speak more mildly and more correctly, of his delusion. Sane he certainly was on all ordinary subjects. Nay, in all the narrative parts of what he had said to me on this very evening, he had spoken clearly and connectedly. As for the story of the apparition, other men, with intellects as clear as the intellects of their neighbors, had fancied themselves pursued by a phantom, and had even written about it in a high strain of philosophical speculation. It was plain that the real hallucination in the case now before me lay in Moncton's conviction of the truth of the old prophecy, and in his idea that the fancied apparition was a supernatural warning to him to evade its denunciations, and it was equally clear that both delusions had been produced, in the first instance, by the lonely life he had led acting on a naturally excitable temperament, which was rendered further liable to moral disease by an hereditary taint of insanity. Was this curable? Miss Elmslie, who knew him far better than I did, seemed by her conduct to think so. Had I any reason or right to determine off-hand that she was mistaken? Supposing I refused to go to the frontier with him, he would then most certainly depart by himself, to commit all sorts of errors, and perhaps to meet with all sorts of accidents, while I, an idle man, with my time entirely at my own disposal, was stopping at Naples and leaving him to his fate after I had suggested the plan of his expedition and had encouraged him to confide in me. In this way I kept turning the subject over and over again in my mind, being quite free, let me add, from looking at it in any other than a practical point of view. I firmly believed, as a derider of all ghost stories, that Alfred was deceiving himself in fancying that he had seen the apparition of his uncle before the news of Mr. Moncton's death reached England, and I was on this account, therefore, uninfluenced by the slightest infection of my unhappy friend's delusions, when I at last fairly decided to accompany him in his extraordinary search. Possibly my harum-scarum fondness for excitement at that time biased me a little in forming my resolution, but I must add, in common justice to myself, that I also acted from motives of real sympathy for Moncton, and from a sincere wish to allay, if I could, the anxiety of the poor girl who was still so faithfully waiting and hoping for him far away in England. Certain arrangements preliminary to our departure, which I found myself obliged to make after a second interview with Alfred, betrayed the object of our journey to most of our Neapolitan friends. The astonishment of everybody was, of course, unbounded, and the nearly universal suspicion that I must be as mad in my way as Moncton himself showed itself pretty plainly in my presence. Some people actually tried to combat my resolution by telling me what a shameless profligate Stephen Moncton had been, as if I had a strong personal interest in hunting out his remains. Ridicule moved me as little as any arguments of this sort. My mind was made up, and I was as obstinate then as I am now. In 2 days' time I had got everything ready, and had ordered the traveling carriage to the door some hours earlier than we had originally settled. We were jovially threatened with a parting cheer by all our English acquaintances, and I thought it desirable to avoid this on my friend's account, for he had been more excited, as it was, by the preparations for the journey than I at all liked. Accordingly, soon after sunrise, without a soul in the street to stare at us, we privately left Naples. Nobody will wonder, I think, that I experienced some difficulty in realizing my own position, and shrank instinctively from looking forward a single day into the future, when I now found myself starting, in company with Mad Moncton, to hunt for the body of a dead duellist, all along the frontier line of the Roman States. End of chapter 4.
Section 20 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton. Chapter 5. I had settled it in my own mind that we had better make the town of Fondi, close on the frontier, our headquarters, to begin with, and I had arranged, with the assistance of the embassy, that the leaden coffin should follow us so far, securely nailed up in its packing case. Besides our passports, we were well furnished with letters of introduction to the local authorities at most of the important frontier towns, and to crown all, we had money enough at our command, thanks to Moncton's vast fortune, to make sure of the services of any one whom we wanted to assist us all along our line of search. These various resources insured us every facility for action, provided always that we succeeded in discovering the body of the dead duellist. But, in the very probable event of our failing to do this, our future prospects, more especially after the responsibility I had undertaken, were of anything but an agreeable nature to contemplate. I confess I felt uneasy, almost hopeless, as we posted in the dazzling Italian sunshine along the road to Fondi. We made an easy 2 days' journey of it, for I had insisted, on Moncton's account, that we should travel slowly. On the first day the excessive agitation of my companion a little alarmed me. He showed, in many ways, more symptoms of a disordered mind than I had yet observed in him. On the second day, however, he seemed to get accustomed to contemplate calmly the new idea of the search on which we were bent, and except on one point he was cheerful and composed enough. Whenever his dead uncle formed the subject of conversation, he still persisted, on the strength of the old prophecy, and under the influence of the apparition which he saw, or thought he saw always, in asserting that the corpse of Stephen Moncton, wherever it was, lay yet unburied. On every other topic he deferred to me with the utmost readiness and docility. On this he maintained his strange opinion with an obstinacy which set reason and persuasion alike at defiance. On the third day we rested at Fondi. The packing case, with the coffin in it, reached us, and was deposited in a safe place under lock and key. We engaged some mules, and found a man to act as guide who knew the country thoroughly. It occurred to me that we had better begin by confiding the real object of our journey only to the most trustworthy people we could find among the better educated classes. For this reason we followed, in one respect, the example of the fatal duelling party, by starting early on the morning of the fourth day with sketch books and color boxes, as if we were only artists in search of the picturesque. After traveling some hours in a northerly direction within the Roman frontier, we halted to rest ourselves and our mules at a wild little village far out of the track of tourists in general. The only person of the smallest importance in the place was the priest, and to him I addressed my first inquiries, leaving Moncton to await my return with the guide. I spoke Italian quite fluently, and correctly enough for my purpose, and was extremely polite and cautious in introducing my business, but in spite of all the pains I took, I only succeeded in frightening and bewildering the poor priest more and more with every fresh word I said to him. The idea of a dueling party and a dead man seemed to scare him out of his senses. He bowed, fidgeted, cast his eyes up to heaven, and piteously shrugging his shoulders, told me with rapid Italian circumlocution that he had not the faintest idea of what I was talking about. This was my first failure. I confess I was weak enough to feel a little dispirited when I rejoined Moncton and the guide. After the heat of the day was over, we resumed our journey. About 3 miles from the village, the road, or rather cart track, branched off in 2 directions. The path to the right, our guide informed us, led up among the mountains to a convent about 6 miles off. If we penetrated beyond the convent, we should soon reach the Neapolitan frontier. The path to the left led far inward on the Roman territory, and would conduct us to a small town where we could sleep for the night. Now the Roman territory presented the first and fittest field for our search, and the convent was always within reach, supposing we returned to Fondi unsuccessful. Besides, the path to the left led over the widest part of the country we were starting to explore, and I was always for vanquishing the greatest difficulty first. So we decided manfully on turning to the left. The expedition in which this resolution involved us lasted a whole week, and produced no results. We discovered absolutely nothing, and returned to our headquarters at Fondi so completely baffled that we did not know whither to turn our steps next. I was made much more uneasy by the effect of our failure on Moncton than by the failure itself. His resolution appeared to break down altogether as soon as we began to retrace our steps. He became first fretful and capricious, then silent and desponding. Finally, he sank into a lethargy of body and mind that seriously alarmed me. On the morning after our return to Fondi, he showed a strange tendency to sleep incessantly, which made me suspect the existence of some physical malady in his brain. The whole day he hardly exchanged a word with me, and seemed to be never fairly awake. Early the next morning I went into his room and found him as silent and lethargic as ever. His servant, who was with us, informed me that Alfred had once or twice before exhibited such physical symptoms of mental exhaustion as we were now observing during his father's lifetime at Wincot Abbey. This piece of information made me feel easier, and left my mind free to return to the consideration of the errand which had brought us to Fondi. I resolved to occupy the time until my companion got better in prosecuting our search by myself. That path to the right hand, which led to the convent, had not yet been explored. If I set off to trace it, I need not be away from Moncton more than 1 night, and I should at least be able, on my return, to give him the satisfaction of knowing that one more uncertainty regarding the place of the duel had been cleared up. These considerations decided me. I left a message for my friend in case he asked where I had gone, and set out once more for the village at which we had halted when starting on our first expedition. Intending to walk to the convent, I parted company with the guide and the mules where the track branched off, leaving them to go back to the village and await my return. For the first 4 miles the path gently ascended through an open country, then became abruptly much steeper, and led me deeper and deeper among thickets and endless woods. By the time my watch informed me that I must have nearly walked my appointed distance, the view was bounded on all sides, and the sky was shut out overhead by an impervious screen of leaves and branches. I still followed my only guide, the steep path, and in 10 minutes, emerging suddenly on a plot of tolerably clear and level ground, I saw the convent before me. It was a dark, low, sinister-looking place. Not a sign of life or movement was visible anywhere about it. Green stains streaked the once white facade of the chapel in all directions. Moss clustered thick in every crevice of the heavy scowling wall that surrounded the convent. Long lank weeds grew out of the fissures of roof and parapet, and, drooping far downward, waved wearily in and out of the barred dormitory windows. The very cross opposite the entrance gate, with a shocking life-sized figure in wood nailed to it, was so beset at the base with crawling creatures, and looked so slimy, green, and rotten all the way up, that I absolutely shrank from it. A bell rope with a broken handle hung by the gate. I approached it, hesitated, I hardly knew why, looked up at the convent again, and then walked round to the back of the building, partly to gain time to consider what I had better do next, partly from an unaccountable curiosity that urged me, strangely to myself, to see all I could of the outside of the place before I attempted to gain admission at the gate. At the back of the convent I found an outhouse built on to the wall, a clumsy, decayed building with the greater part of the roof fallen in, and with a jagged hole in one of its sides, where in all probability a window had once been. Behind the outhouse the trees grew thicker than ever. As I looked toward them, I could not determine whether the ground beyond me rose or fell, whether it was grassy or earthy or rocky. I could see nothing but the all-pervading leaves, brambles, ferns, and long grass. Not a sound broke the oppressive stillness. No bird's note rose from the leafy wilderness around me. No voices spoke in the convent garden behind the scowling wall. No clock struck in the chapel tower. No dog barked in the ruined outhouse. The dead silence deepened the solitude of the place inexpressibly. I began to feel it weighing on my spirits, the more because woods were never favorite places with me to walk in. The sort of pastoral happiness which poets often represent when they sing of life in the woods never, to my mind, has half the charm of life on the mountain or in the plain. When I am in a wood, I miss the boundless loveliness of the sky and the delicious softness that distance gives to the earthly view beneath. I feel oppressively the change which the free air suffers when it gets imprisoned among leaves, and I am always awed rather than pleased by that mysterious still light which shines with such a strange dim lustre in deep places among trees. It may convict me of want of taste and absence of due feeling for the marvellous beauties of vegetation, but I must frankly own that I never penetrate far into a wood without finding that the getting out of it again is the pleasantest part of my walk, the getting out on to the barest down, the wildest hillside, the bleakest mountain top, the getting out anywhere so that I can see the sky over me and the view before me as far as my eye can reach. After such a confession as I have now made, it will appear surprising to no one that I should have felt the strongest possible inclination, while I stood by the ruined outhouse, to retrace my steps at once and make the best of my way out of the wood. I had, indeed, actually turned to depart, when the remembrance of the errand which had brought me to the convent suddenly stayed my feet. It seemed doubtful whether I should be admitted into the building if I rang the bell, and more than doubtful if I were let in whether the inhabitants would be able to afford me any clue to the information of which I was in search. However, it was my duty to Moncton to leave no means of helping him in his desperate object untried. So I resolved to go round to the front of the convent again, and ring at the gate bell at all hazards. By the merest chance I looked up as I passed the side of the outhouse where the jagged hole was, and noticed that it was pierced rather high in the wall. As I stopped to observe this, the closeness of the atmosphere in the wood seemed to be affecting me more unpleasantly than ever. I waited a minute and untied my cravat. Closeness? Surely it was something more than that. The air was even more distasteful to my nostrils than to my lungs. There was some faint, indescribable smell loading it, some smell of which I had never had any previous experience, some smell which I thought, now that my attention was directed to it, grew more and more certainly traceable to its source the nearer I advanced to the outhouse. By the time I had tried the experiment 2 or 3 times, and had made myself sure of this fact, my curiosity became excited. There were plenty of fragments of stone and brick lying about me. I gathered some of them together and piled them up below the hole, then mounted to the top, and, feeling rather ashamed of what I was doing, peeped into the outhouse. The sight of horror that met my eyes the instant I looked through the hole is as present to my memory now as if I had beheld it yesterday. I can hardly write of it at this distance of time without a thrill of the old terror running through me again to the heart. The first impression conveyed to me, as I looked in, was of a long, recumbent object, tinged with a lightish blue color all over, extended on trestles, and bearing a certain hideous, half-formed resemblance to the human face and figure. I looked again, and felt certain of it. There were the prominences of the forehead, nose, and chin, dimly shown as under a veil. There the round outline of the chest and the hollow below it. There the points of the knees, and the stiff, ghastly, upturned feet. I looked again, yet more attentively. My eyes got accustomed to the dim light streaming in through the broken roof, and I satisfied myself, judging by the great length of the body from head to foot, that I was looking at the corpse of a man, a corpse that had apparently once had a sheet spread over it, and that had lain rotting on the trestles under the open sky long enough for the linen to take the livid light blue tinge of mildew and decay which now covered it. How long I remained with my eyes fixed on that dread sight of death, on that tombless, terrible wreck of humanity, poisoning the still air, and seeming even to stain the faint descending light that disclosed it, I know not. I remember a dull, distant sound among the trees, as if the breeze were rising, the slow creeping on of the sound to near the place where I stood, the noiseless whirling fall of a dead leaf on the corpse below me, through the gap in the outhouse roof, and the effect of awakening my energies, of relaxing the heavy strain on my mind, which even the slight change wrought in the scene I beheld by the falling leaf produced in me immediately. I descended to the ground, and sitting down on the heap of stones, wiped away the thick perspiration which covered my face, and which I now became aware of for the first time. It was something more than the hideous spectacle unexpectedly offered to my eyes which had shaken my nerves, as I felt that they were shaken now. Moncton's prediction that, if we succeeded in discovering his uncle's body, we should find it unburied, recurred to me the instant I saw the trestles and their ghastly burden. I felt assured on the instant that I had found the dead man. The old prophecy recurred to my memory, a strange yearning sorrow, a vague foreboding of ill, an inexplicable terror as I thought of the poor lad who was awaiting my return in the distant town, struck through me with a chill of superstitious dread, robbed me of my judgment and resolution, and left me when I had at last recovered myself weak and dizzy, as if I had just suffered under some pang of overpowering physical pain. I hastened round to the convent gate and rang impatiently at the bell, waited a little while and rang again, then heard footsteps. In the middle of the gate, just opposite my face, there was a small sliding panel not more than a few inches long. This was presently pushed aside from within. I saw through a bit of iron grating 2 dull light grey eyes staring vacantly at me, and heard a feeble husky voice saying, "What may you please to want?" "I am a traveller," I began. "We live in a miserable place. We have nothing to show travellers here." "I don't come to see anything. I have an important question to ask, which I believe some one in this convent will be able to answer. If you are not willing to let me in, at least come out and speak to me here." "Are you alone?" "Quite alone." "Are there no women with you?" "None." The gate was slowly unbarred, and an old Capuchin, very infirm, very suspicious, and very dirty, stood before me. I was far too excited and impatient to waste any time in prefatory phrases, so telling the monk at once how I had looked through the hole in the outhouse, and what I had seen inside, I asked him in plain terms who the man had been whose corpse I had beheld, and why the body was left unburied. The old Capuchin listened to me with watery eyes that twinkled suspiciously. He had a battered tin snuff box in his hand, and his finger and thumb slowly chased a few scattered grains of snuff round and round the inside of the box all the time I was speaking. When I had done, he shook his head and said, "That was certainly an ugly sight in their outhouse, one of the ugliest sights he felt sure that ever I had seen in all my life." "I don't want to talk of the sight," I rejoined impatiently. "I want to know who the man was, how he died, and why he is not decently buried. Can you tell me?" The monk's finger and thumb having captured 3 or 4 grains of snuff at last, he slowly drew them into his nostrils, holding the box open under his nose the while, to prevent the possibility of wasting even 1 grain, sniffed once or twice luxuriously, closed the box, then looked at me again with his eyes watering and twinkling more suspiciously than before. "Yes," said the monk, "that's an ugly sight in our outhouse, a very ugly sight, certainly." I never had more difficulty in keeping my temper in my life than at that moment. I succeeded, however, in repressing a very disrespectful expression on the subject of monks in general, which was on the tip of my tongue, and made another attempt to conquer the old man's exasperating reserve. Fortunately for my chances of succeeding with him, I was a snuff taker myself, and I had a box full of excellent English snuff in my pocket, which I now produced as a bribe. It was my last resource. "I thought your box seemed empty just now," said I. "Will you try a pinch out of mine?" The offer was accepted with an almost youthful alacrity of gesture. The Capuchin took the largest pinch I ever saw held between any man's finger and thumb, inhaled it slowly without spilling a single grain, half closed his eyes, and wagging his head gently, patted me paternally on the back. "Oh, my son," said the monk, "what delectable snuff! Oh, my son and amiable traveller, give the spiritual father who loves you yet another tiny, tiny pinch." "Let me fill your box for you. I shall have plenty left for myself." The battered tin snuff box was given to me before I had done speaking. The paternal hand patted my back more approvingly than ever. The feeble, husky voice grew glib and eloquent in my praise. I had evidently found out the weak side of the old Capuchin, and, on returning him his box, I took instant advantage of the discovery. "Excuse my troubling you on the subject again," I said, "but I have particular reasons for wanting to hear all that you can tell me in explanation of that horrible sight in the outhouse." "Come in," answered the monk. He drew me inside the gate, closed it, and then leading the way across a grass grown courtyard, looking out on a weedy kitchen garden, showed me into a long room with a low ceiling, a dirty dresser, a few rudely carved stall seats, and 1 or 2 grim, mildewed pictures for ornaments. This was the sacristy. "There's nobody here, and it's nice and cool," said the old Capuchin. It was so damp that I actually shivered. "Would you like to see the church?" said the monk. "A jewel of a church, if we could keep it in repair, but we can't. Ah, malediction and misery! We are too poor to keep our church in repair." Here he shook his head, and began fumbling with a large bunch of keys. "Never mind the church now," said I. "Can you or can you not tell me what I want to know?" "Everything, from beginning to end. Absolutely everything. Why, I answered the gate bell. I always answer the gate bell here," said the Capuchin. "What in heaven's name has the gate bell to do with the unburied corpse in your house?" "Listen, son of mine, and you shall know. Some time ago, some months, ah me, I'm old. I've lost my memory. I don't know how many months. Ah, miserable me! What a very old monk I am!" Here he comforted himself with another pinch of snuff. "Never mind the exact time," said I. "I don't care about that." "Good," said the Capuchin. "Now I can go on. Well, let us say it is some months ago. We in this convent are all at breakfast. Wretched, wretched breakfasts, son of mine, in this convent. We are at breakfast, and we hear bang, bang, twice over. 'Guns?' says I. 'What are they shooting for?' says brother Jeremy. 'Game,' says brother Vincent. 'Aha, game,' says brother Jeremy. 'If I hear more, I shall send out and discover what it means,' says the father superior. We hear no more, and we go on with our wretched breakfasts." "Where did the report of firearms come from?" I inquired. "From down below, beyond the big trees at the back of the convent, where there's some clear ground, nice ground if it wasn't for the pools and puddles. But ah, misery, how damp we are in these parts, how very, very damp." "Well, what happened after the report of firearms?" "You shall hear. We are still at breakfast, all silent, for what have we to talk about here? What have we but our devotions, our kitchen garden, and our wretched, wretched bits of breakfasts and dinners? I say, we are all silent, when there comes suddenly such a ring at the bell as never was heard before. A very devil of a ring that caught us all with our bits, our wretched, wretched bits, in our mouths, and stopped us before we could swallow them. 'Go, brother of mine,' says the father superior to me. 'Go, it is your duty. Go to the gate.' I am brave, a very lion of a Capuchin. I slip out on tiptoe. I wait. I listen. I pull back our little shutter in the gate. I wait. I listen again. I peep through the hole. Nothing, absolutely nothing that I can see. I am brave. I am not to be daunted. What do I do next? I open the gate. Ah, sacred Mother of Heaven, what do I behold lying all along our threshold? A man, dead. A big man, bigger than you, bigger than me, bigger than anybody in this convent, buttoned up tight in a fine coat, with black eyes staring up at the sky, and blood soaking through and through the front of his shirt. What do? I scream once, I scream twice, and run back to the father superior." All the particulars of the fatal duel which I had gleaned from the French newspaper in Moncton's room at Naples recurred vividly to my memory. The suspicion that I had felt when I looked into the outhouse became a certainty as I listened to the old monk's last words. "So far I understand," said I. "The corpse I have just seen in the outhouse is the corpse of the man whom you found dead outside your gate. Now tell me why you have not given the remains decent burial." "Wait, answered the Capuchin. "The father superior hears me scream, and comes out. We all run together to the gate. We lift up the big man, and look at him close. Dead as this," smacking the dresser with his hand. "We look again. and see a bit of paper pinned to the collar of his coat. Aha! Son of mine, you start at that. I thought I should make you start at last." I had started indeed. That paper was doubtless the leaf mentioned in the second's unfinished narrative as having been torn out of his pocket-book, and inscribed with the statement of how the dead man had lost his life. If proof positive were wanted to identify the dead body, here was such proof found. "What do you think was written on the bit of paper?" continued the Capuchin. "We read and shudder. This dead man has been killed in a duel. He, the desperate, the miserable, has died in the commission of mortal sin, and the men who saw the killing of him ask us Capuchins, holy men, servants of heaven, children of our Lord the Pope, they ask us to give him burial. Oh, but we are outraged when we read that. We groan, we wring our hands, we turn away, we tear our beards, we—" "Wait one moment," said I, seeing that the old man was heating himself with his narrative, and was likely, unless I stopped him, to talk more and more fluently to less and less purpose. "Wait a moment. Have you preserved the paper that was pinned to the dead man's coat, and can I look at it?" The Capuchin seemed on the point of giving me an answer, when he suddenly checked himself. I saw his eyes wander away from my face, and at the same moment heard a door softly open and closed again behind me. Looking round immediately, I observed another monk in the sacristy, a tall, lean, black-bearded man, in whose presence my old friend with the snuff-box suddenly became quite decorous and devotional to look at. I suspected I was in the presence of the Father Superior, and I found that I was right the moment he addressed me. "I am the Father Superior of this convent," he said, in quiet, clear tones, and looking me straight in the face while he spoke, with coldly attentive eyes. "I have heard the latter part of your conversation, and I wish to know why you are so particularly anxious to see the piece of paper that was pinned to the dead man's coat." The coolness with which he avowed that he had been listening, and the quietly imperative manner in which he put his concluding question, perplexed and startled me. I hardly knew at first what tone I ought to take in answering him. He observed my hesitation, and attributing it to the wrong cause, signed to the old Capuchin to retire. Humbly stroking his long grey beard, and furtively consoling himself with a private pinch of the delectable snuff, my venerable friend shuffled out of the room, making a profound obeisance at the door just before he disappeared. "Now," said the Father Superior, as coldly as ever, "I am waiting, sir, for your reply." "You shall have it in the fewest possible words," said I, answering him in his own tone. "I find to my disgust and horror that there is an unburied corpse in an outhouse attached to your convent. I believe that corpse to be the body of an English gentleman of rank and fortune, who was killed in a duel. I have come into this neighborhood with the nephew and only relation of the slain man, for the express purpose of recovering his remains, and I wish to see the paper found on the body, because I believe that paper will identify it to the satisfaction of the relative to whom I have referred. Do you find my reply sufficiently straightforward? And do you mean to give me permission to look at the paper?" "I am satisfied with your reply, and see no reason for refusing you a sight of the paper," said the Father Superior. "But I have something to say first. In speaking of the impression produced on you by beholding the corpse, you use the words disgust and horror. This license of expression in relation to what you have seen in the precincts of a convent proves to me that you are out of the pale of the Holy Catholic Church. You have no right, therefore, to expect any explanation, but I will give you one, nevertheless, as a favor. The slain man died unabsolved in the commission of mortal sin. We infer so much from the paper which we found on his body, and we know by the evidence of our own eyes and ears that he was killed on the territories of the Church, and in the act of committing direct violation of those special laws against the crime of duelling, the strict enforcement of which the Holy Father himself has urged on the faithful throughout his dominions, by letters signed with his own hand. Inside this convent the ground is consecrated, and we Catholics are not accustomed to bury the outlaws of our religion, the enemies of our Holy Father, and the violators of our most sacred laws, in consecrated ground. Outside this convent we have no rights and no power, and if we had both we should remember that we are monks, not grave diggers, and that the only burial with which we can have any concern is burial with the prayers of the Church. That is all the explanation I think it necessary to give. Wait for me here, and you shall see the paper." With those words the Father Superior left the room as quietly as he had entered it. I had hardly time to think over this bitter and ungracious explanation, and to feel a little piqued by the language and manner of the person who had given it to me, before the Father Superior returned with the paper in his hand. He placed it before me on the dresser, and I read, hurriedly traced in pencil, the following lines: "This paper is attached to the body of the late Mr. Stephen Moncton, an Englishman of distinction. He has been shot in a duel, conducted with perfect gallantry and honour on both sides. His body is placed at the door of this convent to receive burial at the hands of its inmates, the survivors of the encounter being obliged to separate and secure their safety by immediate flight. I, the second of the slain man, and the writer of this explanation, certify, on my word of honour as a gentleman, that the shot which killed my principal on the instant was fired fairly, in the strictest accordance with the rules laid down beforehand for the conduct of the duel. Signed, F." F I recognized easily enough as the initial letter of Monsieur Foulon's name, the second of Mr. Moncton, who had died of consumption at Paris. The discovery and the identification were now complete. Nothing remained but to break the news to Alfred, and to get permission to remove the remains in the outhouse. I began almost to doubt the evidence of my own senses when I reflected that the apparently impracticable object with which we had left Naples was already, by the merest chance, virtually accomplished. "The evidence of the paper is decisive," said I, handing it back. "There can be no doubt that the remains in the outhouse are the remains of which we have been in search. May I inquire if any obstacles will be thrown in our way, should the late Mr. Moncton's nephew wish to remove his uncle's body to the family burial place in England?" "Where is this nephew?" asked the Father Superior. "He is now awaiting my return at the town of Fondi." "Is he in a position to prove his relationship?" "Certainly. He has papers with him which will place it beyond a doubt." "Let him satisfy the civil authorities of his claim, and he need expect no obstacle to his wishes from any one here." I was in no humour for talking a moment longer with my sour-tempered companion than I could help. The day was wearing on me fast, and whether night overtook me or not, I was resolved never to stop on my return till I got back to Fondi. Accordingly, after telling the Father Superior that he might expect to hear from me again immediately, I made my bow and hastened out of the sacristy. At the convent gate stood my old friend with the tin snuff box, waiting to let me out. "Bless you, my son," said the venerable recluse, giving me a farewell pat on the shoulder. "Come back soon to your spiritual father who loves you, and amiably favour him with another tiny pinch of the delectable snuff." End of Section 20. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 21 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 6, Part 1. I returned at the top of my speed to the village where I had left the mules, had the animals saddled immediately, and succeeded in getting back to Fondi a little before sunset. While ascending the stairs of our hotel, I suffered under the most painful uncertainty as to how I should best communicate the news of my discovery to Alfred. If I could not succeed in preparing him properly for my tidings, the results, with such an organization as his, might be fatal. On opening the door of his room, I felt by no means sure of myself, and when I confronted him, his manner of receiving me took me so much by surprise that, for a moment or two, I lost my self-possession altogether. Every trace of the lethargy in which he was sunk when I had last seen him had disappeared. His eyes were bright, his cheeks deeply flushed. As I entered, he started up, and refused my offered hand. "You have not treated me like a friend," he said passionately. "You had no right to continue the search unless I searched with you. You had no right to leave me here alone. I was wrong to trust you. You are no better than all the rest of them." I had by this time recovered a little from my first astonishment, and was able to reply before he could say anything more. It was quite useless, in his present state, to reason with him or to defend myself. I determined to risk everything, and break my news to him at once. "You will treat me more justly, Moncton, when you know that I have been doing you good service during my absence," I said. "Unless I am greatly mistaken, the object for which we have left Naples may be nearer attainment by both of us than—" The flush left his cheeks almost in an instant. Some expression in my face, or some tone in my voice, of which I was not conscious, had revealed to his nervously quickened perception more than I had intended that he should know at first. His eyes fixed themselves intently on mine. His hand grasped my arm, and he said to me, in an eager whisper, "Tell me the truth at once. Have you found him?" It was too late to hesitate. I answered in the affirmative. "Buried or unburied?" His voice rose abruptly as he put the question, and his unoccupied hand fastened on my other arm. "Unburied." I had hardly uttered the word before the blood flew back into his cheeks. His eyes flashed again as they looked into mine, and he burst into a fit of triumphant laughter, which shocked and startled me inexpressibly. "What did I tell you? What do you say to the old prophecy now?" he cried, dropping his hold on my arms, and pacing backward and forward in the room. "Own you were wrong. Own it, as all Naples shall own it, when once I have got him safe in his coffin." His laughter grew more and more violent. I tried to quiet him in vain. His servant and the landlord of the inn entered the room, but they only added fuel to the fire, and I made them go out again. As I shut the door on them, I observed, lying on a table near at hand, the packet of letters from Miss Elmslie, which my unhappy friend preserved with such care, and read and re-read with such unfailing devotion. Looking toward me, just when I passed by the table, the letters caught his eye. The new hope for the future, in connection with the writer of them, which my news was already awakening in his heart, seemed to overwhelm him in an instant at sight of the treasured memorials that reminded him of his betrothed wife. His laughter ceased, his face changed. He ran to the table, caught the letters up in his hand, looked from them to me for one moment with an altered expression which went to my heart, then sank down on his knees at the table, laid his face on the letters, and burst into tears. I let the new emotion have its way uninterruptedly, and quitted the room without saying a word. When I returned after a lapse of some little time, I found him sitting quietly in his chair, reading one of the letters from the packet which rested on his knee. His look was kindness itself, his gesture almost womanly in its gentleness as he rose to meet me, and anxiously held out his hand. He was quite calm enough now to hear in detail all that I had to tell him. I suppressed nothing but the particulars of the state in which I had found the corpse. I assumed no right of direction as to the share he was to take in our future proceedings, with the exception of insisting beforehand that he should leave the absolute superintendence of the removal of the body to me, and that he should be satisfied with a sight of M. Foulon's paper, after receiving my assurance that the remains placed in the coffin were really and truly the remains of which we had been in search. "Your nerves are not so strong as mine," I said, by way of apology for my apparent dictation, "and for that reason I must beg leave to assume the leadership in all that we have now to do, until I see the leaden coffin soldered down and safe in your possession. After that I shall resign all my functions to you." "I want words to thank you for your kindness," he answered. "No brother could have borne with me more affectionately or helped me more patiently than you." He stopped and grew thoughtful, then occupied himself in tying up slowly and carefully the packet of Miss Elmslie's letters, and then looked suddenly toward the vacant wall behind me with that strange expression, the meaning of which I knew so well. Since we had left Naples, I had purposely avoided exciting him by talking on the useless and shocking subject of the apparition by which he believed himself to be perpetually followed. Just now, however, he seemed so calm and collected, so little likely to be violently agitated by any allusion to the dangerous topic, that I ventured to speak out boldly. "Does the phantom still appear to you," I asked, "as it appeared at Naples?" He looked at me and smiled. "Did I not tell you that it followed me everywhere?" His eyes wandered back again to the vacant space, and he went on speaking in that direction as if he had been continuing the conversation with some third person in the room. "We shall part," he said, slowly and softly, "when the empty place is filled in Wincot vault. Then I shall stand with Ada before the altar in the Abbey chapel, and when my eyes meet hers they will see the tortured face no more." Saying this, he leaned his head on his hand, sighed, and began repeating softly to himself the lines of the old prophecy: "When in Wincot vault a place waits for one of Moncton's race, when that one forlorn shall lie, graveless under open sky, beggared of 6 feet of earth, though lord of acres from his birth, that shall be a certain sign of the end of Moncton's line, dwindling ever faster, faster, dwindling to the last left master. From mortal ken, from light of day, Moncton's race shall pass away." Fancying that he pronounced the last lines a little incoherently, I tried to make him change the subject. He took no notice of what I said, and went on talking to himself. "Moncton's race shall pass away," he repeated, "but not with me. The fatality hangs over my head no longer. I shall bury the unburied dead. I shall fill the vacant place in Wincot vault, and then the new life, the life with Ada." That name seemed to recall him to himself. He drew his travelling desk towards him, placed the packet of letters in it, and then took out a sheet of paper. "I am going to write to Ada," he said, turning to me, "and tell her the good news. Her happiness when she knows it will be even greater than mine." Worn out by the events of the day, I left him writing, and went to bed. I was, however, either too anxious or too tired to sleep. In this waking condition, my mind naturally occupied itself with the discovery at the convent, and with the events to which that discovery would, in all probability, lead. As I thought on the future, a depression for which I could not account weighed on my spirits. There was not the slightest reason for the vaguely melancholy forebodings that oppressed me. The remains, to the finding of which my unhappy friend attached so much importance, had been traced. They would certainly be placed at his disposal in a few days. He might take them to England by the first merchant vessel that sailed from Naples, and the gratification of his strange caprice thus accomplished, there was at least some reason to hope that his mind might recover its tone, that the new life he would lead at Wincot might result in making him a happy man. Such considerations as these were, in themselves, certainly not calculated to exert any melancholy influence over me, and yet, all through the night, the same inconceivable, unaccountable depression weighed heavily on my spirits, heavily through the hours of darkness, heavily even when I walked out to breathe the first freshness of the early morning air. With the day came the all engrossing business of opening negotiations with the authorities. Only those who have had to deal with Italian officials can imagine how our patience was tried by every one with whom we came in contact. We were bandied about from one authority to the other, were stared at, cross-questioned, mystified, not in the least because the case presented any special difficulties or intricacies, but because it was absolutely necessary that every civil dignitary to whom we applied should assert his own importance by leading us to our object in the most roundabout manner possible. After our first day's experience of official life in Italy, I left the absurd formalities, which we had no choice but to perform, to be accomplished by Alfred alone, and applied myself to the really serious question of how the remains in the convent outhouse were to be safely removed. The best plan that suggested itself to me was to write to a friend in Rome, where I knew that it was accustomed to embalm the bodies of high dignitaries of the church, and where, I consequently inferred, such clerical assistance as was needed in our emergency might be obtained. I simply stated in my letter that the removal of the body was imperative, then described the condition in which I had found it, and engaged that no expense on our part should be spared if the right person or persons could be found to help us. Here again more difficulties interposed themselves, and more useless formalities were to be gone through, but in the end patience, perseverance, and money triumphed, and 2 men came expressly from Rome to undertake the duties we required of them. It is unnecessary that I should shock the reader by entering into any detail in this part of my narrative. When I have said that the progress of decay was so far suspended by chemical means as to allow of the remains being placed in the coffin, and to ensure their being transported to England with perfect safety and convenience, I have said enough. After 10 days had been wasted in useless delays and difficulties, I had the satisfaction of seeing the convent outhouse empty at last, pass through a final ceremony of snuff taking, or rather of snuff giving, with the old Capuchin, and ordered the travelling carriages to be ready at the inn door. Hardly a month had elapsed since our departure ere we entered Naples successful in the achievement of a design which had been ridiculed as wildly impracticable by every friend of ours who had heard of it. The first object to be accomplished on our return was to obtain the means of carrying the coffin to England, by sea as a matter of course. All inquiries after a merchant vessel on the point of sailing for any British port led to the most unsatisfactory results. There was only one way of ensuring the immediate transportation of the remains to England, and that was to hire a vessel. Impatient to return, and resolved not to lose sight of the coffin till he had seen it placed in Wincot vault, Moncton decided immediately on hiring the first ship that could be obtained. The vessel in port, which we were informed could soonest be got ready for sea, was a Sicilian brig, and this vessel my friend accordingly engaged. The best dockyard artisans that could be got were set to work, and the smartest captain and crew to be picked up on an emergency in Naples were chosen to navigate the brig. Moncton, after again expressing in the warmest terms his gratitude for the services I had rendered him, disclaimed any intention of asking me to accompany him on the voyage to England. Greatly to his surprise and delight, however, I offered of my own accord to take passage in the brig. The strange coincidences I had witnessed, the extraordinary discovery I had hit on since our first meeting in Naples, had made his one great interest in life my one great interest for the time being as well. I shared none of his delusions, poor fellow, but it is hardly an exaggeration to say that my eagerness to follow our remarkable adventure to its end was as great as his anxiety to see the coffin laid in Wincot vault. Curiosity influenced me, I am afraid, almost as strongly as friendship, when I offered myself as the companion of his voyage home. We set sail for England on a calm and lovely afternoon. For the first time since I had known him, Moncton seemed to be in high spirits. He talked and jested on all sorts of subjects, and laughed at me for allowing my cheerfulness to be affected by the dread of seasickness. I had really no such fear. It was my excuse to my friend for a return of that unaccountable depression under which I had suffered at Fondi. Everything was in our favour. Everybody on board the brig was in good spirits. The captain was delighted with the vessel. The crew, Italians and Maltese, were in high glee at the prospect of making a short voyage on high wages in a well provisioned ship. I alone felt heavy at heart. There was no valid reason that I could assign to myself for the melancholy that oppressed me, and yet I struggled against it in vain. Late on our first night at sea, I made a discovery which was by no means calculated to restore my spirits to their usual equilibrium. Moncton was in the cabin, on the floor of which had been placed the packing case containing the coffin, and I was on deck. The wind had fallen almost to a calm, and I was lazily watching the sails of the brig as they flapped from time to time against the masts, when the captain approached, and drawing me out of hearing of the man at the helm, whispered in my ear, "There's something wrong among the men forward. Did you observe how suddenly they all became silent just before sunset?" I had observed it, and told him so. "There's a Maltese boy on board," pursued the captain, "who is a smart enough lad, but a bad one to deal with. I have found out that he has been telling the man there is a dead body inside that packing case of your friend's in the cabin." My heart sank as he spoke. Knowing the superstitious irrationality of sailors, of foreign sailors especially, I had taken care to spread a report on board the brig, before the coffin was shipped, that the packing case contained a valuable marble statue which Mr. Moncton prized highly, and was unwilling to trust out of his own sight. How could this Maltese boy have discovered that the pretended statue was a human corpse? As I pondered over the question, my suspicions fixed themselves on Moncton's servant, who spoke Italian fluently, and whom I knew to be an incorrigible gossip. The man denied it when I charged him with betraying us, but I have never believed his denial to this day. "The little imp won't say where he picked up this notion of his about the dead body," continued the captain, It's not my place to pry into secrets, but I advise you to call the crew aft and contradict the boy, whether he speaks the truth or not. The men are a parcel of fools who believe in ghosts and all of the rest of it. Some of them say they would never have signed our articles if they had known they were going to sail with a dead man. Others only grumble, but I'm afraid we shall have some trouble with them all in case of rough weather, unless the boy is contradicted by you or the other gentlemen. The men say that if either you or your friend tells them on your words of honor that the Maltese is a liar, they will hand him up to be rope's ended accordingly, but that if you won't, they have made up their minds to believe the boy." Here the captain paused and awaited my answer. I could give him none. I felt hopeless under our desperate emergency. To get the boy punished by giving my word of honor to support a direct falsehood was not to be thought of even for a moment. What other means of extrication from this miserable dilemma remained? None that I could think of. I thanked the captain for his attention to our interests, told him I would take time to consider what course I should pursue, and begged that he would say nothing to my friend about the discovery he had made. He promised to be silent, sulkily enough, and walked away from me. We had expected the breeze to spring up with the morning, but no breeze came. As it wore on toward noon, the atmosphere became insufferably sultry, and the sea looked as smooth as glass. I saw the captain's eye turn often and anxiously to windward. Far away in that direction, and alone in the blue heaven, I observed a little black cloud, and asked if it would bring us any wind. "More than we want," the captain replied shortly, and then, to my astonishment, ordered the crew aloft to take in sail. The execution of this manoeuvre showed but too plainly the temper of the men. They did their work sulkily and slowly, grumbling and murmuring among themselves. The captain's manner, as he urged them on with oaths and threats, convinced me we were in danger. I looked again to windward. The one little cloud had enlarged to a great bank of murky vapor, and the sea at the horizon had changed in color. "The squall will be on us before we know where we are," said the captain. "Go below. You will only be in the way here." I descended to the cabin, and prepared Moncton for what was coming. He was still questioning me about what I had observed on deck when the storm burst on us. We felt the little brig strain for an instant, as if she would part in two. Then she seemed to be swinging round with us, then to be quite still for a moment, trembling in every timber. Last came a shock which hurled us from our seats, a deafening crash, and a flood of water pouring into the cabin. We clambered half drowned to the deck. The brig had, in the nautical phrase, broached to, and she now lay on her beam ends. Before I could make out anything distinctly in the horrible confusion, except the one tremendous certainty that we were entirely at the mercy of the sea, I heard a voice from the forepart of the ship which stilled the clamoring and shouting of the rest of the crew in an instant. The words were in Italian, but I understood their fatal meaning only too easily. We had sprung a leak, and the sea was pouring into the ship's hold like the race of a millstream. The captain did not lose his presence of mind in this fresh emergency. He called for his axe to cut away the foremast, and, ordering some of the crew to help him, directed the others to rig out the pumps. The words had hardly passed his lips before the men broke into open mutiny. With a savage look at me, their ringleader declared that the passengers might do as they pleased, but that he and his messmates were determined to take to the boat, and leave the accursed ship, and the dead man in her, to go to the bottom together. As he spoke there was a shout among the sailors, and I observed some of them pointing derisively behind me. Looking round, I saw Moncton, who had hitherto kept close at my side, making his way back to the cabin. I followed him directly, but the water and confusion on deck, and the impossibility from the position of the brig of moving the feet without the slow assistance of the hands, so impeded my progress, that it was impossible for me to overtake him. When I had got below, he was crouched upon the coffin, with the water on the cabin floor whirling and splashing about him, as the ship heaved and plunged. I saw a warning brightness in his eyes, a warning flush on his cheek, as I approached and said to him, "There is nothing left for it, Alfred, but to bow to our misfortune, and do the best we can to save our lives." "Save yours," he cried, waving his hand to me, "for you have a future before you. Mine is gone when this coffin goes to the bottom. If the ship sinks, I shall know that the fatality is accomplished, and shall sink with her." I saw that he was in no state to be reasoned with or persuaded, and raised myself again to the deck. The men were cutting away all obstacles, so as to launch the long boat placed amidships over the depressed bulwark of the brig, as she lay on her side, and the captain, after having made a last vain exertion to restore his authority, was looking on at them in silence. The violence of the squall seemed already to be spending itself, and I asked whether there was really no chance for us if we remained by the ship. The captain answered that there might have been the best chance if the men had obeyed his orders, but that now there was none. Knowing that I could place no dependence on the presence of mind of Moncton's servant, I confided to the captain, in the fewest and plainest words, the condition of my unhappy friend, and asked if I might depend on his help. He nodded his head, and we descended together to the cabin. Even at this day it costs me pain to write of the terrible necessity to which the strength and obstinacy of Moncton's delusion reduced us in the last resort. We were compelled to secure his hands, and drag him by main force to the deck. The men were on the point of launching the boat, and refused at first to receive us into it. "You cowards!" cried the captain. "Have we got the dead man with us this time? Isn't he going to the bottom along with the brig? Who are you afraid of when we get into the boat?" This sort of appeal produced the desired effect. The men became ashamed of themselves, and retracted their refusal. Just as we pushed off from the sinking ship, Alfred made an effort to break from me, but I held him firm, and he never repeated the attempt. He sat by me with drooping head, still and silent, while the sailors rowed away from the vessel, still and silent when with one accord they paused at a little distance off, and we all waited and watched to see the brig sink. Still and silent even when that sinking happened, when the labouring hull plunged slowly into a hollow of the sea, hesitated as it seemed for one moment, rose a little again, and then sank to rise no more. Sank with her dead freight, sank and snatched for ever from our power the corpse which we had discovered almost by miracle, those jealously preserved remains on the safe keeping of which rested so strangely the hopes and the love destinies of two living beings, as the last signs of the ship in the depths of the water. I felt Moncton trembling all over as he sat close at my side, and heard him repeating to himself sadly and many times over the name of Ada. I tried to turn his thoughts to another subject, but it was useless. He pointed over the sea to where the brig had once been, and where nothing was left to look at but the rolling waves. "The empty place will now remain empty for ever in Wincot Vault." As he said these words, he fixed his eyes for a moment sadly and earnestly on my face, then looked away, leaned his cheek on his hand, and spoke no more. End of Section 21. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 22 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of Mad Moncton, Chapter 6, Part 2. We were sighted long before nightfall by a trading vessel, were taken on board, and landed at Cartagena in Spain. Alfred never held up his head, and never once spoke to me of his own accord the whole time we were at sea in the merchantman. I observed, however, with alarm, that he talked often and incoherently to himself, constantly muttering the lines of the old prophecy, constantly referring to the fatal place that was empty in Wincot vault, constantly repeating in broken accents, which it affected me inexpressibly to hear, the name of the poor girl who was awaiting his return to England. Nor were these the only causes for the apprehension that I now felt on his account. Toward the end of our voyage he began to suffer from alternations of fever fits and shivering fits, which I ignorantly imagined to be attacks of ague. I was soon undeceived. We had hardly been a day on shore before he became so much worse that I secured the best medical assistance Cartagena could afford. For a day or two the doctors differed, as usual, about the nature of his complaint, but ere long alarming symptoms displayed themselves. The medical men declared that his life was in danger, and told me that his disease was brain fever. Shocked and grieved as I was, I hardly knew how to act at first under the fresh responsibility now laid upon me. Ultimately I decided on writing to the old priest who had been Alfred's tutor, and who, as I knew, still resided at Wincot Abbey. I told this gentleman all that had happened, begged him to break my melancholy news as gently as possible to Miss Elmslie, and assured him of my resolution to remain with Moncton to the last. After I had dispatched my letter, and had sent to Gibraltar to secure the best English medical advice that could be obtained, I felt that I had done my best, and that nothing remained but to wait and hope. Many a sad and anxious hour did I pass by my poor friend's bedside. Many a time did I doubt whether I had done right in giving any encouragement to his delusion. The reasons for doing so, which had suggested themselves to me after my first interview with him, seemed, however, on reflection, to be valid reasons still. The only way of hastening his return to England and to Miss Elmslie, who was pining for that return, was the way I had taken. It was not my fault that a disaster, which no man could foresee, had overthrown all his projects and all mine. But now that the calamity had happened, and was irretrievable, how, in the event of his physical recovery, was his moral malady to be combated? When I reflected on the hereditary taint in his medical organization, on that first childish fright of Stephen Moncton from which he had never recovered, on the perilously secluded life that he had led at the Abbey, and on his firm persuasion of the reality of the apparition by which he believed himself to be constantly followed, I confess I despaired of shaking his superstitious faith in every word and line of the old family prophecy. If the series of striking coincidences which appeared to attest its truth had made a strong and lasting impression on me, and this was assuredly the case, how could I wonder that they had produced the effect of absolute conviction on his mind, constituted as it was? If I argued with him, and he answered me, how could I rejoin? If he said, "The prophecy points at the last of the family. I am the last of the family. The prophecy mentions an empty place in Wincot vault. There is such an empty place there at this moment. On the faith of the prophecy, I told you that Stephen Monkton's body was unburied, and you found that it was unburied." If he said this, what use would it be for me to reply, "These are only strange coincidences, after all"? The more I thought of the task that lay before me, if he recovered, the more I felt inclined to despond. The oftener the English physician who attended on him said to me, "He may get the better of the fever, but he has a fixed idea which never leaves him night or day, which has unsettled his reason, and which will end in killing him, unless you or some of his friends can remove it." The oftener I heard this, the more acutely I felt my own powerlessness, the more I shrank from every idea that was connected with the hopeless future. I had only expected to receive my answer from Wincot in the shape of a letter. It was consequently a great surprise, as well as a great relief, to be informed one day that two gentlemen wished to speak with me, and to find that of these two gentlemen the first was the old priest, and the second a male relative of Mrs. Elmslie. Just before their arrival the fever symptoms had disappeared, and Alfred had been pronounced out of danger. Both the priest and his companion were eager to know when the sufferer would be strong enough to travel. They had come to Cartagena expressly to take him home with them, and felt far more hopeful than I did of the restorative effects of his native air. After all the questions connected with the first important point of the journey to England had been asked and answered, I ventured to make some inquiries after Miss Elmslie. Her relative informed me that she was suffering both in body and in mind from excess of anxiety on Alfred's account. They had been obliged to deceive her as to the dangerous nature of his illness, in order to deter her from accompanying the priest and her relation on their mission to Spain. Slowly and imperfectly, as the weeks wore on, Alfred regained something of his former physical strength, but no alteration appeared in his illness as it affected his mind. From the very first day of his advance toward recovery, it had been discovered that the brain fever had exercised the strangest influence over his faculties of memory. All recollection of recent events was gone from him. Everything connected with Naples, with me, with his journey to Italy, had dropped in some mysterious manner entirely out of his remembrance. So completely had all late circumstances passed from his memory that, though he recognized the old priest and his own servant easily on the first days of his convalescence, he never recognized me, but regarded me with such a wistful, doubting expression that I felt inexpressibly pained when I approached his bedside. All his questions were about Miss Elmslie and Wincot Abbey, and all his talk referred to the period when his father was yet alive. The doctors augured good rather than ill from this loss of memory of recent incidents, saying that it would turn out to be temporary, and that it answered the first great healing purpose of keeping his mind at ease. I tried to believe them, tried to feel as sanguine, when the day came for his departure, as the old friends felt who were taking him home. But the effort was too much for me. A foreboding that I should never see him again oppressed my heart, and the tears came into my eyes as I saw the worn figure of my poor friend half helped, half lifted into the travelling carriage, and borne away gently on the road toward home. He had never recognized me, and the doctors had begged that I would give him, for some time to come, as few opportunities as possible of doing so. But for this request I should have accompanied him to England. As it was, nothing better remained for me to do than to change the scene and recruit as best I could my energies of body and mind, depressed of late by much watching and anxiety. The famous cities of Spain were not new to me, but I visited them again and revived old impressions of the Alhambra and Madrid. Once or twice I thought of making a pilgrimage to the East, but late events had sobered and altered me. That yearning, unsatisfied feeling which we call homesickness began to prey upon my heart, and I resolved to return to England. I went back by way of Paris, having settled with the priest that he should write to me at my banker's there as soon as he could after Alfred had returned to Wincot. If I had gone to the East, the letter would have been forwarded to me. I wrote to prevent this, and on my arrival at Paris stopped at the banker's before I went to my hotel. The moment the letter was put into my hands, the black border on the envelope told me the worst. He was dead. There was but one consolation. He had died calmly, almost happily, without once referring to those fatal chances which had wrought the fulfillment of the ancient prophecy. My beloved pupil, the old priest wrote, seemed to rally a little the first few days after his return, but he gained no real strength, and soon suffered a slight relapse of fever. After this he sank gradually and gently day by day, and so departed from us on the last dread journey. Miss Elmslie, who knows that I am writing this, desires me to express her deep and lasting gratitude for all your kindness to Alfred. She told me when we brought him back that she had waited for him as his promised wife, and that she would nurse him now as a wife should, and she never left him. His face was turned toward her, his hand was clasped in hers when he died. It will console you to know that he never mentioned events at Naples, or the shipwreck that followed them, from the day of his return to the day of his death. 3 days after reading the letter, I was at Wincot, and heard all the details of Alfred's last moments from the priest. I felt a shock which it would not be very easy for me to analyze or explain, when I heard that he had been buried at his own desire in the fatal Abbey vault. The priest took me down to see the place, a grim, cold, subterranean building, with a low roof supported on heavy Saxon arches. Narrow niches, with the ends only of coffins visible within them, ran down each side of the vault. The nails and silver ornaments flashed here and there as my companion moved past them with a lamp in his hand. At the lower end of the place he stopped, pointed to a niche, and said, "He lies there, between his father and mother." I looked a little further on, and saw what appeared at first like a long dark tunnel. "That is only an empty niche," said the priest, following me. "If the body of Mr. Stephen Moncton had been brought to Wincot, his coffin would have been placed there." A chill came over me, and a sense of dread which I am ashamed of having felt now, but which I could not combat then. The blessed light of day was pouring down gaily at the other end of the vault through the open door. I turned my back on the empty niche, and hurried into the sunlight and the fresh air. As I walked across the grass glade leading down to the vault, I heard the rustle of a woman's dress behind me, and turning round, saw a young lady advancing, clad in deep mourning. Her sweet, sad face, her manner as she held out her hand, told me who it was in an instant. "I heard that you were here," she said, "and I wished—" Her voice faltered a little. My heart ached as I saw how her lip trembled, but before I could say anything she recovered herself and went on. "I wished to take your hand and thank you for your brotherly kindness to Alfred, and I wanted to tell you that I am sure in all you did you acted tenderly and considerately for the best. Perhaps you may be soon going away from home again, and we may not meet any more. I shall never, never forget that you were kind to him when he wanted a friend, and that you have the greatest claim of any one on earth to be gratefully remembered in my thoughts as long as I live." The inexpressible tenderness of her voice, trembling a little all the while she spoke, the pale beauty of her face, the artless candor in her sad, quiet eyes, so affected me that I could not trust myself to answer her at first, except by gesture. Before I recovered my voice, she had given me her hand once more, and had left me. I never saw her again. The chances and changes of life kept us apart. When I last heard of her, years and years ago, She was faithful to the memory of the dead, and was Ada Elmslie still, for Alfred Moncton's sake. The 5th day. Still cloudy, but no rain to keep our young lady indoors. The paper, as usual, without interest to me. To-day Owen actually vanquished his difficulties and finished his story. I numbered it 8, and threw the corresponding number, as I had done the day before in Morgan's case, into the china bowl. Although I could discover no direct evidence against her, I strongly suspected the Queen of Hearts of tampering with the lots on the 5th evening to irritate Morgan by making it his turn to read again, after the shortest possible interval of repose. However that might be, the number drawn was certainly 7, and the story to be read was consequently the story which my brother had finished only 2 days before. If I had not known that it was part of Morgan's character always to do exactly the reverse of what might be expected from him, I should have been surprised at the extraordinary docility he exhibited the moment his manuscript was placed in his hands. "My turn again?" he said. "How very satisfactory! I was anxious to escape from this absurd position of mine as soon as possible, and here is the opportunity most considerately put into my hands. Look out, all of you! I won't waste another moment. I mean to begin instantly." "Do tell me," interposed Jessie, mischievously. "Shall I be very much interested to night?" "Not you," retorted Morgan. "You will be very much frightened instead. Your hair is uncommonly smooth at the present moment, but it will be all standing on end before I've done. Don't blame me, miss, if you are an object when you go to bed to night." With this curious introductory speech he began to read. I was obliged to interrupt him to say the few words of explanation which the story needed. "Before my brother begins," I said, "it may be as well to mention that he is himself the doctor who is supposed to relate this narrative. The events happened at a time of his life when he had left London, and had established himself in medical practice in one of our large northern towns." With that brief explanation I apologized for interrupting the reader, and Morgan began once more. End of Section 22. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 23 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katrina Job from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Morgan's Story of the Dead Hand. When this present 19th century was younger by a good many years than it is now, a certain friend of mine, named Arthur Holliday, happened to arrive in the town of Doncaster exactly in the middle of the race week, or, in other words, in the middle of the month of September. He was one of those reckless, rattle-pated, open-hearted, and open-mouthed young gentlemen who possess the gift of familiarity in its highest perfection, and who scramble carelessly along the journey of life, making friends, as the phrase is, wherever they go. His father was a rich manufacturer, and had bought landed property enough in one of the Midland counties to make all the born squires in his neighborhood thoroughly envious of him. Arthur was his only son, possessor in prospect of the great estate and the great business after his father's death, well supplied with money, and not too rigidly looked after during his father's lifetime. Report, or scandal, whichever you please, said that the old gentleman had been rather wild in his youthful days, and that, unlike most parents, he was not disposed to be violently indignant when he found that his son took after him. This may be true or not. I myself only knew the elder Mr. Holliday when he was getting on in years, and then he was as quiet and respectable a gentleman as ever I met with. Well,
One September, as I told you, young Arthur comes to Doncaster, having decided all of a sudden, in his hare-brained way, that he would go to the races. He did not reach the town till toward the close of evening, and he went at once to see about his dinner and bed at the principal hotel. Dinner they were ready enough to give him, but as for a bed, they laughed when he mentioned it. In the race week at Doncaster, it is no uncommon thing for visitors who have not bespoken apartments to pass the night in their carriages at the inn doors. As for the lower sort of strangers, I myself have often seen them, at that full time, sleeping out on the doorsteps for want of a covered place to creep under. Rich as he was, Arthur's chance of getting a night's lodging, seeing that he had not written beforehand to secure one, was more than doubtful. He tried the second hotel, and the third hotel, and two of the inferior inns after that, and was met everywhere with the same form of answer. No accommodation for the night of any sort was left. All the bright golden sovereigns in his pocket would not buy him a bed at Doncaster in the race week. To a young fellow of Arthur's temperament, the novelty of being turned away into the street like a penniless vagabond at every house where he asked for a lodging presented itself in the light of a new and highly amusing piece of experience. He went on with his carpet bag in his hand, applying for a bed at every place of entertainment for travellers that he could find in Doncaster, until he wandered into the outskirts of the town. By this time the last glimmer of twilight had faded out, the moon was rising dimly in a mist, the wind was getting cold, the clouds were gathering heavily, and there was every prospect that it was soon going to rain. The look of the night had rather a lowering effect on young Holliday's spirits. He began to contemplate the houseless situation in which he was placed from the serious rather than the humorous point of view, and he looked about him for another public house to inquire at with something very like downright anxiety in his mind on the subject of a lodging for the night. The suburban part of the town toward which he had now strayed was hardly lighted at all, and he could see nothing of the houses as he passed them, except that they got progressively smaller and dirtier the further he went. Down the winding road before him shone the dull gleam of an oil lamp, the one faint, lonely light that struggled ineffectually with the foggy darkness all around him. He resolved to go on as far as this lamp, and then, if it showed him nothing in the shape of an inn, to return to the central part of the town, and to try if he could not at least secure a chair to sit down on through the night at one of the principal hotels. As he got near the lamp he heard voices, and, walking close under it, found that it lighted the entrance to a narrow court, on the wall of which was painted a long hand in faded flesh color, pointing, with a lean forefinger, to this inscription: "The Two Robins." Arthur turned into the court without hesitation to see what the two robins could do for him. 4 or 5 men were standing together round the door of the house, which was at the bottom of the court, facing the entrance from the street. The men were all listening to one other man, better dressed than the rest, who was telling his audience something in a low voice, in which they were apparently very much interested. On entering the passage, Arthur was passed by a stranger with a knapsack in his hand, who was evidently leaving the house. "No," said the traveller with the knapsack, turning round and addressing himself cheerfully to a fat, sly-looking, bald-headed man, with a dirty white apron on, who had followed him down the passage. "No, Mr. Landlord, I am not easily scared by trifles, but I don't mind confessing that I can't quite stand that." It occurred to young Holliday the moment he heard these words that the stranger had been asked an exorbitant price for a bed at the Two Robins, and that he was unable or unwilling to pay it. The moment his back was turned, Arthur, comfortably conscious of his own well-filled pockets, addressed himself in a great hurry, for fear any other benighted traveller should slip in and forestall him, to the sly-looking landlord with the dirty apron and the bald head. "If you've got a bed to let," he said, "and if that gentleman who has just gone out won't pay your price for it, I will." The sly landlord looked hard at Arthur. "Will you, sir?" he said, in a meditative, doubtful way. "Name your price," said young Holliday, thinking that the landlord's hesitation sprang from some boorish distrust of him. "Name your price, and I'll give you the money at once, if you like." "Are you game for 5 shillings?" inquired the landlord, rubbing his stubby double chin, and looking up thoughtfully at the ceiling above him. Arthur nearly laughed in the man's face, but, thinking it prudent to control himself, offered the 5 shillings as seriously as he could. The sly landlord held out his hand, then suddenly drew it back again. "You're acting all fair and above board by me," he said, "and, before I take your money, I'll do the same by you. Look here, this is how it stands. You can have a bed all to yourself for 5 shillings, but you can't have more than a half share of the room it stands in. Do you see what I mean, young gentleman?" "Of course I do," returned Arthur, a little irritably. "You mean that it is a double-bedded room, and that one of the beds is occupied?" The landlord nodded his head, and rubbed his double chin harder than ever. Arthur hesitated, and mechanically moved back a step or two toward the door. The idea of sleeping in the same room with a total stranger did not present an attractive prospect to him. He felt more than half inclined to drop his 5 shillings into his pocket, and to go out into the street once more. "Is it a yes or no?" asked the landlord. "Settle it as quick as you can, because there's lots of people wanting a bed at Doncaster tonight, besides you." Arthur looked toward the court and heard the rain falling heavily in the street outside. He thought he would ask a question or two before he rashly decided on leaving the shelter of the two robins. "What sort of man is it who has got the other bed?" he inquired. "Is he a gentleman? I mean, is he a quiet, well-behaved person?" "The quietest man I ever came across," said the landlord, rubbing his fat hands stealthily one over the other. "As sober as a judge, and as regular as clockwork in his habits. It hasn't struck 9, not 10 minutes ago, and he's in his bed already. I don't know whether that comes up to your notion of a quiet man. It goes a long way ahead of mine, I can tell you." "Is he asleep, do you think?" asked Arthur. "I know he's asleep," returned the landlord. "And, what's more, he's gone off so fast that I'll warrant you don't wake him. This way, sir," said the landlord, speaking over young Holliday's shoulder, as if he was addressing some new guest who was approaching the house. "Here you are," said Arthur, determined to be beforehand with the stranger, whoever he might be. "I'll take the bed." And he handed the 5 shillings to the landlord, who nodded, dropped the money carelessly into his waistcoat pocket, and lighted a candle. "Come up and see the room," said the host of the two robins, leading the way to the staircase quite briskly, considering how fat he was. They mounted to the second floor of the house. The landlord half opened a door fronting the landing, then stopped, and turned round to Arthur. "It's a fair bargain, mind, on my side as well as on yours," he said. "You give me 5 shillings, and I give you in return a clean, comfortable bed, and I warrant, beforehand, that you won't be interfered with, or annoyed in any way, by the man who sleeps in the same room with you." Saying those words he looked hard for a moment in young Holliday's face, and then led the way into the room. It was larger and cleaner than Arthur had expected it to be. The two beds stood parallel with each other, a space of about 6 feet intervening between them. They were both of the same medium size, and both had the same plain white curtains, made to draw, if necessary, all round them. The occupied bed was the bed nearest the window. The curtains were all drawn round it except the half curtain at the bottom, on the side of the bed furthest from the window. Arthur saw the feet of the sleeping man raising the scanty clothes into a sharp little eminence, as if he was lying flat on his back. He took the candle, and advanced softly to draw the curtain, stopped halfway, and listened for a moment, then turned to the landlord. "He's a very quiet sleeper," said Arthur. "Yes," said the landlord, "very quiet." Young Holliday advanced with the candle, and looked in at the man cautiously. "How pale he is!" said Arthur. "Yes," returned the landlord, "pale enough, isn't he?" Arthur looked closer at the man. The bedclothes were drawn up to his chin, and they lay perfectly still over the region of his chest. Surprised and vaguely startled as he noticed this, Arthur stooped down closer over the stranger, looked at his ashy, parted lips, listened breathlessly for an instant, looked again at the strangely still face and the motionless lips and chest, and turned round suddenly on the landlord, with his own cheeks as pale for the moment as the hollow cheeks of the man on the bed. "Come here," he whispered, under his breath. "Come here, for God's sake! The man's not asleep. He's dead." "You have found that out sooner than I thought you would," said the landlord, composedly. "Yes, he's dead, sure enough. He died at 5 o'clock today." "How did he die? Who is he?" asked Arthur, staggered for the moment by the audacious coolness of the answer. "As to who is he," rejoined the landlord, "I know no more about him than you do. There are his books and letters and things all sealed up in that brown paper parcel, for the coroner's inquest to open tomorrow or next day. He's been here a week, paying his way fairly enough, and stopping indoors for the most part, as if he was ailing. My girl brought him up his tea at 5 today, and as he was pouring of it out, he fell down in a faint or a fit, or a compound of both, for anything I know. We couldn't bring him to, and I said he was dead. And the doctor couldn't bring him to, and the doctor said he was dead. And there he is, and the coroner's inquest coming as soon as it can, and that's as much as I know about it." Arthur held the candle close to the man's lips. The flame still burned straight up as steadily as ever. There was a moment of silence, and the rain pattered drearily through it against the panes of the window. "If you haven't got nothing more to say to me," continued the landlord, "I suppose I may go. You don't expect your 5 shillings back, do you? There's the bed I promised you, clean and comfortable. There's the man I warranted not to disturb you, quiet in this world forever. If you're frightened to stop alone with him, that's not my lookout. I've kept my part of the bargain, and I mean to keep the money. I'm not Yorkshire myself, young gentleman, but I've lived long enough in these parts to have my wits sharpened, and I shouldn't wonder if you found out the way to brighten up yours next time you come among us." With these words the landlord turned toward the door, and laughed to himself softly, in high satisfaction of his own sharpness. Startled and shocked as he was, Arthur had by this time sufficiently recovered himself to feel indignant at the trick that had been played on him, and at the insolent manner in which the landlord exulted in it. "Don't laugh," he said sharply, "till you are quite sure you've got the laugh against me. You shan't have the 5 shillings for nothing, my man. I'll keep the bed." "Will you?" said the landlord. "Then I wish you a good night's rest." With that brief farewell he went out and shut the door after him. A good night's rest! The words had hardly been spoken, the door had hardly been closed, before Arthur half repented the hasty words that had just escaped him. Though not naturally oversensitive, and not wanting in courage of the moral as well as the physical sort, the presence of the dead man had an instantaneously chilling effect on his mind when he found himself alone in the room, alone, and bound by his own rash words to stay there till the next morning. An older man would have thought nothing of those words, and would have acted, without reference to them, as his calmer sense suggested. But Arthur was too young to treat the ridicule even of his inferiors with contempt, too young not to fear the momentary humiliation of falsifying his own foolish boast more than he feared the trial of watching out the long night in the same chamber with the dead. "It is but a few hours," he thought to himself, "and I can get away the first thing in the morning." He was looking toward the occupied bed as that idea passed through his mind, and the sharp, angular eminence made in the clothes by the dead man's upturned feet, again caught his eye. He advanced and drew the curtains, purposely abstaining as he did so from looking at the face of the corpse, lest he might unnerve himself at the outset by fastening some ghastly impression of it on his mind. He drew the curtain very gently, and sighed involuntarily as he closed it. "Poor fellow!" he said, almost as sadly as if he had known the man. "Ah, poor fellow!" He went next to the window. The night was black, and he could see nothing from it. The rain still pattered heavily against the glass. He inferred, from hearing it, that the window was at the back of the house, remembering that the front was sheltered from the weather by the court and the buildings over it. While he was standing at the window, for even the dreary rain was a relief because of the sound it made, a relief also because it moved and had some faint suggestion, in consequence, of life and companionship in it. While he was standing at the window, and looking vacantly into the black darkness outside, he heard a distant church clock strike 10. Only 10! How was he to pass the time till the house was astir the next morning? Under any other circumstances he would have gone down to the public-house parlour, would have called for his grog, and would have laughed and talked with the company assembled as familiarly as if he had known them all his life. But the very thought of whiling away the time in this manner was now distasteful to him. The new situation in which he was placed seemed to have altered him to himself already. Thus far his life had been the common, trifling, prosaic, surface life of a prosperous young man, with no troubles to conquer and no trials to face. He had lost no relation whom he loved, no friend whom he treasured. Till this night, what share he had of the immortal inheritance that is divided among us all had lain dormant within him. Till this night, death and he had not once met, even in thought. He took a few turns up and down the room, then stopped. The noise made by his boots on the poorly carpeted floor jarred on his ear. He hesitated a little, and ended by taking the boots off, and walking backward and forward noiselessly. All desire to sleep or to rest had left him. The bare thought of lying down on the unoccupied bed instantly drew the picture on his mind of a dreadful mimicry of the position of the dead man. Who was he? What was the story of his past life? Poor he must have been, or he would not have stopped at such a place as the Two Robins Inn, and weakened, probably, by long illness, or he could hardly have died in the manner which the landlord had described. Poor, ill, lonely, dead in such a strange place, dead with nobody but a stranger to pity him. A sad story, truly, on the mere face of it, a very sad story. While these thoughts were passing through his mind, he had stopped insensibly at the window, close to which stood the foot of the bed with the closed curtains. At first he looked at it absently, then he became conscious that his eyes were fixed on it, and then a perverse desire took possession of him to do the very thing which he had resolved not to do up to this time, to look at the dead man. He stretched out his hand toward the curtains, but checked himself in the very act of undrawing them, turned his back sharply on the bed, and walked toward the chimney-piece to see what things were placed on it, and to try if he could keep the dead man out of his mind in that way. There was a pewter inkstand on the chimney-piece, with some mildewed remains of ink in the bottle. There were 2 coarse china ornaments of the commonest kind, and there was a square of embossed card, dirty and fly-blown, with a collection of wretched riddles printed on it, in all sorts of zigzag directions, and in variously colored inks. He took the card and went away to read it at the table on which the candle was placed, sitting down with his back resolutely turned to the curtained bed. He read the first riddle, the second, the third, all in one corner of the card, then turned it round impatiently to look at another. Before he could begin reading the riddles printed here, the sound of the church clock stopped him. 11. He had got through an hour of the time in the room with the dead man. Once more he looked at the card. It was not easy to make out the letters printed on it in consequence of the dimness of the light which the landlord had left him. A common tallow candle, furnished with a pair of heavy, old-fashioned steel snuffers. Up to this time his mind had been too much occupied to think of the light. He had left the wick of the candle unsnuffed till it had risen higher than the flame, and had burned into an odd penthouse shape at the top, from which morsels of the charred cotton fell off from time to time in little flakes. He took up the snuffers now and trimmed the wick. The light brightened directly, and the room became less dismal. Again he turned to the riddles, reading them doggedly and resolutely, now in one corner of the card, now in another. All his efforts, however, could not fix his attention on them. He pursued his occupation mechanically, deriving no sort of impression from what he was reading. It was as if a shadow from the curtained bed had got between his mind and the gaily printed letters, a shadow that nothing could dispel. At last he gave up the struggle, threw the card from him impatiently, and took to walking softly up and down the room again. The dead man, the dead man, the hidden dead man on the bed! There was the one persistent idea still haunting him. Hidden! Was it only the body being there, or was it the body being there concealed that was preying on his mind? He stopped at the window with that doubt in him, once more listening to the pattering rain, once more looking out into the black darkness. Still the dead man! The darkness forced his mind back upon itself, and set his memory at work, reviving with a painfully vivid distinctness the momentary impression it had received from his first sight of the corpse. Before long the face seemed to be hovering out in the middle of the darkness, confronting him through the window, with the paleness whiter, with the dreadful dull line of light between the imperfectly closed eyelids broader than he had seen it, with the parted lips slowly dropping further and further away from each other, with the features growing larger and moving closer, till they seemed to fill the window, and to silence the rain, and to shut out the night. The sound of a voice shouting below stairs woke him suddenly from the dream of his own distempered fancy. He recognized it as the voice of the landlord. "Shut up at 12, Ben," he heard it say. "I'm off to bed." He wiped away the damp that had gathered on his forehead, reasoned with himself for a little while, and resolved to shake his mind free of the ghastly counterfeit which still clung to it, by forcing himself to confront, if it was only for a moment, the solemn reality. Without allowing himself an instant to hesitate, he parted the curtains at the foot of the bed and looked through. There was the sad, peaceful, white face, with the awful mystery of stillness on it, laid back upon the pillow. No stir, no change there. He only looked at it for a moment before he closed the curtains again, but that moment steadied him, calmed him, restored him, mind and body, to himself. He returned to his old occupation of walking up and down the room, persevering in it this time till the clock struck again. 12. As the sound of the clock bell died away, it was succeeded by the confused noise downstairs of the drinkers in the tap room leaving the house. The next sound, after an interval of silence, was caused by the barring of the door, and the closing of the shutters at the back of the inn. Then the silence followed again, and was disturbed no more. He was alone now, absolutely, hopelessly alone with the dead man, till the next morning. The wick of the candle wanted trimming again. He took up the snuffers, but paused suddenly on the very point of using them, and looked attentively at the candle, then back, over his shoulder, at the curtained bed, then again at the candle. It had been lighted for the first time to show him the way upstairs, and 3 parts of it, at least, were already consumed. In another hour it would be burned out. In another hour, unless he called at once to the man who had shut up the inn for a fresh candle, he would be left in the dark. Strongly as his mind had been affected since he entered the room, His unreasonable dread of encountering ridicule, and of exposing his courage to suspicion, had not altogether lost its influence over him yet. He lingered irresolutely by the table, waiting till he could prevail on himself to open the door, and call from the landing to the man who had shut up the inn. In his present hesitating frame of mind, it was a kind of relief to gain a few moments only by engaging in the trifling occupation of snuffing the candle. His hand trembled a little, and the snuffers were heavy and awkward to use. When he closed them on the wick, he closed them a hair-breadth too low. In an instant the candle was out, and the room was plunged in pitch darkness. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katrina Job from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie COLLINS. Brother Morgan's Story of the Dead Hand. The one impression which the absence of light immediately produced on his mind was distrust of the curtained bed. Distrust which shaped itself into no distinct idea, but which was powerful enough in its very vagueness to bind him down to his chair, to make his heart beat fast, and to set him listening intently. No sound stirred in the room but the familiar sound of the rain against the window, louder and sharper now than he had heard it yet. Still the vague distrust, the inexpressible dread possessed him and kept him in his chair. He had put his carpet-bag on the table when he first entered the room, and he now took the key from his pocket, reached out his hand softly, opened the bag, and groped in it for his traveling writing-case, in which he knew that there was a small store of matches. When he had got one of the matches, he waited before he struck it on the coarse wooden table, and listened intently again without knowing why. Still there was no sound in the room but the steady, ceaseless rattling sound of the rain. He lighted the candle again without another moment of delay, and, on the instant of its burning up, the first object in the room that his eyes sought for was the curtained bed. Just before the light had been put out he had looked in that direction, and had seen no change, no disarrangement of any sort in the folds of the closely drawn curtains. When he looked at the bed now, he saw hanging over the side of it a long, white hand. It lay perfectly motionless, midway on the side of the bed, where the curtain at the head and the curtain at the foot met. Nothing more was visible. The clinging curtains hid everything but the long, white hand. He stood looking at it, unable to stir, unable to call out, feeling nothing, knowing nothing, every faculty he possessed gathered up and lost in the one seeing faculty. How long that first panic held him he never could tell afterward. It might have been only for a moment. It might have been for many minutes together. How he got to the bed, whether he ran to it headlong, or whether he approached it slowly, how he wrought himself up to unclose the curtains and look in, he never has remembered, and never will remember to his dying day. It is enough that he did go to the bed, and that he did look inside the curtains. The man had moved. One of his arms was outside the clothes. His face was turned a little on the pillow. His eyelids were wide open. Changed as to position and as to one of the features, the face was otherwise fearfully and wonderfully unaltered. The dead paleness and the dead quiet were on it still. One glance showed Arthur this, one glance before he flew breathlessly to the door and alarmed the house. The man whom the landlord called Ben was the first to appear on the stairs. In 3 words Arthur told him what had happened, and sent him for the nearest doctor. I, who tell you this story, was then staying with a medical friend of mine, in practice at Doncaster, taking care of his patients for him during his absence in London, and I, for the time being, was the nearest doctor. They had sent for me from the inn when the stranger was taken ill in the afternoon, but I was not at home, and medical assistance was sought for elsewhere. When the man from the Two Robins rang the night bell, I was just thinking of going to bed. Naturally enough, I did not believe a word of his story about a dead man who had come to life again. However, I put on my hat, armed myself with 1 or 2 bottles of restorative medicine, and ran to the inn, expecting to find nothing more remarkable when I got there than a patient in a fit. My surprise at finding that the man had spoken the literal truth was almost, if not quite, equalled by my astonishment at finding myself face to face with Arthur Holliday as soon as I entered the bedroom. It was no time then for giving or seeking explanations. We just shook hands amazedly, and then I ordered everybody but Arthur out of the room, and hurried to the man on the bed. The kitchen fire had not been long out. There was plenty of hot water in the boiler, and plenty of flannel to be had. With these, with my medicines, and with such help as Arthur could render under my direction, I dragged the man literally out of the jaws of death. In less than an hour from the time when I had been called in, he was alive, and talking in the bed on which he had been laid out to wait for the coroner's inquest. You will naturally ask me what had been the matter with him, and I might treat you, in reply, to a long theory, plentifully sprinkled with what the children call hard words. I prefer telling you that, in this case, cause and effect could not be satisfactorily joined together by any theory whatever. There are mysteries in life and the conditions of it which human science has not fathomed yet, and I candidly confess to you that, in bringing that man back to existence, I was, morally speaking, groping haphazard in the dark. I know, from the testimony of the doctor who attended him in the afternoon, that the vital machinery, so far as its action is appreciable by our senses, had, in this case, unquestionably stopped. And I am equally certain, seeing that I recovered him, that the vital principle was not extinct. When I add that he had suffered from a long and complicated illness, and that his whole nervous system was utterly deranged, I have told you all I really know of the physical condition of my dead alive patient at the Two Robins Inn. When he came to, as the phrase goes, he was a startling object to look at, with his colorless face, his sunken cheeks, his wild black eyes, and his long black hair. The first question he asked me about himself when he could speak made me suspect that I had been called in to a man in my own profession. I mentioned to him my surmise, and he told me that I was right. He said he had come last from Paris, where he had been attached to a hospital; that he had lately returned to England, on his way to Edinburgh, to continue his studies; that he had been taken ill on the journey, and that he had stopped to rest and recover himself at Doncaster. He did not add a word about his name, or who he was, and of course I did not question him on the subject. All I inquired when he ceased speaking was what branch of the profession he intended to follow. "Any branch," he said bitterly, "which will put bread in the mouth of a poor man." At this, Arthur, who had been hitherto watching him in silent curiosity, burst out impetuously in his usual good-humored way. "My dear fellow!" Everybody was "my dear fellow" with Arthur. "Now you have come to life again, don't begin by being downhearted about your prospects. I'll answer for it, I can help you to some capital thing in the medical line, or, if I can't, I know my father can." The medical student looked at him steadily. "Thank you," he said coldly, then added, "May I ask who your father is?" "He's well enough known all about this part of the country," replied Arthur. "He is a great manufacturer, and his name is Holliday." My hand was on the man's wrist during this brief conversation. The instant the name of Holliday was pronounced, I felt the pulse under my fingers flutter, stop, go on suddenly with a bound, and beat afterward for a minute or two at the fever rate. "How did you come here?" asked the stranger, quickly, excitably, passionately almost. Arthur related briefly what had happened from the time of his first taking the bed at the inn. I am indebted to Mr. Holliday's son, then, for the help that has saved my life, said the medical student, speaking to himself with a singular sarcasm in his voice. Come here. He held out, as he spoke, his long, white, bony right hand. With all my heart, said Arthur, taking his hand cordially. I may confess it now, he continued, laughing. Upon my honor, you almost frightened me out of my wits. The stranger did not seem to listen. His wild black eyes were fixed with a look of eager interest on Arthur's face, and his long bony fingers kept tight hold of Arthur's hand. Young Holliday, on his side, returned the gaze, amazed and puzzled by the medical student's odd language and manners. The two faces were close together. I looked at them, and, to my amazement, I was suddenly impressed by the sense of a likeness between them. Not in features or complexion, but solely in expression. It must have been a strong likeness, or I should certainly not have found it out, for I am naturally slow at detecting resemblances between faces. You have saved my life, said the strange man, still looking hard in Arthur's face, still holding tightly by his hand. If you had been my own brother, you could not have done more for me than that. He laid a singularly strong emphasis on those three words, my own brother, and a change passed over his face as he pronounced them, a change that no language of mine is competent to describe. I hope I have not done being of service to you yet, said Arthur. I'll speak to my father as soon as I get home. You seem to be fond and proud of your father, said the medical student. I suppose, in return, he is fond and proud of you? Of course he is, answered Arthur, laughing. Is there anything wonderful in that? Isn't your father fond? The stranger suddenly dropped young Holliday's hand and turned his face away. I beg your pardon, said Arthur. I hope I have not unintentionally pained you. I hope you have not lost your father. I can't well lose what I have never had, retorted the medical student, with a harsh, mocking laugh. What you have never had? The strange man suddenly caught Arthur's hand again, suddenly looked once more hard into his face. Yes, he said, with a repetition of the bitter laugh. You've brought a poor devil back into the world who has no business there. Do I astonish you? Well, I have a fancy of my own for telling you what men in my situation generally keep secret. I have no name and no father. The merciful law of society tells me I am nobody's son. Ask your father if he will be my father too, and help me on in life with the family name. Arthur looked at me more puzzled than ever. I signed to him to say nothing, and then laid my fingers against the man's wrists. No, in spite of the extraordinary speech that he had just made, he was not, as I had been disposed to suspect, beginning to get light-headed. His pulse by this time had fallen back to a quiet, slow beat, and his skin was moist and cool. Not a symptom of fever or agitation about him. Finding that neither of us answered him, he turned to me, and began talking of the extraordinary nature of his case, and asking my advice about the future course of medical treatment to which he ought to subject himself. I said the matter required careful thinking over, and suggested that I should send him a prescription a little later. He told me to write it at once, as he would most likely be leaving Doncaster in the morning before I was up. It was quite useless to represent to him the folly and danger of such a proceeding as this. He heard me politely and patiently, but held to his resolution, without offering any reasons or explanations, and repeated to me that, if I wished to give him a chance of seeing my prescription, I must write it at once. Hearing this, Arthur volunteered the loan of a travelling writing case, which he said he had with him, and, bringing it to the bed, shook the note paper out of the pocket of the case forthwith in his usual careless way. With the paper there fell out on the counterpane of the bed a small packet of sticking plaster and a little water-colour drawing of a landscape. The medical student took up the drawing and looked at it, His eye fell on some initials neatly written in cipher in one corner. He started and trembled. His pale face grew whiter than ever. His wild black eyes turned on Arthur, and looked through and through him. "A pretty drawing," he said, in a remarkably quiet tone of voice. "Ah! And done by such a pretty girl," said Arthur. "Oh, such a pretty girl! I wish it was not a landscape. I wish it was a portrait of her." "You admire her very much?" Arthur, half in jest, half in earnest, kissed his hand for answer. "Love at first sight," said young Holliday, putting the drawing away again. "But the course of it doesn't run smooth. It's the old story. She's monopolized, as usual, trammeled by a rash engagement to some poor man who is never likely to get money enough to marry her. It was lucky I heard of it in time, or I should certainly have risked a declaration when she gave me that drawing. Here, doctor, here is pen, ink, and paper, all ready for you." "When she gave you that drawing? Gave it? Gave it?" He repeated the words slowly to himself, and suddenly closed his eyes. A momentary distortion passed across his face, and I saw one of his hands clutch up the bedclothes and squeeze them hard. I thought he was going to be ill again, and begged that there might be no more talking. He opened his eyes when I spoke, fixed them once more searchingly on Arthur, and said, slowly and distinctly, "You like her, and she likes you. The poor man may die out of your way. Who can tell that she may not give you herself as well as her drawing, after all?" Before young Holliday could answer, he turned to me and said in a whisper, "Now for the prescription." From that time, though he spoke to Arthur again, he never looked at him more. When I had written the prescription, he examined it, approved of it, and then astonished us both by abruptly wishing us good night. I offered to sit up with him, and he shook his head. Arthur offered to sit up with him, and he said, shortly, with his face turned away, "No." I insisted on having somebody left to watch him. He gave way when he found I was determined, and said he would accept the services of the waiter at the inn. "Thank you both," he said, as we rose to go. "I have one favor to ask you, not of you, doctor, for I leave you to exercise your professional discretion, but of Mr. Holliday." His eyes, while he spoke, still rested steadily on me, and never once turned towards Arthur. "I beg that Mr. Holliday will not mention to anyone, least of all his father, the events that have occurred and the words that have passed in this room. I entreat him to bury me in his memory, as, but for him, I might have been buried in my grave. I cannot give my reason for making this strange request. I can only implore him to grant it." His voice faltered for the first time, and he hid his face on the pillow. Arthur, completely bewildered, gave the required pledge. I took young Holliday away with me immediately afterward to the house of my friend, determining to go back to the inn and see the medical student again before he had left in the morning. I returned to the inn at 8 o'clock, purposely abstaining from waking Arthur, who was sleeping off the past night's excitement on one of my friend's sofas. A suspicion had occurred to me, as soon as I was alone in my bedroom, which made me resolve that Holliday and the stranger whose life he had saved should not meet again, if I could prevent it. I have already alluded to certain reports or scandals which I knew of relating to the early life of Arthur's father. While I was thinking, in my bed, of what had passed at the inn, of the change in the student's pulse when he heard the name of Holliday, of the resemblance of expression that I had discovered between his face and Arthur's, of the emphasis he had laid on those 3 words, "my own brother," and of his incomprehensible acknowledgment of his own illegitimacy. While I was thinking of these things, the reports I have mentioned suddenly flew into my mind, and linked themselves fast to the chain of my previous reflections. Something within me whispered, "It is best that those 2 young men should not meet again." I felt it before I slept. I felt it when I woke, and I went as I told you, alone to the inn the next morning. I had already missed my opportunity of seeing my nameless patient again. He had been gone nearly an hour when I inquired for him. I have now told you everything that I know for certain in relation to the man whom I brought back to life in the double-bedded room of the inn at Doncaster. What I have next to add is matter for inference and surmise, and is not, strictly speaking, matter of fact. I have to tell you first that the medical student turned out to be strangely and unaccountably right in assuming it as more than probable that Arthur Holliday would marry the young lady who had given him the watercolor drawing of the landscape. That marriage took place a little more than a year after the events which I have just been relating. The young couple came to live in the neighborhood in which I was then established in practice. I was present at the wedding, and was rather surprised to find that Arthur was singularly reserved with me, both before and after his marriage, on the subject of the young lady's prior engagement. He only referred to it once when we were alone, merely telling me, on that occasion, that his wife had done all that honor and duty required of her in the matter, and that the engagement had been broken off with the full approval of her parents. I never heard more from him than this. For 3 years he and his wife lived together happily. At the expiration of that time, the symptoms of a serious illness first declared themselves in Mrs. Arthur Holliday. It turned out to be a long, lingering, hopeless malady. I attended her throughout. We had been great friends when she was well, and we became more attached to each other than ever when she was ill. I had many long and interesting conversations with her in the intervals when she suffered least. The result of one of those conversations I may briefly relate, leaving you to draw any inferences from it that you please. The interview to which I refer occurred shortly after her death. I called one evening as usual, and found her alone, with a look in her eyes which told me she had been crying. She only informed me at first that she had been depressed in spirits, but by little and little she became more communicative, and confessed to me that she had been looking over some old letters which had been addressed to her, before she had seen Arthur, by a man to whom she had been engaged to be married. I asked her how the engagement came to be broken off. She replied that it had not been broken off, but that it had died out in a very mysterious way. The person to whom she was engaged, her first love, she called him, was very poor, and there was no immediate prospect of their being married. He followed my profession, and went abroad to study. They had corresponded regularly until the time when, as she believed, he had returned to England. From that period she had heard no more of him. He was of a fretful, sensitive temperament, and she feared that she might have inadvertently done or said something to offend him. However that might be, he had never written to her again, and after waiting a year she had married Arthur. I asked when the first estrangement had begun, and found that the time at which she ceased to hear anything of her first lover exactly corresponded with the time at which I had been called in to my mysterious patient at the Two Robins Inn. A fortnight after that conversation she died. In course of time Arthur married again. Of late years he has lived principally in London, and I have seen little or nothing of him. I have some years to pass over before I can approach anything like a conclusion of this fragmentary narrative, and even when that later period is reached, the little that I have to say will not occupy your attention for more than a few minutes. One rainy autumn evening, while I was still practicing as a country doctor, I was sitting alone, thinking over a case then under my charge, which sorely perplexed me, when I heard a low knock at the door of my room. "Come in," I cried, looking up curiously to see who wanted me. After a momentary delay the lock moved, and a long, white, bony hand stole round the door as it opened, gently pushing it over a fold in the carpet which hindered it from working freely on the hinges. The hand was followed by a man whose face instantly struck me with a very strange sensation. There was something familiar to me in the look of him, and yet it was also something that suggested the idea of change. He quietly introduced himself as Mr. Lorne, presented to me some excellent professional recommendations, and proposed to fill the place, then vacant, of my assistant. While he was speaking, I noticed it as singular that we did not appear to be meeting each other like strangers, and that, while I was certainly startled at seeing him, he did not appear to be at all startled at seeing me. It was on the tip of my tongue to say that I thought I had met with him before, but there was something in his face, and something in my own recollections, I can hardly say what, which unaccountably restrained me from speaking, and which as unaccountably attracted me to him at once, and made me feel ready and glad to accept his proposal. He took his assistant's place on that very day. We got on together as if we had been old friends from the first, but, throughout the whole time of his residence in my house, he never volunteered any confidences on the subject of his past life, and I never approached the forbidden topic except by hints, which he resolutely refused to understand. I had long had a notion that my patient at the inn might have been a natural son of the elder Mr. Holliday's, and that he might also have been the man who was engaged to Arthur's first wife. And now another idea occurred to me, that Mr. Lorne was the only person in existence who could, if he chose, enlighten me on both those doubtful points. But he never did choose, and I never was enlightened. He remained with me till I removed to London, to try my fortune there as a physician for the second time, and then he went his way and I went mine, and we have never seen one another since. I can add no more. I may have been right in my suspicion, or I may have been wrong. All I know is that in those days of my country practice, when I came home late and found my assistant asleep, and woke him, he used to look, in coming to, wonderfully like the stranger at Doncaster, as he raised himself in the bed on that memorable night. The 6th day. An oppressively mild temperature and steady, soft, settled rain, dismal weather for idle people in the country. Miss Jessie, after looking longingly out the window, resigned herself to circumstances, and gave up all hope of a ride. The gardener, the conservatory, the rabbits, the raven, the housekeeper, and, as a last resource, even the neglected piano, were all laid under contribution to help her through the time. It was a long day, but thanks to her own talent for trifling, she contrived to occupy it pleasantly enough. Still no news of my son. The time was getting on now, and it was surely not unreasonable to look for some tidings of him. Today Morgan and I both finished our third and last stories. I corrected my brother's contribution with no very great difficulty on this occasion, and numbered it 9. My own story came next, and was thus accidentally distinguished as the last of the series, number 10. When I dropped the 2 corresponding cards into the bowl, the thought that there would be now no more to add seemed to quicken my prevailing sense of anxiety on the subject of George's return. A heavy depression hung upon my spirits, and I went out desperately in the rain to shake my mind free of oppressing influences by dint of hard bodily exercise. The number drawing this evening was 3. On the production of the corresponding manuscript, it proved to be my turn to read again. "I can promise you a little variety tonight," I said, addressing our fair guest, "if I can promise nothing else. This time it is not a story of my own writing that I am about to read, but a copy of a very curious correspondence, which I found among my professional papers." Jessie's countenance fell. "Is there no story in it?" she asked, rather discontentedly. "Certainly there is a story in it," I replied, "a story of a much lighter kind than any we have read yet, and which may, on that account, prove acceptable, by way of contrast and relief, even if it fails to attract you by other means. I obtained the original correspondence, I must tell you, from the office of the Detective Police of London." Jessie's face brightened. "That promises something to begin with," she said. "Some years since," I continued, "there was a desire at headquarters to increase the number and efficiency of the detective police, and I had the honor of being one of the persons privately consulted on that occasion. The chief obstacle to the plan proposed lay in the difficulty of finding new recruits. The ordinary rank and file of the police of London are sober, trustworthy, and courageous men, but as a body they are sadly wanting in intelligence. Knowing this, the authorities took into consideration a scheme, which looked plausible enough on paper, for availing themselves of the services of the proverbial sharp class of men, the experienced clerks in attorneys' offices. Among the persons whose advice was sought on this point, I was the only one who dissented from the arrangement proposed. I felt certain that the really experienced clerks, entrusted with conducting private investigations and hunting up lost evidence, were too well paid and too independently situated in their various offices to care about entering the ranks of the detective police and submitting themselves to the rigid discipline of Scotland Yard, and I ventured to predict that the inferior clerks only, whose discretion was not to be trusted, would prove to be the men who volunteered for detective employment. My advice was not taken, and the experiment of enlisting the clerks was tried in 2 or 3 cases. I was naturally interested in the result, and in due course of time I applied for information in the right quarter. In reply, the originals of the letters of which I am now about to read the copies were sent to me, with an intimation that the correspondence in this particular instance offered a fair specimen of the results of the experiment in the other cases. The letters amused me, and I obtained permission to copy them before I sent them back. You will now hear, therefore, by his own statement, how a certain attorney's clerk succeeded in conducting a very delicate investigation, and how the regular members of the detective police contrived to help him through his first experiment. End of section 24.